I, who only wanted to play football, became the Hollywood heartthrob. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201. Crotch Tearing. We are not cats and dogs. We are the Bucks of Southampton. In the technical area on the sidelines, head coach Pratt frowned, very dissatisfied with McEachern's impatient way of handling the ball. McEachern has many advantages, but his disadvantages are also obvious. He is not strong enough, has poor confrontation, and has a poor long-range shooting accuracy. What's more troublesome is that McEachern seems to have developed a demon in the face of Guran's high pressure, but Pratt finally applauded and cheered for McEachern and other players. McEachern is the team's trump card, and the rest of the game depends on him. Pratt dare not curse. Owen rubbed his shoulders and ran back to his position, while McEachern lowered his head with a depressed face and walked back to his own half. His face is long, and it becomes longer after being depressed. Minato ran backwards past McEachern and made a thumbs-up gesture to McEachern. McEachern's mentality exploded instantly, and he rushed directly to Minato and reached out to pinch Minato's neck. The other missionary players hurried forward to pull McEachern. Minato took the opportunity to fall to the ground, holding his neck and rolling around. This is the final of the national competition, and both sides have tried their best to win. The referee blew the whistle and gave McEachern a yellow card. This yellow card is really not right. Head coach Platt's face turned green. Southampton fans and Cardiff fans cheered and applauded for Minato happily. Minato's weight was quite like Professor Boo. Light another blue skill bubble fell under McEachern's feet. Guran calmly gathered his thoughts and glanced at it. 2-pass cooperation +1. This is a bit watery. Guran directly ignored this skill bubble. 2-pass cooperation is a good skill, but Guran is already +4. Within the system B rating, +4 is already the upper limit of picking up. There is only one chance left today to pick up, so don't waste it. With the intervention of the referee, the next strangling incident ended quickly. McEachern, who received a yellow card, calmed down instead. The game continues. The Tyrannosaurus Rex kicked the ball out of the goal, and the ball was directly given to Guran's feet. As soon as Guran got the ball, 3 midfielders of the missionary team rushed towards Guran to fight for it. The Bulk Steelhorn team was trying their best to limit McEachern, and the missionary team was naturally trying their best to limit Guran. The trump cards of both teams became the key targets of infringement. The missionary team's scramble was very rough, and Guran responded calmly and was not in a hurry to pass the ball. Sissy and Glider rushed up in time to intercept and support, while Minato continued to stick to McEachern to prevent McEachern and other missionary players from forming a zone defense against Guran. Minato was very clear about his position in the second half. He was the one who did the dirty work. While Guran was fighting hard, the other players of the Buck Steelhorn team also twisted into a rope and fought hard with Guran. Their individual abilities are indeed very poor, but this does not hinder their bloody performance in this finals. In this fierce confrontation, Guran was kicked in the knee by the missionary's defensive player from behind. Guran lost his balance and fell on the grass, but Guran immediately protected the ball under his body, not giving the missionary team a chance to steal the ball. The missionary's defensive players continued to fight fiercely with their feet. The fans of Southampton and Cardiff screamed in distress. The midfielders of the Buck Steelhorns raised their hands to appeal and rushed over to protect and support Guran. Although Guran fell to the ground, he still stretched his feet to control the ball and did not lose the ball. When the referee was about to blow the whistle to stop the game, Guran suddenly climbed up with his hands and feet, and instantly started to dribble forward. The entire Millennium Stadium was on fire. Some fans with shallow eye sockets were crying and screaming at the top of their lungs. May bit his sleeves nervously, calling Chinese ancestors in his heart. Guran. Too manly. Too tough. Too hard. Guran ignited the fans' adrenaline again. More than 40,000 fans at the scene shouted in unison in a rhythmic manner. Guran. Hard, hard, hard. Guran. Hard, hard, hard. The players of the missionary team did not expect Guran to stand up and continue to sprint with the ball in this situation. The missionary team's front line was completely panicked, and they returned to defense without any rules. Guran sprinted in a snake-like position and passed several defensive players. The missionary team's defense line was like a pair of stockings on the legs in front of Guran's violent aesthetic sprint. Guran dribbled the ball straight into the top area of the missionary team's arc. It was going to tear the crotch. Facing the retreating McEachern in the closed defense of the No. 7 midfielder, Guran used a bicycle kick and then a step-down turn. Artron slipped again and again. Artron didn't even get up and sat on the grass in a daze thinking about life. The fans of Southampton and Cardiff were all crazy. Lola in the main stand couldn't help jumping up from his seat again, his hemorrhoids seemed to have recurred. Oh my God! Cristiano! Lola shouted excitedly. Amanolo next to him was also fascinated, and his excited hands kept digging into small trouser pockets. At this moment, one Gu ran past Artron in midfielder No. 7, there were at least 5 defensive players who retreated back in the penalty area of the missionary team. Although there were many people, they were defeated. Guran dribbled the ball to the left, pulling out a narrow and short passing channel, and then he made a clean pass to the right side of the penalty area. The magic lamp pointed the way. The football was 5 centimeters above the grass, like a sharp bayonet, directly penetrating the gap between multiple defensive players. Owen hurried up to fight for the ball. The glider was like a murderous man, and directly knocked Owen away, grabbing the ball before his body was about to lose balance. Guran also moved forward. The fans of Southampton and Cardiff all jumped up, cheering and waving their arms. The glider's body had lost its balance. Before falling to the ground, the glider forced the ball to the penalty area. Guran sprinted and jumped up by inertia. Header +2. One of the 2 central defenders of the missionaries pulled Guran's arm, and the other jumped up to fight for it. The goalkeeper of the missionaries also left the goal to attack. Guran's jump was very high, but with his arm pulled, such a jump type did not have much advantage in front of the 192 centimeters tall central defender of the missionaries. Bang! Guran still got the ball first. But he failed to exert force well. The football bounced over the head of the 192 centimeters central defender, and was immediately blocked by the goalkeeper of the missionaries. The goalkeeper of the missionaries missed the ball. Guran's head collided with the head of the 192 centimeters central defender. Lost balance and fell to the ground. No chance to fight for the second landing point. The goalkeeper of the missionary team quickly made a second save and pressed the football firmly under his body. Oh! The fans of Southampton and Cardiff lamented at the same time. This wave of attack is too beautiful. Too sharp. Guran completely broke through the 3 lines of defense of the missionary team. If the missionary team hadn't pulled Guran in the penalty area, this ball would definitely be a missed goal. The offensive players of the Buck Steelhorns team all raised their hands to appeal. More than 40,000 fans in the stands shouted penalty, penalty, penalty at the same time. However, the referee ignored it and signaled the game to continue. Guran stood up from the grass with his legs bent, and adjusted his socks with a calm expression. The domestic referees are blind, and the British referees are not much better. This wave of attack opportunities is very good, but football games are like this, it is impossible to score goals in every wave of good opportunities. Although they failed to score, the overall cooperation in the front court was still good. After all, the missionary team's defense is more professional, and my level is not enough to crush them. It doesn't matter, come again. Guran raised his hand and applauded his teammates and the fans who supported him. Seeing that Guran was so calm, experienced and calm, the fans all stood up and applauded for Guran crazily. Coach Carter turned to the stands and took the lead in cheering for Guran. Coach Pratt on the other side secretly wiped his cold sweat and almost had a heart attack. Is this a weak team? Is this an amateur player? Guran alone can make the entire defense of the missionary team embarrassed. Give this kid Guran a little more time to grow up, and his future is really limitless. Pratt couldn't understand why the head of the sports department of Westminster School wanted to bribe Guran at first, but now, Pratt completely understood. Not only did he understand, but Pratt also felt that using £20,000 to bribe Guran was simply an insult to Guran. Guran is really too strong. Pratt looked at Guran with a complicated look. On the main stand, Lawler let out a long sigh and sat down slowly. Amanolo asked, "Mr. Lawler, are you suffering from hemorrhoids again?" Lawler said seriously, yes, I just had hemorrhoids again." Amanolo smiled secretly, "But, I seem to hear you shouting Cristiano just now. You even gave hemorrhoids a name." Lawler's face flushed, and he laughed dryly, No, you must have heard it wrong. I didn't shout Cristiano, I just shouted Omega. But you, Mr. Amanolo, I just saw your hands moving around in your trouser pockets. What's wrong? Did your hemorrhoids grow on foot? Amanolo smiled, No, I was just scratching my itch." The two of them laughed tacitly, and then turned sideways at the same time, ignoring each other. The dispute has begun. At this moment, in the live broadcast room of Maxford, all kinds of barrages were raging. Guran's attack was so awesome. Bicycle step pressure to turn, so cool. 6 over. I never thought that our Chinese players could have such strong physical fitness, and I never thought that our Chinese players could have such good skills. The U17 International No. 10 of the missionary team was directly broken by Guran, right? It was so satisfying. So proud. It's a pity that the header didn't go in at the end. If the big forward of the Buck Steelhorns could pass the ball more accurately, or if the missionary center back didn't use dirty tricks to pull Guran, this goal would have been scored. I didn't expect that the British referees are the same as the domestic referees. Friend, if you watch the Premier League, you will know that the British referees are even more stupid than the domestic referees. Both sides played very dirty. I didn't play so dirty even when I played street football. Come on, you're playing football. You're embroidering. Modern football itself is a barbaric sport. That's right, so in the UK, the lower leagues are more authentic and more interesting. This amateur game is really exciting. But the picture is too blurry, and I can only see the general outlines of the players on the field. Can the anchor move forward and get closer? After seeing this barrage, Maxford immediately said, "Don't worry, I'll find a way to move forward and try to make everyone see it more clearly." On the green field, the game continues. The confrontation between the players of both sides in the midfield area continues to heat up, and the movements are getting more and more rough. The missionary team's attack is still fierce and frequent. When the game is about 70 minutes, the missionary team's physical fitness has not declined, and the ball possession rate is higher than that of the Buck Steelhorns. However, with the Korex Maki Artron locked by Guran and Shuimen, the missionary team's offense is like a soulless team, bumping east and west. The game was in the 75th minute. Maki Artron dribbled the ball to the left to seek an opportunity, and Minato harassed him closely. Maki Artron learned his lesson and deliberately exposed a flaw. Minato was a little anxious and tripped Maki Artron when he tried to steal the ball. After Maki Artron fell to the ground, he rolled several times on the grass. The referee blew the whistle to stop the game and showed Minato a yellow card. Minato spread his hands helplessly. After receiving this yellow card, Minato had to restrain his defensive actions. The game was in the 79th minute, and the score between the two sides was still 2-2. Both sides became impatient in handling the ball. The right winger of the missionary team passed the ball to the No. 7 midfielder who was running near the center line. The No. 7 midfielder used his personal skills to shake off the Buck Steelhorns player who was guarding him, and passed the ball to Maki Artron who retreated to create a gap. The entire missionary team was constantly running in a dynamic position, and the Buck Steelhorns were under great pressure to defend. After getting the ball, Maki Artron did not move forward with the ball, but before the water gate came close, he made a long pass over the top to the back of the Buck Steelhorns midfielder. This kick was very sudden and very accurate. Maki Artron's personal ability is indeed beyond reproach. If Guran had not made Maki Artron embarrassed and depressed in this game, Maki Artron's performance would have been like a massacre at the Navas village. At the same time as Maki Artron's long pass, Wickham, who was ambushing on the right side of the penalty area, quickly started and moved forward at high speed to receive the ball. The painter went up alone to defend, and the rusty strip blocked the far corner shooting channel. The goalkeeper Tyrannosaurus Rex quickly moved to the near corner of the goal. Wickham directly used his strong body to carry away the painter who came to compete. The painter reached out and pulled Wickham's jersey. But Wickham's body was very strong, and the painter was also afraid that Wickham would dive and fall in the penalty area, so he did not dare to use his full strength. After Wickham stopped the ball, he took a few small steps to adjust, and then directly swung his right foot to shoot. The kick was powerful and the speed was extremely fast. The Tyrannosaurus Rex chose a good position and jumped up to save the ball with a roar, bang. The football hit the Tyrannosaurus Rex's left hand, making a heavy muffled sound. The Tyrannosaurus Rex only felt his wrist numb and his fingers instantly lost consciousness. The football slipped out of his hand. The football bounced in the air and continued to fly towards the goal. This powerful shot directly penetrated the 5 fingers of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. This is the crushing of the amateur goalkeeper by the U17 national team level shooting skills. The ball went in. The Tyrannosaurus Rex covered his left hand and knelt down in front of the goal in pain. He had experienced such a scene too many times in the national competition. The referee blew the whistle, indicating that the goal was valid. The score on the big screen of the Millennium Stadium was immediately rewritten as Southampton Buck Steelhorns 2-3 Westminster Missionaries. The missionaries took the lead again. The fans of Southampton and Cardiff immediately held their heads in pain, their moves like a roller coaster, falling to the bottom again. The fans of Westminster cheered happily. Their U17 international striker Wickham completed a hat-trick. The number of goals scored by Wickham in the scorer list once again tied Guran. Yes. 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 Head coach Pratt clenched his fists to celebrate. There was not much time left in the game. The goal of the missionary team almost put the Buck Steelhorns team into a desperate situation. The players of the Buck Steelhorns team had tears in their eyes and looked up at the sky with their hands on their hips. The confrontation in this game was stronger than any of their previous games. Their physical strength was almost at the red line, and their willpower was about to collapse. Guran ran to the goal, stretched out his hand to pull up the frustrated Tyrannosaurus Rex, and patted the Tyrannosaurus Rex on the cheek. Cheer up. Don't give up. The game is not over yet. The Tyrannosaurus Rex gritted his teeth, nodded heavily, and tightened the glove on his left hand again. Guran shouted at the other Buck Steelhorns players. We are not cats and dogs. We are Buck Steelhorns of Southampton. Buck Steelhorns. Fight to the end. Just this slogan reawakened the fighting spirit of the Buck Steelhorns. Buck Steelhorns. Fight to the end. The players of the Buck Steelhorns were like a tube of chicken blood. Their morale burst, and they quickly stood in position. The fans at the scene were infected by such a passionate scene, and they applauded rhythmically to cheer for the Buck Steelhorns. The game continued. The two sides continued to fight fiercely in the midfield. In the 82nd minute, Guran received a 11-yard pass and started to move forward at high speed. Heartthrob quickly blocked Guran's breakthrough. Two midfielders of the missionary team rushed towards Guran fiercely. One of them raised his foot and kicked him with his studs on. This time, the double team and kick were very close. When Guran faced Heartthrob with the ball, he had almost no space and time to pass or dodge, unless he gave up the ball. If the ball was lost in this area, the missionary team would immediately counterattack. The Buck Steelhorns were already one goal behind. If they lost the ball again, there would be no suspense. Guran was furious and prepared to fight back with his back. Guran concentrated his mind and added the remaining 2 talent points to the physical attribute in the Iron Man passive skill respectively. All the talent points were used up. Physical 73, Iron Man plus 5, should be able to withstand this wave. No. No. Goo. The team Dr. Muff on the sidelines shouted hoarsely. The fans of Southampton and Cardiff also covered their mouths in distress. Bang. Bimba desperately fell to the ground to fight back and protect Guran. He took the hit for Guran. Bimba collided fiercely with the opposing midfielder. Then, the two rolled on the grass in pain at the same time. Guran and Heartthrob were also knocked to the ground by the inertia of the two. Beep beep beep. The referee blew the whistle and stopped the game. Guran quickly got up and rushed to Bimba as soon as possible. Bimba. Bimba was kicked in the shoulder by the studs, and the blood stained his jersey red. The first words Bimba said were, "Goo, are you okay?" Guran's eyes were hot. You fucking. Chapter 202. The blood-stained captain's armband. An emergency. The live broadcast was aborted. Xiaomianqiu. Let's all go. Fred's desperate block was actually unnecessary. Guran had just added a talent point to the physical attribute in the Iron Man passive skill, so he had a chance to resist and even get the opponent a red card. However, Fred would not know this. Fred only knew that Guran was the hope of the Buck Steelhorns. Only by protecting Guran could the Buck Steelhorns create a miracle. As Guran's scavenger, Fred just did what he thought he had to do. Even if he was injured, even if he had to leave the field, even if he could not continue his football career in the future, Fred would protect Guran. Guran was moved and a little amused. It is true that man's plans are not as good as God's. There will be accidents everywhere. Although the physical attribute in the Iron Man skill were not added in vain, Guran no longer had any extra talent points to use. In the rest of the game, it was all about personal ability. At this time, the players from both sides also ran over, pushing and shoving each other, and the green field was in chaos. There was not much time left in the game. At this last moment, both sides were in a state of killing. Fortunately, the referee intervened in time and the players on both sides calmed down. The midfielder who kicked the opponent was also seriously injured and his thigh was bleeding. No matter how blind the referee was, he could not turn a blind eye to the two malicious fouls that happened at the same time. After all, the chairman of the English Football Association, Bernstein, was sitting in the main stand. The referee first showed a red card to the midfielder of the missionary team. His flying kick should be banned for at least 2 more games. Before the Southampton fans cheered, the referee turned around and gave Brett a red card. The referee was also crazy and gave both sides 50 strokes. After showing 2 red cards, the referee called on the emergency personnel of the Millennium Stadium to carry a stretcher to pull the player out. The fans in the stadium were booing. Not only the supporters of the Buck Steelhorns were dissatisfied with that penalty, but also the supporters of the missionaries were dissatisfied with that penalty. In comparison, the Buck Steelhorns suffered a greater loss. Bread plays a very important role in the midfield. When Bread was sent off, the defensive chain of the Buck Steelhorns was broken. The midfielder of the missionary team was not very important. At most, he was just a supporter of Heartthrob. When Bread was carried on a stretcher, he struggled to support his body. "Wait, I'm sorry, brothers, I can't accompany you to finish this game. The honor of the Buck Steelhorns, please be in your hands. Bread, we will definitely fight hard. Bread, just go with peace of mind." Minato and others comforted Bread. Guran. If the situation on the field was not so tense now, Guran would think that this group of middle school students was going to send Bread away. The medical staff was about to lift the stretcher, and Bread hurriedly said, "Wait a little longer." Bread lifted his injured arm with force, tore off the bloody armband on his arm, and then handed it to Guran in person. At the last moment, only Guran could take on the heavy responsibility of the captain of the Buck Steelhorns. Although Guran has not been in the Buck Steelhorns for a long time, everyone in the team was convinced by Guran. Guran was slightly stunned, and then took it without hesitation. Being modest and refusing it this time would only dampen morale. Bread burst into tears and cried, "Fuck, my shoulder hurts so much, I'm crying because of the pain." The players of the Buck Steelhorns next to him were all moved. Although Bread said that he was crying because of the pain in his shoulder, they all knew that Bread was crying because his youth in high school football had ended early. Every player of the Buck Steelhorns could understand Bread's sadness. No one laughed at Bread, and everyone wanted to cry. Guran took a deep breath and pressed Bread's uninjured shoulder. "Hurry down and take the time to treat it, and then have a good rest. You will come out to receive the gold medal later." Bread cried and then laughed. "Okay." Guran's words also rekindled the fighting spirit of other players. Bread was carried off the field on a stretcher, and Guran raised the captain's armband of the Buck Steelhorns and put it on his arm. The fans of Southampton and Cardiff instantly became excited and cheered wildly. The new captain of the Buck Steelhorns, Guran. 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 Fight to the end. Fight to the end. Fight to the end. Every fan who supports the Buck Steelhorns cheers for the Buck Steelhorns. In the live broadcast room of Maxart, all kinds of gifts are flooding the screen. Fuck. Guran is the captain. Awesome. So awesome. Look. Those foreigners are so excited. I saw a blonde girl taking off her clothes. Where is it? Host, don't shake your hands. Turn the camera back so we can criticize it. I really came to watch the game. Does anyone think that the captain who was carried away is also pretty good? He tried his best to help Guran block the blow just now, which was really brotherly. Damn, the Buck Steelhorns are obviously a weak and bad team, but their performance makes me feel excited. Come on, Buck Steelhorns. No more words. Here comes the big rocket. The screen in the live broadcast room was full of big rocket special effects. The game is not over yet. The Buck Steelhorns are one goal behind, but they are in high spirits. Unstoppable. Now, both teams have one player sent off, and both teams have 10 players on the field. The Buck Steelhorns did not change their formation, and still use the 352 formation, but the number of troops in the midfield changed from 5 to 4. The head coach of the missionaries, Pratt, shouted loudly in the technical area, directing the players to change positions. The missionaries' formation changed from 433 to 4,131. Their No. 7 midfielder dropped back to become a single defensive midfielder to help Heartthrob defend behind him. Heartthrob rushed forward and changed to play as a central midfielder. The two left and right wingers retreated and changed to play as wing midfielders. This change in formation is obviously to strengthen the defense. The time displayed on the big screen is now 86 minutes. With a missionary team leading by 1 goal, as long as they hold on to the last 4 minutes in the injury time, they can achieve the unique 3 consecutive championships in the history of the national competition. Beep. The game resumes. The Buck Steelhorns team takes an indirect free kick from the backcourt. Guran, wearing the captain's armband, is full of energy. After receiving the pass, he immediately rushes from the middle. The two side forwards of the missionary team immediately double-teamed Guran, and Heartthrob also retreated to defend, blocking Guran's breakthrough channel and suppressing Guran's speed. Head coach Pratt yelled in the technical area on the sidelines. "Wickham. Go back to defense. You also go back to defense." Wickham chased Guran with his head down. At the last moment of the game, Pratt's tactical intention was to defend with all his strength. Guran directly used his body to confront the two side forwards, but at the same time his spring speed also slowed down. After attracting at least 4 players from the missionary team, Guran made an emergency stop Marcel turn. When he turned to 180 degrees, Guran then knocked the ball with his heel and passed it to Minato, who was in the back row. Guran used the 360-degree Marcel turn to his full potential. Oh! The fans and spectators at the Millennium Stadium cheered excitedly. This pass was so cool. It was so cool. This was a perfect backheel pass. The missionary team's midfield's own defense was directly penetrated. Minato sprinted madly along the right channel into the missionary team's 30-meter area. Minato's lungs were about to explode. Minato's legs were already relying on willpower to keep up the frequency. Olin, who was not even a dog, rushed up with gritted teeth and made a ruthless sliding tackle on Minato. At this time, Guran, who was without the ball, had already shaken off the missionary team players who were double-teaming him and ran to the left rib to create a gap. Minato made a long diagonal pass while running at high speed. The ball had already been passed, but Olin still tackled Minato to the ground fiercely. Guran jumped high, unloaded the ball under his chest, and prepared to diagonally cut into the missionary team's penalty area. Minato's pass was very good, and Guran's running position was even better. Only Maki Artron was left to defend in front of Guran. It was still very easy to pass Maki Artron, just like crossing the road at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. The missionary team's defense was in a panic. Beep beep beep. Just when Guran had just stopped the ball with his chest and was about to show off Matthew's shoulder-down 5-star reverse foot pass through the crotch, the referee blew the whistle to stop the game. Blowing the whistle when the offense was advantageous, this whistle was not ordinary crooked. Guran couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. The referee ran to Olin and showed him a yellow card. Olin spread his hands indifferently to show that he accepted it. Southampton fans could not help but boo and curse at the traitor Olin. Then, the referee awarded the Bulk Steel Horns a free kick more than 30 meters away and on the right. Guran's eyes lit up slightly. Then he strode towards the penalty spot. The Millennium Stadium was boiling instantly. Almost all the Southampton fans and Cardiff fans were shouting excitedly, "Ah! Crescent Moon Scimitar! Crescent Moon Scimitar!" The passionate singing resounded throughout the Millennium Stadium. In the Maxrat live broadcast room, various comments flashed wildly. Is the scene crazy? These foreigners are so excited. Look at them, they look like they have never seen the world. Haha. I haven't seen Guran kick the Crescent Moon Scimitar either, I want to see it too. So excited and excited. Wait a minute, the excitement is not very good, the missionary team's human wall is also very professional, can Guran really do it? This ball is too crucial. If the ball doesn't go in, the Milwaukee Bucks will have no hope. Guran must be under a lot of pressure right now. I'm nervous for him. Damn, I'm already getting goosebumps all over my body. If this ball can go in, these foreigners will kneel down and call Guran daddy. Host, please stop shaking your hands. Host, give Guran a close-up. Give the ball a close-up. I want to watch foreign football. If this ball goes in, Guran will have completed a hat-trick. I'll send 10 big rockets to cheer you up. I'll send 10 too. I'll send a super big rocket. 666. Come on, husbands. Just when everyone was excited and looking forward to it, 2 security guards at the stadium blocked the camera of Maxrat's phone with unfriendly faces. Sir, we found you secretly filming. Please turn off the live broadcast equipment immediately and come with us. Maxrat said in astonishment. Ah. What? Sorry, I didn't know that this free amateur football match cannot be broadcast live. Please turn off the equipment first. You have the right to remain silent. Maxrat could only turn off the phone and stop broadcasting. The domestic fans were directly blown up. The forum of the International Student Forum, which had been quiet, became lively again. Fuck. What's going on? The live broadcast room is gone at the critical moment. Brother Maxrat was arrested. Football matches cannot be broadcast live privately. Nonsense. I said a long time ago that it is definitely not okay for him to broadcast like this. Copyright protection is very strict abroad. Football matches are also considered copyright. Even if it is an amateur football match, the copyright of live broadcast and rebroadcast belongs to the organizer. I said that the girl who took off her clothes should be broadcast live. Even if he is caught, the crime will definitely not be as serious as broadcasting football. Fuck. Brother Maxrat is not going to go into the account to pick up soap. Is there any big guy who can analyze the current situation? Is the boss Jomienki still here? Maxim Jomienki replied below. Don't worry too much, this is not the Premier League with commercial copyright, so at most Maxrat will be fined, and the worst result will only be that it will be banned from entering the British Stadium to watch the game. So does this mean that we can't watch live broadcasts in the future? Maxim Zomianki replied. Anyway, this kind of live private wildlife broadcast will definitely not be able to be watched. If you want to watch it in the future, you probably have to find a formal official channel. Ah. What in the future? I'm going to die now. I never thought that I could be unique in watching a live broadcast. I finally found a talented Chinese player, but what I was watching the exciting part, it was gone. How can I sleep like this? I haven't seen the legendary crescent moon scimitar yet. The game is about to end. Can't Maxwell hold on for a few more minutes and discuss with the security brother and wait until the game is over before it find? Is Zomianki still here? Can you predict for me whether Guren can score the set piece? Maxim Zomianki replied. In my opinion, xg equals 0.3. xg. What? What does 0.3 mean? Boss, don't be too technical, say something that we humans can understand. Maxim Zomianki explained. XG is the abbreviation of expected goals, which means expected goal rate or expected goal value. In simple terms, the higher the value behind it, the easier it is to score, and the lower the value behind it, the more difficult it is to score. XG equals 0.3 means that there is a chance that 3 of 10 kicks will score, which also means that this kick is difficult and the expected goal value is low. The XG index is usually used to measure a striker's ability to seize opportunities. If the XG is very low, but the ball is scored, it means that the player's ability to seize opportunities is beyond a level, and he is absolutely good. Otherwise, it is a fake. Fuck. Too professional, right? Big brother Zomianki, are you a professional player? But, I see that the fans at the scene have high expectations for Guren. When Guren stood there, it was as if this ball was bound to go in. Yes, a female fan even took off her clothes in advance to celebrate. Maxim Zomianki explained again. XG is not the fans' expectations, but the goal success rate calculated based on various factors on the field, position, way of touching the ball, whether it is dynamic, whether there is interference, etc. The player's own strength and other big data have nothing to do with the fans' will. Oh. I roughly understand. So, Guren's set piece this time is very difficult. Normally, there is only a 30% chance of success. Maxim Zomianki replied. Yes, of course this does not mean that Guren can't score this goal, but it is very difficult to infer from the big data, unless Guren has a superb ability to grasp the set-piece opportunity. Big brother, after you said that, I want to see Guren kick the crescent moon scimitar even more. Maxim replied. I want to watch it too. I'm dying of anxiety. Who else is there? Please do another live broadcast secretly. I thank you on behalf of the people of the whole country. If I really can't watch Guren play, I can watch the female fans play. Brother upstairs. You're too obsessed, take me with you. Crazy. How can I sleep tonight? Maxart. You have to pay me for sleep. Is it too late to fly to the Millennium Stadium in Wales now? It's too late to go to Wales, but it's definitely too late to fly. I want to see Guren. Maxim replied. There's definitely no show tonight, let's all go. Let's get up tomorrow morning to see if there's any news from Brother Maxart. There was a lot of wailing in the forum. Tonight, at least more than 50,000 fans in China couldn't sleep because of Guren. At the same time, on the green field, the missionary team arranged a human wall under the careful arrangement of the goalkeeper. When Guren walked to the football, Owen came up with a sneer on his face. Don't waste your energy. Do you think you can save the world? You are so bad and we are so strong. You can't win. You can't shoot this ball. Want to put pressure on me and affect my mentality. Guren looked at Olin with contempt. Last night your mother also begged me not to shoot it. Olin was stunned, and then clenched his fists in shame and anger. You. Olin looked as if he wanted to rush up and punch Guren. Guren was not afraid at all, and stared at him with a sneer on his face. Were you talking trash to me? I learned from Carter the big sprayer. Olin felt the pressure of the king of beasts. Olin was scared and silently retreated to the human wall. Guren stood in front of the football with his hands on his hips, and his eyes swept across the human wall. The missionary team's human wall is indeed very professional, with no weak areas at all. The position of this free kick is too far to the right, and the shooting angle is almost completely blocked. But it doesn't matter. The meaning of the star-level skill of the crescent moon scimitar is to create a shooting angle by relying on the arc when there is no shooting angle. Although the distance of this ball is only 30 meters, it is not the farthest free kick Guren has ever kicked. However, the difficulty of this ball is unprecedented. Not only must there be strength and speed, but also a large arc to have a chance to hit. The crescent moon scimitar must be used to the extreme. Set piece. Crescent moon scimitar +4, and then assisted by heavy artillery long-range shot. Stone shattering +2, using the arc and accuracy of the crescent moon scimitar, coupled with the stone shattering power, and coupled with my strong-hearted pressure resistance. This ball must go in. Grant took a deep breath, and kept weighing himself in his heart. I am Beckham, I am Beckham, I am Beckham. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novellas. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203. Super Cool Ball. You can always trust Chinese Dad. The Tyrannosaurus Rex awakens and breaks out. The Westminster fans at the scene booed and cursed at Guran crazily. Guran turned a deaf ear to them and was too lazy to even respond. Guran bent down, carefully placed the ball, and aimed the air nozzle in the direction of the goal. If you kick the air nozzle directly, the instantaneous force will definitely be more sufficient, but the arc of the football's flight will not be that large. The power cannot be supplemented from the kicking part, but from other places, so that this crescent-shaped kick can have both arc and arc. Guran took 5 steps back diagonally to the rear. In the past, when he kicked the crescent-shaped kick, he would take 3 steps back. Now he increased the run-up distance by 2 steps to obtain longer power output. At this moment, the fans of Southampton and Cardiff all held their breath. The north and west stands were so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Every Southampton fan prayed silently for Guran in their hearts. The more than 5,000 Westminster fans on the south side of the stands booed wildly. They used all kinds of discriminatory trap words to spray Guran, and made all kinds of squinting eyes, pulling the corners of their eyes and raising the middle finger to interfere with Guran's penalty kick mentality. Guran has experienced such scenes more than once. Amid the boos, Guran's attention was highly focused, and his eyes were fixed on the left side of the goal. The goalkeeper of the missionary team stood in the middle of the goal, ready to save the ball. Almost all of a sudden, Guran suddenly started, with a violent and aesthetic posture like a cheetah hunting prey, and instantly sprinted to the front of the football. The wall of the missionary team subconsciously protected their crotches. The moment Guran stopped suddenly, all the muscles in his body were tensed to the extreme, and all the strength was instantly poured out. At this moment, Guran's body was like a longboat that was pulled to the full, and the thigh muscles full of explosive power exerted force to swim the calf, and the inside of the right foot instantly hit the lower right part of the football. Goodbye boy, pop out of the football. The ankle of Guran's left supporting foot was twisted to the extreme. All the weight of the body was pressed on the twisted ankle, and the center of gravity was almost parallel to the grass. If it weren't for the 73 points of physical attribute in the Iron Man +5, Guran's action would never be so thorough. Bang! The football was fired like a shocking cannonball, flying straight to the center of the goal. The goalkeeper of the missionary team stood in position. After the football was kicked into the air, he showed disdain on his face, and didn't even intend to jump up to save it. The fans of Southampton and Cardiff covered their mouths in suffocation. The flight trajectory of this ball was not only straight, but also obviously higher than the crossbar. It didn't look like a crescent moon scimitar, but more like a cloud-piercing arrow that was kicked too big. Didn't it kick well? However, the next moment, the football passed straight and quickly over the sky above the leaping wall of people, and suddenly hooked a clear arc inward. God! The wall of people of the missionary team was all stunned. The goalkeeper of the missionary team was also stunned. The fans were also stunned. No one expected that this free kick would suddenly turn after flying half the distance. Not only did it turn, but it was also falling rapidly. It was as if there was an invisible force controlling the football. In a flash, the football spun from the middle track to the left side of the goal at the speed of a missile in an arc of nearly 100 degrees. The goalkeeper of the missionary team stood there in amazement, watching the strange and unsolvable crescent-shaped scimitar shot into the goal and hit the left side net, and the earth-shattering force stirred up the side net. The ball went in. The ball went in. Ah, this is far beyond the level of amateur competitions. Not to mention amateur competitions, not to mention the English League One, even in the Premier League, this free kick is almost unsolvable. Those Westminster fans who had just booed and scolded Guran were all dumbfounded. They would never believe their eyes. Although there was no video or playback at the scene, this crescent-shaped scimitar ball that could turn halfway has been deeply engraved in their memories. This Chinese is too strong, too strong. Every Westminster fan's face seemed to be hit by a big bag in the air. The referee blew the whistle and gestured to the center circle, indicating that the goal was valid. The score on the big screen of the Millennium Stadium was immediately rewritten as Southampton Bucks Steel Horns 3-3 Missionaries. More than 40,000 fans jumped and cheered in the stands. The stands of the Millennium Stadium resonated with a buzzing sound, and the layers of the stands were shaking like noodles. The entire stadium seemed to have ushered in waves of magnitude 4 earthquakes. On the main stand, Loader jumped up with excitement. "Oh my God! Beckham! This kid must be our Red Devils." Amidst no longer concealed his excitement, and took out a big scout notebook and frantically drew a tactical running map. Amidst roared in his heart. "Mantan no longer conceals their desire. Sister, no, you must use all your skills to get Guran when the time comes." On the green field, all the players of the missionary team were about to collapse. Seeing that the game was about to end, the Buck Steelhorns team once again tenaciously tied the score. How can a garbage weak team like the Buck Steelhorns team be so hard to beat in Hammer? The missionary team thought they could easily crush a weak team like the Buck Steelhorns team, but they didn't expect to play so hard and so desperately. Especially Oling, who couldn't even play with a dog, was full of regret at this moment. He remembered what Guran had said to him: if the missionary lost, wouldn't it be ridiculous for him to betray the Buck Steelhorns? If he had not chosen to leave the Buck Steelhorns, if he became teammates with Guran, would the Buck Steelhorns have a better chance of winning now? He wouldn't be called a traitor. Oling had already regretted the goal. After scoring, Guran raised his arm with the captain's armband and roared to the sky. The players of the Buck Steelhorns were all excited, and they rushed to Guran to hug, high-five, and stroke Guran's hair crazily. Coach Carter slid on his knees in the technical area and shouted Chinese Dad with the fans. Guran's nickname was Chinese Dad. Guran's goal was too timely. Too important. Moreover, this free kick was too beautiful. It was more beautiful and domineering than any previous crescent moon scimitar. That's right. You can always trust Chinese Dad. Guran's fairy ball once again turned the tide. Buck Steelhorns have not lost yet. The game is not over yet. Southampton's team doctor, Maeve, had no time to celebrate and cheer. His fingers trembled as he wrote in his notebook. Item 26, focus on checking Guran's left ankle, and suggest that Guran should not play the crescent moon scimitar, which is prone to injury. After writing, Maeve looked at the passionate celebration on the field, sighed faintly, and crossed out suggestion. Cool. The DJ on the scene shouted passionately at the top of his lungs. This is the 6th goal of the game. It is also the 2nd hat trick of the game. The goal was scored by the No. 3 fullback of the Buck Steelhorns. The Chinese Guran. His total number of goals in the scorer list has reached 12. Leading again. Let's cheer for Guran 3 times again. Guran. Chinese Dad. Guran. Chinese Dad. Guran. Chinese Dad. The fans of Southampton and Cardiff raised their arms and roared rhythmically. This game was really exciting. The Buck Steelhorns are a recognized weak team. But until now, the Buck Steelhorns have never been scared and have never given up. This spirit of fighting to the end has excited every fan present. Guran did not celebrate for too long, but quickly ran to the head coach of the missionaries, Pratt. Seeing this, the other players of the Buck Steelhorns also followed Guran and ran to Pratt. Right before Guran and others ran close, a blue skill bubble appeared under the feet of Coach Pratt. It was really uncomfortable to be tied by a weak team again. The 3 consecutive championships were about to be won, but Guran kicked it away with a magical kick. Coach Pratt was angry, hateful, and helpless. Pratt was ready to be provoked by the Buck Steelhorns. Guran concentrated his mind and swept Pratt's feet. Heavy artillery long-range shot. Stone shattering +1. Cool. Cool. 3 brushes. Guran picked up the skill directly from the air, and then quickly ran back to stand. The other players of the Buck Steelhorns also ran away with Guran. Pratt. My legs are all spread apart, why don't you come? The 4th official outside the court raised a sign to give the injury time. 9 minutes. This is an extremely long injury time. This is a great test for the physical fitness and willpower of the players on both sides. Coach Pratt did not make any substitutions. The strongest lineup of the missionary team was on the field. At the last critical moment, he wanted to rely on these professional youth training players to fight to the end. Coach Carter did not make any substitutions either. Although the physical fitness of the Buck Steelhorns players was close to the limit, they could still hold on, and their fighting spirit was very high. There was really no need to make any substitutions at this time. Just do it. The referee blew the kickoff whistle, and the missionary team couldn't wait to launch a wild attack on the wing. Under the leadership of Guran, the Buck Steelhorns rushed to intercept and confronted with their bodies. The gunpowder smell of both sides exploded at a glance. In the 92nd minute of the game, the missionaries completed a set of exquisite three-person local short passes on the left side, and sent the ball to the feet of their right winger. The right winger dribbled into the penalty area and passed it over the top to the middle. This kick was a little too big. The goalkeeper Tyrannosaurus roared and abandoned the goal to attack. Wickham accelerated frantically and rushed to the top when it was almost impossible to touch the ball. The Tyrannosaurus did not give in at all, and jumped up first to confiscate the ball with both hands. Bang! Wickham did not slow down, and his head hit the bridge of the Tyrannosaurus' nose heavily. The Tyrannosaurus was knocked to the ground with a roar, and his face was covered with blood. But the Tyrannosaurus still held the football tightly with both hands. The referee blew the whistle to suspend the game. The players of the Buck Steelhorns team ran to the Tyrannosaurus to check on the Tyrannosaurus. Coach Carter in the technical area outside the court could not help but frown. Although Tyrannosaurus Rex was not a good goalkeeper, the second goalkeeper on the bench of the Buck Steelhorns was even worse. In this case, Coach Carter could only let the substitute goalkeeper warm up urgently. The substitute goalkeeper excitedly stood up from his seat and started to warm up. In front of the goal, Tyrannosaurus Rex stood up, holding a swollen and bleeding nose, and waved at Coach Carter, indicating that he could still hold on. Coach Carter hesitated for a moment. It is not a wise move to fight with an injury at this time, especially for the goalkeeper position, which can easily affect the performance. If the goalkeeper performs poorly, the cost will be extremely huge. Gurren carefully checked the injury of Tyrannosaurus Rex. The nose bridge was not crooked, and the bleeding had not stopped. Gurren said in a deep voice, "Tyrannosaurus Rex, go off the court for treatment." Tyrannosaurus Rex gritted his teeth and used his hands to straighten his nose bridge. Gurren and other teammates were stunned. "Tyrannosaurus, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Fuck, you don't want a nose anymore." The Tyrannosaurus wiped the blood from his mouth, gasped for a breath, and then said very quickly, "I just want victory. Goo. I'm fine. Let me stay on the court. Fight alongside you. I feel full of strength now. I feel that my own brain thinking has never been so clear. I feel like I'm awake. The pain makes my adrenaline explode. Goo. Please. Let me stay. I really can." As the captain on the field, Gurren's opinion plays a decisive role. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was so cruel that Gurren naturally couldn't refuse. Gurren pressed the Tyrannosaurus Rex's shoulder hard. "If you lose the ball, I will kill you." The Tyrannosaurus Rex grinned happily and said, "Goo. I knew you were my good brother." Gurren then turned around and waved at Coach Carter, indicating that there was no need to change players, and then waved to the team Dr. Maifu. Coach Carter has absolute trust in Gurren. Since Gurren said that there's no need to make a substitution, then there's no need to make a substitution. Coach Carter immediately asked the substitute goalkeeper who was warming up to return to the bench. "Substitute goalkeeper, I took off my pants." Maeve ran into the green field quickly with a first aid kit and urgently stopped the bleeding for the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although Maeve is not the team doctor of the Buck Steelhorns, he still has to give face to Gurren. Moreover, under the spotlight, Maeve definitely does not want to do anything that makes him lose his temper. While Maeve skillfully helped the Tyrannosaurus Rex stop bleeding and apply medicine, he reminded him, "Don't yell, try to keep your mouth shut to avoid tearing the wound." 2 cross tapes were pasted on the broken nose of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which looked even funnier than White Landon. The Tyrannosaurus Rex kept his mouth shut and hummed twice. After Maeve left the field, the game continued. The Tyrannosaurus Rex kicked the goal kick, and the two sides continued to fight for the ball in the midfield. Before Gurren could get the ball, he would be double-teamed by the missionary team's forwards and midfielders just by running. The Buck Steelhorn team's physical strength had exceeded the limit, and their support for Gurren could no longer keep up with the rhythm. Gurren was isolated and helpless in the front court. Gurren was secretly anxious. If it dragged on like this, the Buck Steelhorn team's physical strength would be completely worn out. Once the missionary team dragged it into overtime, the Buck Steelhorn team would be even more disadvantaged. The Buck Steelhorn team could not survive the overtime. In terms of personal ability, formation coordination, and physical strength, the Buck Steelhorn team's disadvantages were becoming more and more obvious. Weak teams simply did not have the foundation to play overtime with strong teams. Gurren's own physical strength might not be able to gain the upper hand in such a high-intensity sprint and physical confrontation. So he had to find an opportunity to end the missionary team with one kick before the injury time ended. It's easy to say, but now even running is difficult, and it's even harder to find a chance to kill the lore. Gurren kept calm while sprinting desperately to seize the gap. 97th minute of the game. The Buck Steelhorn team did not have the top chance first, but the missionaries team did. When Shimei passed the ball to Guran on the left, the ball was a little loose and was successfully intercepted by the missionary's right forward. Guran had already sprinted out, and seeing this, he could only turn back to steal the ball. The missionary's right forward did not have the physical strength to fight Guran hard, and without waiting for Guran to rush over, he kicked the ball to Wickham at the front of the penalty area. After taking the ball, Wickham turned around and shook off the painter who was blocking him, and at the same time withstood the pressure of Rusty's body. He forced a powerful kick. This kick was very powerful. The angle was tricky. The personal ability was very strong. The hearts of all the fans who supported the Buck Steelhorn team were tightened. The expected goal value of the shot was at least xG equals 0.8. It can be said that it was almost a sure goal. The Tyrannosaurus Rex closed his mouth tightly, jumped up like a scallion in dry land, stretched his slanted body to the extreme, and blocked the ball with one hand. Wow! The fans of Southampton and Cardiff exclaimed in disbelief at the same time. This is a great save. Although the Tyrannosaurus Rex did not catch the ball, it was really amazing to be able to block it in such a short time. However, the ball has not left the danger zone. Without waiting for the Southampton fans to cheer, the right forward of the missionary team rushed up diagonally and took the lead in grabbing the first landing point of the ball. The right forward of the missionary team did not even adjust, and directly shot in the small penalty area. The Tyrannosaurus Rex, who had just jumped to the ground, quickly jumped in the opposite direction to save the ball for the second time, and blocked the ball with both palms. Wickham forced his way through the gap between the painter and the rusty strip, and kicked the rolling football. The Tyrannosaurus Rex did not have time to jump up, and directly stretched out his legs to block it. The football was magically blocked again. After being disfigured, the Tyrannosaurus Rex really awakened. In just 3 breaths, the Tyrannosaurus Rex made 3 consecutive guard-level saves. The Southampton fans cheered in surprise and disbelief. Wickham hugged his head in disbelief. The Tyrannosaurus Rex conceded 99 goals, but he saved the last and most crucial one. At this moment, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was the hero of the Buck Steelhorns. This time, Rusty got the ball first. After Rusty got the ball, he kicked it directly to the center circle without hesitation. Jetty counterattack. Chapter 204. The final shot. Guran is like a god descending from heaven. The long-range shot that won the Puskas Award. Before Rusty got the ball, Guran sprinted violently from the top of his own penalty area. Guran couldn't remember how many times he had sprinted like this. The overall strength of the Buck Steelhorns was indeed too weak, so many times when Guran sprinted ahead of time, it seemed like he was doing useless work in vain, and even wasted a lot of extra energy. However, Guran never gave up any opportunity. The Buck Steelhorns didn't have many opportunities to begin with, and even if there were only a few, Guran would never let them go. Opportunities are reserved for those who act in advance. Now, there is only 1 minute left in injury time. This wave of quick counterattacks will be the last chance for the Buck Steelhorns. This opportunity must be seized. Guran gambled all his physical strength and ran wildly, with his legs running so fast that only a shadow was left. When seeing Guran running like a desperate sprint, the fans of the Buck Steelhorns all shouted and cheered wildly. Most of the Millennium Stadium rushed to the top with blood. Especially Sophie and teacher Maria, their screams echoed each other, one wave higher than the other. At this moment, most of the players of the missionary team were still coordinating near the penalty area of the Buck Steelhorns. Their mentality was still offensive. They were even wondering if the Tyrannosaurus Rex's 3 consecutive guard-level saves were cheating. When they realized that Guran was sprinting, Guran had already rushed out more than 10 meters away, and was about to rush into the center circle and take the ball to form a single-handed attack. The players of the missionary team were all shocked and numb. Pratt, who was standing in the technical area, stomped his feet and yelled anxiously, "Go back to defense. Go back to defense. Go back to defense. Use a foul. Use a foul. Don't let Gu go alone. Don't let him go alone." The players of the missionary team woke up from their dreams and chased back desperately. But it was too late. At this time, the physical strength of the missionary team has been pushed to the limit, especially the fact that they still tied the game against the weaker team. The goalkeeper with the broken nose made 3 magical saves, and Guran's crazy sprint, every point made them tremble with fear and lose their balance. Guran's sprint speed was too fast, and the missionary team had no chance to foul. The defender closest to the center circle fell to the ground and slid at the limit. Guran easily jumped over his face in 1 step, and left him 3 steps behind in the blink of an eye. The defender's face was pale and he was completely dumbfounded. This kind of passing was too violent and didn't give face at all. The next moment, Guran sprinted from his own top area to the center circle in 1 breath, caught up with a football that Rusty passed, and broke through the center line with the ball. The Millennium Stadium was full of passionate roars. Many female fans took off their shirts excitedly, clutched them in their hands and waved them wildly. The stands were also full of beautiful scenery that was not over yet. It's a pity that Maxford is not here. Domestic fans can't see such a beautiful scenery. At this moment, in the missionary half, there is only one tall central defender left, and then there's the missionary goalkeeper. Guran goes straight in. 1v2. The central defender who stayed behind desperately came up to defend Guran, trying to block Guran's breakthrough route with his strong body and suppress Guran's speed. Guran did not slow down at all. Not giving way. The central defender who stayed behind was secretly happy and prepared for a physical collision. The central defender who stayed behind is now least afraid of physical confrontation. As long as Guran dares to hit him, even if he will be knocked over by Guran, he will definitely take the opportunity to grab Guran's arm and trap Guran for at least 5 seconds. As long as Guran can be trapped for 5 seconds, Guran's single knife will be broken by him. As long as Guran can be trapped for 5 seconds, the other missionary players can catch up and deploy. As long as Guran can be trapped for 5 seconds, he will be the hero of the missionary team. The left-behind center back had already stretched out his hands to pull the ball. Guran still didn't slow down, but he suddenly raised his left foot while running wildly, and controlled the ball with one more kick. The rhythm of the football changed instantly. That's right. Just rushing straight in is nothing. Changing the rhythm is the real skill. Anne Hathaway, Maria and Sophie Turner all understand this. The left-behind centre-back was stunned for a moment. Lawler, the Manchester United scout, and Emmanuel of Chelsea in the main stand jumped up at the same time with a cry. It was as if both of them had hemorrhoids at the same time. Before the left-behind centre-back changed the defensive rhythm, Guran alternately pedaled with both feet at a very high frequency. First with a right foot, then with a left foot. Then the football was pushed to the front of the left without any warning. Guran accelerated and ran wildly at the same time, cycling and overtaking on the outside lane. The Millennium Stadium was filled with crazy screams. This scene of passing was too exciting. Almost all the fans jumped up and stood to watch the game. Some female fans collapsed directly on their seats, shaking and twitching uncontrollably, shouting strange words like "It's come in, it's coming." The central defender who was ready to use his body to intercept Guran was stunned on the spot. Not to mention 5 seconds, he couldn't even stop. 0.5 seconds. He couldn't even get through. He couldn't foul even if he wanted to. Guran's passing was too smooth, too sharp, and too explosive. The central defender who stayed behind almost knelt down for Guran. Guran's strength made him look like a useless fool in this wave of defense. The game has been played to such an extreme level, and Guran can still use such a fast speed, such strong muscle control power, and such exquisite skills. Speed, strength, and skills in one. Isn't this the yellow-skinned Ronaldo? The central defender who stayed behind secretly groaned in his heart and turned around to chase in embarrassment. Although his turning speed is much faster than the aircraft carrier turning around, he can't catch up at all. Guran's acceleration in the second half of the race was quite similar to Kuka's Son of the Wind. Faster and faster. More and more fierce. After Guran completed overtaking from the left outside lane, he dribbled the ball and cut back to the middle. In front of the goal of the missionary team, only the goalkeeper was left. The fans of Southampton and Cardiff cheered wildly. There were many passionate scenes in this game, but none of them were as exciting as this moment. As long as they could score this goal, the Bulk Steel Horns could overtake the score at the last moment. The fans' adrenaline was all in an explosive state. This was even the most exciting and most desired moment in most of them's lives. The shouts and screams of the whole stadium never stopped since Guran sprinted at the top of the penalty area. The goalkeeper of the missionary team rushed to the penalty area with a tense face, ready to intercept Guran's single knife one-on-one. As a professional youth training player, this goalkeeper is very experienced and confident in 1v1 single knife. Guran looked up and glanced at the goal. More than 40 meters away. The opposing goalkeeper is standing forward. Damn. Strength attribute 68. Arrow through the clouds +3. Stone shattering +3. Guran calmly took the ball one step to the right, creating space for shooting, and then swung his leg and shot directly while running. Oh! The entire Millennium Stadium exclaimed in unison. This, he shot directly at the goal. He shot directly at the goal. He shot directly. Not only the fans were shocked, but also the scouts from the small clubs in the main stand, Laura and Emmanuel, were shocked. Everyone thought that Guran's 1v1 single-handed attack should be more stable and advanced a little bit, at least in front of the goalkeeper. The missionary goalkeeper thought so too. He didn't expect Guran to hit directly from 40 meters away. The missionary goalkeeper didn't have time to jump up to block the ball. And even if he had time, he would definitely not be able to reach Guran's extremely fast arrow through the clouds. Even if he could reach it, with the power of this heavy artillery, his hands couldn't catch it. That's right. Guran wanted to make the goalkeeper of the missionary team useless. This was absolute confidence in himself. It was also a deep understanding and grasp of timing. In this instant, Guran's super-high football IQ crushed everyone on the field. Everyone in the Millennium Stadium whitened their eyes, held their breath, and watched this shocking long shot. Including the goalkeeper of the missionary team, who turned his head and watched while standing still. The previous second, the Millennium Stadium was full of shouts and screams, and when Guran suddenly kicked the ball, the Millennium Stadium was completely quiet, and everyone's heart was in their throats. The football was like a cruise missile, rising from the ground, with almost no rotation, and went straight into the upper left corner of the goal with the elevation trajectory of a piercing cloud arrow. This is a super piercing cloud arrow. Super world wave. And Guran's super huge heart. Guran was born for this kind of big scene. The goalkeeper of the missionary team was desperate and the pass of the football was shot into the net with great force, and the net seemed to be shot to pieces. The ball went in. The ball went in. The referee blew the whistle and gestured to the center circle, indicating that the goal was valid. The score on the big screen was also impatiently rewritten as Southampton Bucks Steelhorns 4-3 Westminster Missionaries. The Millennium Stadium completely broke out from the heart-wrenching suffocation. The fans of Southampton and Hackney were all crazy. The violent resonance on the north and west stands seemed to be experiencing waves of magnitude 5 earthquakes. All the fans who supported the Bucks Steelhorns shouted until their voices were hoarse, and the blood in their bodies flowed backwards, adrenaline burst, and dopamine was secreted crazily. This is a kind of pleasure that I can beat 100 people by myself. This is a kind of pleasure that I can drink 10 kilograms of strong liquor by myself. This is a kind of feeling that I can have 10 times a night by myself. It's so cool. It's so cool. It's so cool. Guran's long-range shot is so cool. He opened the door. It's so cool. Although the referee has not blown the final whistle, Guran's shot is the final shot. The missionaries have no chance. Many old players from Southampton High School in the stands are hugging their companions and crying loudly. Laughing wildly. At this moment, no one cares about their identity, no one cares whether they have money in their pockets, and no one cares what tomorrow will be like. At this moment, all the fans who support the Bucks Steelhorns are immersed in ecstatic joy and empathy. Whether you are the chairman of the English Football Association, a scout from a small club, or a high school student in Southampton. Whether you are an old man in his twilight years, or a young man in high spirits. Whether you have crossed mountains and rivers, or experienced crowds of people. Whether you are rich or heavily in debt. Whether you are a man or a woman. So the fans who support the Bucks Steelhorns are all empathizing with Guran's powerful long-range shot. Everyone is Guran. In the last minute of injury time, Guran is an unstoppable god. 40 meters. A world-class long-range shot that kills the opponent. The Bucks Steelhorns fought for more than 100 minutes. From the beginning, they were almost collapsed after falling behind by 2 goals, to tenaciously tie the score, and then falling behind by 1 goal and tenaciously tying the score, and finally relying on Guran's gut-like shot to overtake. The lore. The whole process is visibly inspiring. From the Lycean weak team to defeating the professional strong team recognized by everyone, the finals of this national amateur competition are full of ups and downs, so good that it makes your scalp numb, and so inspiring that you get goosebumps all over your body. Cool. The DJ howled for 35 seconds straight. He howled until his brain was deprived of oxygen. DJ paused for a long while before continuing to shout at the top of his lungs. The goal was scored by Bucks Steelhorns No. 3 fullback. He is Chinese. Guran. This is the 7th goal of the game. It's also Guran's big 4. Guran completely dominated the game. His total number of goals in the scorer list of this national competition has reached 13. Guran is 2 goals ahead of the second-placed Wickham in the scorer list. As a defender, Guran's existence is not only a nightmare for the opposing forward, but also a nightmare for the opposing midfielder, defender, and goalkeeper. Oh my god. I feel a little magical when I hear what I said myself. A defender is actually a nightmare for the opposing defense. But this is Guran. The incomparable Guran. This is Guran's moment. Southampton fans are enjoying Guran's moment. Let's cheer for the scorer Guran. 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 Chinese dad. Chinese dad. Chinese dad. After scoring the goal, Guran could not control his excitement. He slid to his knees towards the corner flag area, leaving 3 deep stripes on the grass. He stood up gracefully, jumped onto the guardrail and cheered for the fans. This celebration was so cool. So stylish. Chinese dad. Fuck me. Chinese dad. 40 meters. 40 meters. Chinese dad 40 meters. The fans near the corner flag area stretched out their arms, wanting to touch their gods. The other players of the Buck Steelhorns rushed towards Guran frantically, and pressed Guran under them to celebrate. Gu. You did it. You did it. I knew it. I knew it. Gu. You're awesome. Ha ha ha. We're going to win. We're going to win. We're going to win the championship soon. Gu. You're the savior of all of us. Woo woo. I'm going to cry. This is a result I never dared to think of. Guran, you're so awesome. Get out of the way, let me hug Guran's thighs. Don't squeeze, don't squeeze. Guran has 3 legs, just grab one and hug it. Damn, Guran quickly protected the gear handle. The enthusiasm of his teammates almost reached the point of losing their minds. Guran was covered with big men. One after another was piled on him. Fortunately, Guran's physical attribute was high enough, and he also had the attribute of the Tin Man, otherwise, he really couldn't bear it. The substitutes of the Buck Steelhorns also rushed over and joined the ranks of stacking people crazily. Southampton's team doctor, Maeve, and physiotherapist Gregory also rushed over. Of course, they didn't want to stack the rodent, but to rescue Guran from this dangerous celebration. Let Gu go. Don't do this. It will hurt him. Guran is an important asset of our Southampton club. If you want to press me. Under the heart-pulling of Maeve and Gregory, Guran finally climbed out from the bottom of the stack, and the irrational Buck Steelhorns players immediately pressed Maeve and Gregory under them. Maeve and Gregory regretted it. These young guys are really crazy. At this moment, the Tyrannosaurus Rex knelt in his own goal area and couldn't help crying loudly. In the previous game, he had endured too much pressure and accusations, but in the last 2 minutes of the game, he completed his self-salvation with 3 consecutive saves. This redemption was not done by him alone, but the opportunity given to him by Guran. Without the confidence given to him by Guran, he would have collapsed when he lost 2 goals in a row. The score of 4-3 seemed like a dream of youth with many setbacks. Under Guran's leadership, no one in the Buck Steelhorns team is a coward. On the other hand, the missionaries were completely defeated by Guran's goal. They are obviously the strongest team, but they can't beat the Buck Steelhorns team with Guran. U17 international player Maki Artron looked pale, as if he had lost his soul. He stood in the midfield area with his hands on his hips, numbly watching the waving arms and crazy celebrations on the field. Another U17 international player Wickham, lying on the grass with his legs spread out, letting tears slide from the corners of his eyes. Oling, who was not even a dog, was completely dumbfounded at this moment. He tried his best to become the champion of the national competition. In order to win, he even used all kinds of dirty tricks on his former teammates in the game. He didn't expect that the final result would be like this. The words that Guran mocked him before have now come true. Oling looked at his former teammates with despair, envy, and regret in his eyes. He was not regretting his betrayal, he just regretted that he followed the wrong traitor, who was just a traitor after all. Coach Carter looked up at the sky with tears in his eyes, and excitedly made the sign of the cross on his chest. This was already the peak of his life. It was a peak that could never be surpassed. From today on, he could use Guran's PUA on all the Buck Steelhorns players. On the other side, Coach Pratt pursed his lips and shook his head in disbelief. He was not defeated by Coach Carter. He was not defeated by the Buck Steelhorns. He was just defeated by a talented demon star who would become a super football star in the future. He underestimated Guran's personal ability and his influence on the Buck Steelhorns before the game. Being a coach is too difficult. The 3 consecutive championships are gone. Coach Pratt asked himself more than once in his heart, why do I always feel that Guran is so much like me when I was young? Why? Why? Coach Pratt smiled bitterly and quietly began to prepare to resign from the Westminster Public School team. He originally became the school team coach to gild his resume and make a fortune. Unexpectedly, he was just the background board of the demon star Guran. Although the game has not officially ended, the staff outside the field have already untied the blue ribbon on the Genius Trophy and are ready to replace it with the red and white ribbon representing the Buck Steelhorns. It's so ready. The new national championship is about to be born. Chapter 205 We won. We are the champions. Seeing the staff on the sidelines changing the ribbon of the trophy, Southampton fans cheered even more excitedly. This will be the first national finals trophy in their history. It may also be the only one. Regardless of whether it is the only one or not, in short, this genius trophy is going to be in their hands. Ah. Ah. Victory belongs to Southampton High School. Saints. The Saints are moving forward. Oh my God. God. We're going to win. We're really going to win. We are the champions. We are the champions. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Gran made history for us. Gran. I love you. Gran. I love you. Gran, you're so awesome. You really deserve to be our Chinese dad. 4 goals. 4 goals. Gran scored 4 goals by himself. He's definitely the top scorer in the national tournament. Tonight, the entire Southampton belongs to Gran. Kim Gu. Kim Gu. On the main stand, scouts from small clubs were discussing excitedly. I never expected it. I never expected it. The garbage weak team Buck Steelhorns are going to win. What a slap in the face. Before the game, I predicted that the missionaries would beat the Buck Steelhorns. But now, the Buck Steelhorns are going to win. Oh my God, Gran is so strong. Although he is not a professional player yet, I dare say that he already has the temperament of a leader. Fuck. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. The scabs at Southampton Club acted too quickly. We didn't even have a chance to raise our hands. Fuck. They hit my sore spot again. The scabs shall die. The scouts from the small clubs broke down and started cursing again. In the third row of the main stand, Manchester United's chief scout Lawler couldn't control his excitement and said in a hoarse voice, "Oh my God. Guran is really amazing." Emmanuel next to him was frantically making up Guran's tactical running diagram in the scout's notes, and shouted excitedly, "Yes. Yes. Guran is the most amazing star of this era." Lola shouted immediately. His last counterattack was so exciting. I saw at least 4 world-class stars in him. Emmanuel also shouted immediately. Guran's last counterattack fully demonstrated his potential as a top star. The two seemed to be communicating with each other, and they seemed to be talking excitedly. Lola shouted, "Guran has a bright future. His playing style is almost completely unconventional, but in today's rigid British football field, his unconventional style makes the game very fresh. Very entertaining. He is a groundbreaking fresh blood. I even think that his way of playing is ahead of the times." Emmanuel shouted excitedly, "Although Guran is not trained in a professional youth training camp, he is definitely incomparable to those ordinary youth training players. Ordinary youth training players can only master one item at most, but Guran can combine sprint speed, strength, and technology to form a trinity. Coupled with Guran's own super high football IQ, I would be surprised if he can't become a superstar in the future." Lola shouted excitedly. Guran's last shot was perfect and impeccable in every aspect. I really didn't expect that he would dare to shoot from 40 meters away. This showed his super confidence in his long-range shooting skills, his grasp of timing on the spot, and his genius in using his ball IQ to the extreme. What is talent? This is talent. A talent that ordinary people can't understand all at once. Emmanuel shouted excitedly. Guran used the bicycle kick twice in this game. The first time was also very eye-catching, but the last time, the trinity of speed, strength and skill, at that moment I clearly saw the alien Ronaldo possessed. His long-range shot that pierced the clouds was clearly Lampard. Lola shouted excitedly. No. What I saw was Kaka and Cristiano Ronaldo. Guran's acceleration in the second half was so explosive. His last heavy long-range shot was clearly a replica of Cristiano's best goal in the 2009 Puskas Award. That year, at the Dragon Stadium in Porto, Cristiano scored a stunning long-range shot from 40 meters away, shocking the whole audience. I never thought that I would be able to see a Puskas Award-level goal in an amateur national high school competition in my lifetime. Emmanuel raised his arms and shouted, "Goo. It's amazing." Lola also raised his arms and shouted, "That's right. Goo. It's amazing." The two top scouts were so happy that they almost hugged each other. This kind of happiness is like discovering a natural gold mine during an outdoor expedition. But the next second, the two top scouts immediately restrained the happiness on their faces. Because they saw the same possessiveness in each other's eyes. The gold mountain made them forget to pretend. Emmanuel tried to calm himself down. He closed his scout notebook, cleared his throat and said, "So, Manchester United really wants to buy Guran, right?" Lola shook his head quickly. "What? Oh, no, we don't want to buy. Emmanuel cursed in his heart. "Don't buy. Just raise the price." You were so excited that your face was red and you couldn't control yourself to say a sincere evaluation of Guran. You praised Guran as a combination of Kaka and Cristiano Ronaldo. Now you say you don't want to buy? Were you kidding? Emmanuel grinned. We of Chelsea won't buy either. We of Chelsea have to rely on Sistano to dig and dig. Use Sistano's great sincerity to dig and dig. Lola also cursed in his heart. Do you think I'm stupid? How can you Chelsea not make a move for such a talented and peerless demon star? Well, Guran is so good, it is only a matter of time before other clubs target him. I allow you to have ideas about Guran, but Guran must belong to our Manchester United. Even if we can't buy him, we can't let Chelsea get him cheap. The two top Premier League scouts sneered at each other tacitly, and then turned their heads away without saying a word. At the same time, in the front row of the main stand, the chairman of the English Football Association, Bernstein, said to the old Rice beside him with unsatisfied intention, Old Rice, I think Guran can almost go to the Premier League after half a year of experience in your Southampton club. Old Rice cursed in his heart. Bernstein, you old dog. After cursing secretly, Old Rice smiled and said, Of course, why not? Bernstein smiled happily and said, Old Rice, I said a long time ago that you're a smart man. Old Rice sneered in his heart. No need to wait for half a year. As long as Guran's labor permit is completed, I will retire. You can find whoever you want. On the green field. The referee signaled the Bucks Steel Horns to return to their positions immediately. The game is not over yet. The 9 minutes of injury time have basically run out, but because during the injury time, the goalkeeper of the Bucks Steel Horns, Tyrannosaurus, was injured in the nose and received treatment, which delayed 2 minutes, so the referee had to make up for this part of the time. The players of the Bucks Steel Horns immediately returned to their defensive positions in high spirits. The new ribbon of the Genius Trophy has been replaced. It is waiting for its new owner to hold it high at the entrance of the player tunnel. The fans of Southampton and Cardiff were dancing happily in the stands. The fans of Westminster basically left the field. They could not accept the fact that their strong team was defeated by the weak team. The DJ on the scene played the song We Are the Champions directly. All the fans stood to watch the game, waving flags or shirts in their hands, and singing We Are the Champions along with the DJ music. Such an oppressive atmosphere on the scene made the already collapsed missionary team even more collapsed. There were less than 2 minutes left, and they actually had a chance to create a miracle, if they had Guran. Beep. After the kickoff, the Bucks Steel Horns pressed forward and pressed high. The missionaries' passes basically couldn't get past the midfield. At this time, the Bucks Steel Horns didn't do any quick counterattacks, they just defended. The Bucks Steel Horns handled the ball in a simple way, stealing, sliding, and colliding. After stealing the ball, they kicked it out of bounds. When the ball went out of bounds, Coach Carter immediately used the substitution tactic. Forward Glider was replaced by a defender. When Glider left the court, he walked slower than his grandmother crossing the road. Glider walked down the court, waving and interacting with the fans. The fans happily applauded and cheered for Glider. In today's game, although Glider wasted several opportunities, he also made 2 good assists. The referee urged Glider to leave the court quickly, but Glider was not in a hurry. The referee showed Glider a yellow card. The Glider then quickened his pace. This yellow card doesn't matter anymore. In short, we should try to delay and waste time. The new substitute defender came on the court and the game resumed. Coach Carter pointed at his watch to the referee, indicating that the extra time had exceeded. The referee pretended not to see it. The missionaries wanted to organize one last wave of attack, but their team spirit had been lost, and their physical strength could not form effective passing and receiving cooperation under the low morale. Under the high-pressure, high-positioned pressing of the Bucks Steel Horns, the missionaries could not enter the 30-meter area, and the No. 7 midfielder could only hastily shoot a long shot from the periphery. This long shot was far worse than Guran's one shot in one shot. The football flew high over the crossbar. Coach Carter was ready to change the second person. Seeing this, the referee blew the whistle to end the game. The national competition finals are over. There is no overtime. In the final game, the Bucks Steel Horns defeated the missionaries 4-3. 1. National Championship. Bucks Steel Horns. Streamers were flying over the Millennium Stadium. The song We Are the Champions resounded through the sky. All the substitutes of the Bucks Steel Horns rushed onto the green field, hugged and celebrated crazily. Coach Carter also opened his arms, yelled Dad, Dad, and rushed towards Guran crazily. Maven Gregory sat calmly on the bench. The entire Millennium Stadium was in a carnival. Many female fans took off their shirts excitedly and swung them crazily. Unfortunately, Maxwell was still being questioned in the small black room at the stadium, and domestic fans could not see the beautiful scenery on the scene through the live broadcast room. Many fans were so excited that they wanted to climb over the fence and celebrate with the Buck steel horns. The security personnel of the Millennium Stadium immediately went out and stopped these excited fans. After all, it is a European 5-star standard stadium, and the security measures are in place. If there were no security guards, the entire Buck Steelhorns team, from the substitutes to Coach Carter, would be stripped naked by these crazy fans until they were only in their underpants. It is even possible that they would not even be left with underpants. The excited Buck Steelhorns players lifted Guran up one after another, and paraded him around the field like a king to receive the worship of more than 40,000 crazy fans. The older players of the Southampton school team burst into tears. Everyone was shouting Chinese daddy. Guran raised his arms in response, and his hands were numb. He wanted to find Sophie and Maria in the crowd, but he couldn't do it at all. Many crazy female fans in the stands were waving their underwear, shaking and swaying at Guran. Guran was really looking for Sophie and Maria. Guran's eyes were not enough. The crazy fans were like a surging ocean. While the Buck Steelhorns celebrated wildly, the players of the missionary team were lying on the grass crying in pain. They thought it was an easy game, and they were even ready to celebrate their 3 consecutive championships. They even ordered new uniforms from Yu and embroidered 3 stars on the new uniforms. As a result, they lost 3 consecutive championships to Guran with 4 goals in a row under the referee's obvious preference for them. Among them, Olin cried the most heartbroken. Olin's intestines were broken with regret. The Buck Steelhorns celebrated for more than 10 minutes, and the fans' passion did not diminish at all. After more than 10 minutes, the staff began to clear the field and prepared for the award ceremony. The players of the 2 teams returned to their respective benches and took a temporary break. When Guran walked down the green field, almost everyone came up and took the initiative to hug, shake hands and high-five Guran. "Hi, Guran," U17 international player Maki Artron came up with a red face and took the initiative to shake hands with Guran. "Congratulations, you played very well." When he said this, there were still tears in the corners of Maki Artron's eyes, and the fear of being beaten by Guran made his whole body numb. Guran also took the initiative to hug Maki Artron. "Maki Artron, you played very well today. I never doubt that you will become a Premier League star in the future." Maki Artron's iconic long face smiled bitterly. "Thank you for losing to you today. I am convinced. I heard that you have joined Southampton Club. Bless you. I have also joined the City Garden football team in Oxford, which is a League 2 team. God bless me, I don't have to meet you in the professional arena next season." Guran laughed. "I am looking forward to playing against you again, and we will definitely meet again in the Premier League." Maki Artron hurriedly said, "If that's the case, I hope to be on the same team with you." Guran smiled and hugged Maki Artron again. This experienced baby was almost bald from being horrid today. "So, are we friends now?" asked Maki Artron. "Of course. Goo, you're so nice. If you have time to come to Oxford in the future, remember to come and play with me." Okay. As soon as Maki Artron left, Wickham came up to shake hands with Guran. "Hi, Goo. Congratulations on winning the game." "Oh, thank you, Wickham. Let's play together if there's a chance." Wickham grinned. "Okay, no problem." U17 international players like Maki Artron and Wickham usually look down on others. When you are the winner, they will take the initiative to show their compliments. Of course, if it is just this victory, they are not enough to do so. They are not stupid. They know that Guran will definitely have unlimited potential in the future. Therefore, even if this game is just an amateur game, even if they lose this game, they will take this opportunity to get closer to Guran. Guran handled it very calmly. After all, as his fame in the football world grows in the future, such compliments will only increase more and more. After Wickham walked away, Owen came up to him shamelessly. Guran glared at him directly and said, "Get lost." Owen wisely dodged with his tail between his legs. When Guran was about to walk back to his own bench, another guy who was trying to get close to him walked up to him. The head coach of the missionary team stretched out his hand to shake hands from a distance. "Congratulations, Guran, you have created an almost impossible miracle for the Buck Steelhorns." Guran said politely, "Thank you, Coach Pratt." Pratt smiled bitterly. "Maybe I won't be a coach in the future. But no matter what, the missionary team lost to you in this game, and we lost convincingly. Your performance was really great." Guran hurriedly said, "The missionary team is a strong team. Under the leadership of Coach Pratt, the missionary team played very well. We were almost defeated in the first half. In the end, we were blessed by God and won the game." We won very hard, and the missionary team is still honored in defeat. Guran also said such polite words without hesitation. Pratt smiled. Thank you for your comfort, Gu, you're very humble. Although we are opponents in this amateur game, I really admire you. I even have a strange feeling that you are very similar to me when I was young. You are not the only one who said this. Guran smiled secretly in his heart. Thank you, Coach Pratt, for the compliment. Pratt cleared his throat. Gu, can I get your jersey? What the hell? What's going on? The coach on the opposite side asked me for a jersey. What kind of operation is this? There have been such things in football, but they are extremely rare. Guran said with a smile. Let's exchange it. Giving is for fans, and exchanging is out of respect. Coach Pratt looked down at the 20,000 pounds boss suit on his body that he had only worn once, and gritted his teeth. Exchange. Guran immediately took off his jersey, and Pratt also took off his suit. The female fans in the stand screamed and took out their mobile phones, taking crazy photos of Guran's upper body. Many fans began to curse Pratt because they also wanted Guran's championship jersey. Although this jersey was from an amateur high school team, it was definitely the most valuable out-of-print jersey. After Guran and Pratt exchanged, they hugged each other again. Soon, the award ceremony began. Chapter 206. Photomaniac. Southampton High School wins its first national championship trophy in history. The sound of "We Are the Champions" gradually faded, but the fans' enthusiasm remained unabated. At this time, the DJ on the scene said in a very solemn voice, "Ladies and gentlemen, please be quiet. The award ceremony of the National High School Football Championship will begin soon. Ah! We are the champions. Long live the Buck Steelhorns. Long live the Chinese Dad. Guran fuck me." The fans cheered wildly for a long time before they calmed down with satisfaction. After the scene was almost quiet, the DJ continued. First of all, let us welcome the speech of Mr. Bernstein, the chairman of the English Football Association, with warm applause. Applause and boos rang out at the Millennium Stadium at the same time. Most British fans can hardly be called satisfied with the English Football Association. The English Football Association has chaotic management, and there are obvious problems such as abuse of power, cumbersome procedures, and slow response to incidents. Although the English Football Association is the first specialized organization of modern football, for hundreds of years, the English Football Association has become a power reserve, and even began to affect the British football movement in healthy development. The English Football Association has been reaping the benefits over the years, and has not invested enough in the development of professional football and youth football. The lack of effective policies and measures has led to a decline in the overall strength of English football. Of course, British fans have never seen the power of the Chinese Football Association. This time, the fans of Southampton and Cardiff also gave Bernstein face and did not boo too much. After all, it was up to Bernstein to present the trophy. Bernstein, dressed in a suit and tie, smiled and walked to the center of the stadium, waving to the fans in the stands, as if these fans really loved him. Bernstein began to speak. Dear friends, I am very happy to present this year's talent trophy. The Football Association has always attached great importance to the development of young people in football. We have been holding this competition for nearly 100 years. Our achievements are obvious to all. This amateur competition not only enriches the lives of young people, but also better shapes their strong physique, tenacious fighting attitude and lofty competitive spirit. At the same time, it also provides a large number of talents for our British professional league. Today's game is very good. Both teams played their own style and characteristics. I would like to ask everyone to join me in applauding the wonderful performance of the two teams. Bernstein is worthy of being an old bureaucrat. His level of impromptu speech is high. Under his leadership, the applause at the scene was like a tide, without any boos. To be honest, the missionaries played well in this game, but the Buck Steelhorns had Guran, a god descending from heaven. Bernstein did not steal the limelight from the protagonists. After a few simple words, he ended the award speech. With the sound of grand ritual music, the award ceremony officially began. The DJ on the scene announced that the first award was the Golden Glove Best Goalkeeper Award. This award for the best goalkeeper will only be given to the best goalkeeper from the top 4 teams. No matter how well other goalkeepers perform or how few goals they concede, if their team cannot enter the top 4, it is all nonsense. The hot candidates for the best goalkeeper award should have been the goalkeepers of the Golden Fleece team and the missionary team. Before this final, the two of them had conceded relatively few goals, but the Golden Fleece team failed to make the final, and the goalkeeper of the missionary team was forced to score 4 goals in today's final. The goalkeeper of the missionary team not only sent Guran a string of 4 goals, but the goalkeeper of the missionary team was directly blocked for 2 of the goals, without even a save reaction, and his on-the-spot reaction was 0. Such performance will definitely not get the Golden Glove. Therefore, this year's Golden Glove is going to be a surprise, the DJ on the scene announced loudly. The winner of this year's Best Goalkeeper award is Buck Steelhorn goalkeeper Adolescence Canning. The Millennium Stadium was filled with excited cheers. The players of the Buck Steelhorn also hugged the Tyrannosaurus Rex excitedly. Especially Minato and others, they were so excited that they pinched the neck of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and shook it hard. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was shaken silly and he almost forgot that his real name was Adolescence Canning. The National Championship Golden Glove is something he dared not dream of. With this national award, he can definitely join a professional club in the English League too. Even if he is not a first-team goalkeeper, he can also play as a starting goalkeeper in the reserve team. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was so excited that tears filled his eyes. He hugged Guran tightly before going on stage to receive the award. The Tyrannosaurus Rex knew very well that if Guran did not lead the Buck Steelhorn team to overcome all difficulties, he would never have had the chance to touch this trophy. Guran also happily patted the Tyrannosaurus Rex on the cheek to congratulate him. Amid the cheers of the fans at the scene, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, with an X-shaped bandage on his nose, walked up to the podium excitedly and proudly, and took the Golden Gloves trophy from Bernstein. This trophy is a transparent trophy made of artificial crystal, with a pair of goalkeeper gloves engraved on it. Although it is called the Golden Gloves Award, it has nothing to do with gold. On the base of the trophy, the name of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and the time of the award are also engraved. The Tyrannosaurus Rex happily kissed the Golden Gloves trophy, and he didn't care even if his nose was hurt by the trophy. Although the Tyrannosaurus Rex's previous performance had been very poor, the 3 consecutive saves at the critical moment of the last game were really awesome. His iron-blooded performance deserves this trophy. The fans applauded and cheered for the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex happily walked down the podium holding his own trophy. After the Golden Gloves award was presented, the next heavyweight the Golden Boot Best Scorer award. There is no suspense about this award. The DJ on the scene announced loudly. Now, let us welcome the winner of this year's Golden Boot Award with the warmest applause, the fullback of the Buck Steelhorns, Guran. Wow, the Millennium Stadium was thunderous with applause, and the cheers of the fans were overwhelming, as fierce as a tsunami. The players of the Buck Steelhorns team high-fived and hugged Guran to celebrate. Guran himself could not hide his excitement. As a Chinese, he stepped onto the podium of the British High School National Competition and took the top scorer. Is there anything more worthy of pride than this? While being extremely happy, Guran also felt a little regretful in his heart. It's a pity that no one in China knows about my existence. It would be great if an international student could shoot a video and broadcast it live. Guran adjusted the Buck Steelhorn school team uniform on his body and waved to the podium. The school uniforms of the Buck Steelhorns have not yet been embroidered with golden stars, but when the next national competition comes, the new school uniforms and jerseys will be embroidered with golden stars representing the champions. And this is all thanks to Guran. The chairman of the English Football Association, Bernstein, took a crystal trophy in the shape of a football boot from the etiquette lady, walked to Guran with a smile, and handed it to Guran with both hands. Guran wanted to take it, but Bernstein did not let go immediately, but smiled and waited for the reporters to take pictures. Hundreds of media reporters at the Millennium Stadium took pictures of Bernstein and Guran. The Tyrannosaurus Rex in the audience. Why didn't I have this link just now? After taking a group photo, Bernstein officially handed the trophy with Guran's name engraved on it to Guran. Bernstein also took the initiative to reach out to shake hands with Guran and waited for the reporters to take pictures again. The media reporters clicked again. The flashlights flashed so brightly that Guran could hardly open his eyes, and the smile on his face was stiffened a little sour. The Tyrannosaurus Rex in the audience. Why don't I have this link? Did I receive a fake award? After taking another group photo, Bernstein still held Guran's hand tightly and said with a smile, "Gu, congratulations, you played really well today. I am very much looking forward to your performance in the Premier League." Guran. "You stupid, old man. I will play in the English League One next season." Guran didn't think much about it, just smiled and said, "Thank you, Mr. Chairman." Guran took the opportunity to pull his hand back and raise the Crystal Golden Boot Award trophy with both hands. The Millennium Stadium was instantly on fire. Guran. 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 Chinese dad. Chinese dad. Chinese dad. Guran. Let's have a baby tonight. Guran. I love you. I love you. Although I am a man, I love you too. Southampton fans shouted wildly, and some extreme female fans even lifted their skirts towards Guran, expressing their love in this irrational way. Guran couldn't see clearly. At this moment, Laura and Eamon in the main stand also stood up and applauded Guran at the same time. The two of them secretly competed with each other, as if Guran would follow whoever applauded the loudest. Guran's Golden Boot award was absolutely well-deserved. 13 goals, each of which was born in the team's efforts to save the situation. Not only was the level extremely high, but it was also very entertaining. More than half of Guran's goals have reached the level of professional leagues, with an XG value of less than 0.5, and the remaining half have even surpassed the level of the English League One. Especially the last heavy cannon long-range shot that sealed the throw was simply a shot from God. Even in the Premier League or even the Champions League, it would be a God-level goal that would be impossible to save. And the most shocking thing is that Guran's starting position on the field was actually the left back. This is no longer a defender with a knife, but a defender with a gun. A rear-positioned B2B striker. Guran did the work of two people alone, and did both jobs very well. What can a weak team like the Buck Steelhorns win? It was because the Buck Steelhorns were equivalent to 12 people playing on the field. Such a terrifying Guran, even if he stood in his own penalty area, would make the people in the opposite penalty area tingle. As long as Guran was on the field, no matter where he stood, he was a huge threat. Of course, for now, Guran's wonderful performance is limited to amateur high school competitions. The national high school competition is undoubtedly like a novice village for Guran. The English League One a month later is the real beginning for Guran. The DJ on the scene said in an excited tone, "Let's cheer for the top scorer Guran 3 times again. Guran Chinese Dad. Guran Chinese Dad. Guran Chinese Dad." The atmosphere on the scene went straight to the peak. Every fan from Southampton was cheering passionately. This shocking scene filled Olin, who was not even a dog, with envy, jealousy and regret in his eyes. Amid the cheers of the crowd, Guran walked down the podium holding the Golden Boot Award trophy. The cheers from the stands were still endless. Even the DJ on the scene had decided that Guran was so popular. The next awards to be presented were the gold and silver medals. The first to step onto the podium were the silver medalists of this national competition, the runner-up missionaries. The players of the missionaries walked up to the podium one by one with their heads down, and none of them had a smile on their faces. For a team that was determined to win the first 3 consecutive championships in history, this silver medal was a shame of failure. The award presenter, Bernstein, was also experienced. He did not hang the silver medals around the necks of the missionaries' players, but perfunctorily handed the silver medals directly to them. This also avoided embarrassment for the missionaries. The silver medal awarding process was faster than frying an egg. The players of the missionaries held the silver medals in their hands and stood silently on the podium. The media reporters in the audience took photos, and one of them, a blonde female reporter from Southampton, asked them to smile. This was simply a public execution. Except for the missionary team who won the silver medal and some Westminster fans who did not leave early, everyone else was very happy. After finally taking the photo, the missionary team players, led by Captain Mackie Archron, left the podium in disgrace. They did not wait for the next gold medal and Talent Cup awards, and walked directly back to the player tunnel. At this time, the grand ceremony and music resounded through the Millennium Stadium again. The DJ on the scene shouted in an excited and high-pitched voice, "Dear friends, now, let us welcome the championship team of this national competition, the Southampton High School Buck Steelhorns, to the stage to receive the award with the warmest applause." Ah! Southampton fans jumped and cheered wildly in the stands. This is a miracle moment for Southampton High School. Everyone shouted for the school team players at the top of their lungs. All the players of the Buck Steelhorns, led by Guran, walked up to the podium with their heads held high. Including players who had been substitutes before, as well as substitutes who had never been on the field, and even players who were injured and received red cards, they all followed Guran to the podium. Every player was so excited that they could hardly control themselves. Coach Carter, standing in the audience, was already in tears. After creating a series of impossible miracles, his little guys finally stood at the top of their dreams. Although Carter couldn't go on stage to receive the award, his dream had become a reality. The award presenter Bernstein opened his arms affectionately and hugged Guran. "Congratulations again, Gu. Congratulations to your team. I hope you get better and better." Guran said with a real sense of gratitude, "Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will keep moving forward." Bernstein smiled and personally hung the gold medal around Guran's neck, then hugged Guran and faced the cameras of the media reporters. The media reporters took another crazy photo. Guran secretly complained in his heart, Is this old man a photo-taking maniac? After 2.5 minutes of filming, Bernstein finally let go of Guran and walked to the second player of the Buck Steelhorns. Behind Guran was the captain, Brad. Because he was sent off in this game and injured his shoulder, Guran, who was wearing the captain's armband, ranked first, and he was willing to be ranked second. Brad's performance today was also very tough. His shoulder injury was not too serious and he would recover after a month of rest. His performance was enough to be selected by a League 2 team and he could play in the reserve team of League 2. This is already a great start for Brad. After all, even a famous U17 international like Maki Artron could only start from a League 2 team. Of course, Maki Artron would be the absolute core player in the League 2 team. Bernstein simply shook hands with Brad, then hung the gold medal around Brad's neck, and did not take a photo with Brad. The third-ranked Tyrannosaurus Rex couldn't help but secretly look forward to it. It's my turn, it's my turn. Will we definitely be photographed this time? Brad was not photographed because he got a red card, but I am different. I have won the Golden Glove Award. Bernstein simply shook hands with the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and then hung the gold medal on the Tyrannosaurus Rex's neck without taking a photo. The muscles on the Tyrannosaurus Rex's face twitched, and the wound on the bridge of his nose was piercingly painful. Fortunately, all the players of the Buck Steelhorns were unable to take a photo with Bernstein. The Tyrannosaurus Rex felt much better. Can't compare with Guran. After Bernstein presented all the gold medals, the Millennium Stadium was filled with boiling cheers again. The Buck Steelhorns have never been a strong team, but they trust each other and support each other. Their execution on the field and their willpower to never compromise and never give up are definitely the strongest among all high school teams. After the gold medals were presented, the most grand moment finally arrived. 4 staff members escorted the Genius Trophy to the podium with solemn music. The ears on both sides of the trophy have been replaced with red and white ribbons that symbolize the characteristics of Southampton High School. This is the first national championship trophy in the history of Southampton High School. Before this, their best result was more than 20 years ago, when Carter was a player and reached the quarterfinals. Now, the Buck Steelhorns, as an absolute dark horse team, have fought all the way and defeated strong enemies. Got this Genius Trophy. Bernstein personally presented this silver-plated Genius Trophy to Guran. As usual, the reporters in the audience pressed the shutter frantically to record this exciting moment. Then, Guran held the trophy high with both hands and showed it to the fans. At this moment, the soundtrack of We Are the Champions sounded again. The atmosphere on the scene was pushed directly to the peak. The entire Millennium Stadium was crazy. This kind of competitive pleasure of winning the championship is unparalleled. Guran felt that his adrenaline and dopamine were exploding and couldn't stop. Holding the Genius Trophy, Guran excitedly ran from the north stand to the west stand, and then from the west stand back to the north stand. The other Buck Steelhorns players followed behind Guran. The fans in the stands stretched out their arms to touch the Genius Trophy in the air. Only after Guran had his fill did he hand the trophy to the other Buck Steelhorns players. The Buck Steelhorns players took turns raising the trophy and interacted passionately with the crazy fans. This is the reward of their youth. This is the pride of Southampton High School. This is the most inspirational football game story that the fans have ever witnessed. At this time, the on-site DJ announced that the award ceremony was over and the fans were asked to leave. But the atmosphere on the scene was still hot. No fan wanted to leave at this exciting moment. Guran turned around and saw Coach Carter sitting alone on the bench. Coach Carter covered his face and was crying alone. Chapter 207 Evelyn, a female reporter from the Advancing Saints. Guran ran to find Coach Carter immediately. Coach, everyone is celebrating, why are you here alone? Coach Carter quickly wiped his tears and said with a smile, "Oh, Goo. I just want to enjoy this happy moment alone." Guran smiled. He could understand Coach Carter's mood at this moment. This victory was so difficult, so hard-won, and so unrepeatable. Coach Carter did not win any medals, but Coach Carter was already a legendary high school team coach. Coach Carter is absolutely top-notch in terms of his understanding of the team, tactical arrangements, control of the locker room, and discovery of young players. It can be said that without Coach Carter, the Buck Steelhorns would never have won today. Guran took off his gold medal and hung it directly around Coach Carter's neck. "Coach, this belongs to you." Coach Carter was stunned, and then tears could not stop flowing down. "Oh, my child. Thank you. Let me hug you." Guran took the initiative to give Coach Carter a big hug. Although they didn't spend much time together, and Coach Carter had a bad temper and loved PUA, Guran benefited a lot from Coach Carter. This was very important to Guran, who was just starting out and had not yet officially entered the professional league. Coach Carter said excitedly, Goo, thank you. Thank you so much. You helped me accomplish a great goal that I could never imagine in my lifetime. More than 20 years have passed since I was a player as old as you, and today we won the national championship. It really feels like a dream. To be honest, before leaving this morning, I asked myself in the mirror, can we really do it? When the final whistle blew, I got the answer: we really did it. Goo, this is all because of you. Because of you, the Milwaukee Bucks have been able to get to where we are today step by step. You're the best gift God has given me. Forgive me for crying, because I really can't control my emotions. I am so happy today. I have lived for so long, and this is the first time I feel that the ultimate happiness is crying. Goo, with this national championship, my life is complete. Even if I die now, I have nothing to regret. Damn, foreigners really have no taboos when speaking. Grant patted Coach Carter on the shoulder and said, Coach, you're the best coach I have ever seen. I even think that you should go to a professional team to coach. This was not entirely a compliment. Coach Carter did have the ability. Coach Carter smiled and shook his head. Goo, I am really happy that you can say that. However, my greatest strength is that I know myself. The coach of a high school team and the coach of a professional team are two different professions. The coach of a professional team is not just about leading training off the court, nor is it just about arranging troops on the court. Let's not talk about the professional football experience reserves, the team-building ideas of professional head coaches, and the power struggles with the club's top management. Just talking about the control of the locker room, I can't do it. For a team, the atmosphere in the locker room is very important. If the coach can't control the locker room, then the team will have no cohesion. In the Buck Steelhorn school team, I can completely control the locker room, so even if the level of other players is not high, our team's beliefs are all in the same mind. This is also the basis for us to win. But when it comes to professional teams, my God, Coach Carter smiled and shook his head, professional players are not so obedient. Especially professional players in lower leagues, there are too many personal problems, too many factional struggles, and their mindset of playing football is not entirely because of love. Some people may love it at the beginning, but later they increasingly regard playing football as a job, or a way to make money and become famous. And someone like me who has little professional qualifications will not obey me when I coach professional players. Grant nodded slightly, thinking to himself, in fact, it is not easy to fool NPUA, so I might as well stay in Southampton High School and teach amateur high school students. Coach Carter grinned and said, besides, with this victory in the national finals, I will be more motivated when I scold them, ha ha ha. Grant was a little amused and worried about the younger students behind him. However, Coach Carter can really see the current situation clearly, especially his views on professional teams, which are really sharp. The locker room of a professional team is definitely not a harmonious home. After talking about himself, Coach Carter said to Grant earnestly, Goo, you're amazing, and I know you will become a football superstar in the future. However, the road to professionalism is not easy. You have to be mentally prepared for this. Southampton Club's preference for you may cause some players to be jealous. They will unite to attack you, isolate you, make things difficult for you in training, and refuse to cooperate with you when you are on the court until you bow them and become their vassal, or you leave. People always bully the newcomers, especially in the football locker room. Europe Chinese, without compatriots or factions. This also means that you will inevitably suffer greater discrimination and hostility in a stadium full of British people. It also means that when you are bullied, basically no one will stand up to speak for you. From the amateur team to the professional team, you have achieved a qualitative leap. Now, the fans in the Millennium Stadium like you and love you, but you must also stay calm. You must understand that the love of fans is the shortest and most ruthless. Today you won for them, and they call you Chinese dad, but if you don't play well in the next game, they may scold you, boo you, and call you Chinese trash. This is the reality. Don't bring the purity and beauty of the high school team into the professional club. No one cares about how you are treated in the locker room. You can only rely on yourself. Only if you continue to succeed in the professional arena can you truly conquer the hearts of the fans. Grant nodded thoughtfully. Coach Carter's words were from the heart. To Grant, he is not only a football coach, but also a mentor in his football career. Grant is really fortunate to have met such a mentor after his rebirth. Coach Carter paused and said with a smile, Hey, why am I saying these things to you at this moment of victory? Sorry, Goo. Grant said quickly. No, Coach Carter. Thank you for teaching me this lesson. What you said is really useful to me. When I officially enter the professional club, I will remember your words all the time. Other professional players bully me. Haha, then come on. Fight if you don't accept it. At worst, you'll be suspended, demoted, or have your money deducted. Do it a few times, and the whole locker room will be fucking honest. Kick the crotch open to prevent 100 punches, that's my motto. Grant sneered in his heart. Coach Carter smiled with relief and said, that's great, Goo. Remember, if you have something you can't handle, don't worry, go find old Rice. You may not know it yet, but old Rice definitely treats you as his dearest child, and he will not let you suffer any grievances in his Southampton club. Grant smiled, okay, coach. Coach Carter sighed quietly, Goo, I feel like I've only known you for a short time, and you're leaving. You're growing too fast, and at your rate of growth, I believe that it won't be long before the whole world will know your name. And I don't know when I will see you again. Grant smiled and said, Coach, even if I leave Southampton High School, I will come back to see you from time to time. Coach Carter smiled happily and said, that's great. Oh, by the way, when you come back to see me, don't come empty-handed, remember to bring a few signed jerseys. I can use your jerseys as a reward to encourage the next generation of school team players to train hard. Grant, you want to take advantage of me so early, and use me as a PUA teaching material. Grant immediately smiled and said, no problem. Coach Carter stroked the gold medal on his chest and said reluctantly, Goo, I can't take this gold medal of yours. This is your honor. As he said that, Coach Carter wanted to take off the gold medal. Grant held Coach Carter's hand and said sincerely, please accept it, Coach. The honor of this game is in my heart, not on my neck. It is just a memorial, a testimony. It testifies that you gave me the opportunity to become a member of the Bucks Steel Horns. It testifies that you boldly used me to play. It testifies that you gave me unlimited firing rights, allowing me to quickly grow into the core of the team in just a few games. Coach, you have given me much more than you can imagine. You have taught me much more than you can imagine. Without you, I would not have this gold medal. Without you, we would not have won the championship. Grant said firmly, you deserve this gold medal. Coach Carter's tears burst out again, my good boy. You are so good. I am proud to have a student like you. Thank you. Thank you. Then I will accept it. Coach Carter did not get the gold medal when he was a player for more than 20 years, but he did not expect to get it more than 20 years later. Coach Carter happily opened his arms and gave Grant a big hug. Grant was almost strangled to the point of suffocation. You're welcome, Coach. By the way, you have to give me a Bucks jersey. Coach Carter hugged Grant tightly and said, I saw you exchange jerseys with a guy Pratt. Damn. Were you kidding? Coach Carter, you're jealous of the opposing coach. Speaking of which, there are 3 sets of Bucks jerseys. One shirt was torn, and another shirt was given to Pratt. Now there is only 1 shirt and 3 shorts left. Grant hurriedly said, okay coach, I will give you the last shirt when we return to the locker room later. We have a deal. Coach Carter then let go of Grant and laughed happily. At this time, a young female media reporter ran over to Grant with a microphone for interviews. Grant's nerves suddenly tensed up. Reporters. Why are the reporters here? Shouldn't they leave after taking pictures? Coach Carter laughed. Reporters who can enter the venue at this time are official reporters allowed by the English Football Association. Judging from the microphone logo on her hand, she should be a reporter for the official newspaper, the Southampton Club, that is, your own family. Goo, I suggest you accept her interview, so that you can also leave a good impression on the Saints fans. You know, the Saints fans are huge, in no way comparable to the Southampton High School fans. Moreover, as for things like interviews, when you become a star in the future, you will have to face various interviews every day, so why not start now? Grant hurriedly said, Coach, I don't know what to say, why don't you do it yourself? Coach Carter laughed. People want to interview you and introduce you to the Saints fans. What's the use of interviewing me? Wait, Goo, are you nervous? Grant wiped the sweat from his forehead. No, I just want everyone to know you. Coach Carter smiled and said, that's not necessary, Goo, just handle it yourself. After that, Coach Carter patted Grant on the shoulder and quickly ran in the direction of the Genius Trophy. Grant shook his head helplessly. The female reporter stepped on high heels and ran to Grant. Grant couldn't help but secretly comment on it in his heart. The female reporter lifted her golden hair by her ear and smiled sweetly. Hi, Mr. Grant. I am Evelyn Adelaide, a reporter from the Forward Saints. This female reporter was the one who made the missionaries smile when the missionaries received the silver medal. Grant had a certain impression and good impression of her at that time. Now, looking at Evelyn face to face, Grant's favorability increased a little bit. It was definitely not because of Evelyn's figure. Grant nodded slightly and said politely, Hello, Miss Adelaide. Female reporter Evelyn laughed excitedly and said, "Mr. Gran, I just graduated from college this year too. I am very excited to be able to interview you on behalf of the official newspaper Southampton Club. By the way, my dad also went to school at Southampton High School, and he was also a member of the Southampton High School team. Damn, this is almost a trap. Your dad and I are schoolmates, so you should call me uncle." Gran smiled wickedly in his heart. Evelyn said excitedly again, "In addition, I have trained at the U15 women's team of Southampton Club for 2 years, and my dad is one of the shareholders of Southampton Club. Damn, there are a lot of buffs. No wonder you can come to interview on behalf of Southampton Club right after graduating from college. This must be a backdoor. But are you really here to interview me? Or are you here to have a blind date with me? Why are you introducing yourself? Next, should you ask me if I have a house or a car, how much money I have in savings, and when I plan to have children?" Gran was amused by this newbie female reporter. Perhaps she felt that the way she introduced herself was a little inappropriate. Evelyn blushed and said, "Sorry, haha, I'm so excited. To be honest, I've heard of your name before, Mr. Gran, but today's the first time I've seen you play football. It's so shocking. As a member of the women's football team who has undergone professional youth training, you really shocked me from the inside out." Evelyn's eyes were full of stars, like a little fangirl. Southern girls are really passionate. Gran was embarrassed by Evelyn's enthusiasm, and her eyes didn't know where to put. Gran cleared his throat. "Miss Adelaide, why don't we get to the point quickly and finish it early? I have other things to do." Evelyn said quickly, "Oh. Of course. Sorry, Mr. Gran, for taking up so much of your time. It's all my fault that I'm a newbie. I just wanted to build some relationships before we officially start." Gran thought to himself, "I understand this." Gran said seriously, "Just come on." Evelyn said, "By the way, can I call you Gru? You can also call me Evelyn, so that it will be easier for us to communicate next." Gran smiled, "No problem, Evelyn." Evelyn smiled happily and turned on a recording device she carried with her. "Well, first of all, congratulations to you, Gru. You led the Bucks Steel Horns to win the first national championship trophy in the history of Southampton High School. This is really amazing. Can you tell me how you felt when you held the Genius Trophy?" Gran racked his brains for a while. "I feel very good." Evelyn was stunned. Gran had a calm face. The only thing he was not good at was accepting interviews. Although Gran had 12 years of life experience ahead of him and was absolutely confident, he was a little nervous about accepting interviews as a star, even if it was just a recorded interview with a newspaper or media. After all, he had never been a star before his rebirth and had no experience in this area. It is impossible for a person to be without weaknesses. Apart from answering "I'd feel very good," Gran really didn't know what to say. At this time, Gran really envied those who could write online novels. Their ability to compose words and sentences was like the endless flow of the Ants River. Gran felt that this wave of interviews would be wasted, and the Saints fans' impression of him would definitely be ruined. Then he heard Evelyn sign and saying very quickly, "Goo, do you mean that you are very excited at the moment that you can win the championship of this national competition, so excited that you can hardly speak? Are you saying that the strength of the opposing team is very strong, and the confrontation on the field is also very high? Logically, you should be very tired after the game, right? But when you held up the trophy, your whole body was filled with endless energy. Do you want to say that you are very happy, you are very excited, and you have created an almost impossible miracle? At present, there is nothing more exciting for you than this, right? Fuck. Yes, yes, yes. That's what I mean." Gran nodded quickly. "Evelyn, you have a bright future." Gran was ecstatic in his heart, but his face maintained a sense of reality and determination. "Yes." Evelyn admired him to death. Evelyn's breathing became rapid with excitement. "Goo, you're so cool." Gran gave Evelyn a charming smile. Chapter 208. This is a big deal. Manchester United scouts and Chelsea scouts started fighting in front of Gran. Seeing Gran's charming smile, Evelyn's body trembled suddenly, and her chest rose and fell. Gran secretly said, "Oh no, oh no." He just wanted to smile at Evelyn as an encouragement to Evelyn to continue asking questions, but he didn't expect that his evil body would trigger the charming smile skill by itself. Isn't this a reward for my evil body? This female reporter already admired him very much, so wouldn't this be even more troublesome? Gran quickly frowned. But the love has been planted. Evelyn's eyes looking at Gran also became different, with a little more undisguised desire in her eyes. "Goo, I like you, I really like you too much." Damn, Gran felt that his head was big. Is the effect of charming smile plus one so strong? It shouldn't be. Could it be that my own charm has also increased because of the promotion in my career? It is possible. Skills are just an increase, and self-improvement is also an improvement. During the time when I led the team to win the national championship, my own charm must have reached its peak. The effect of the previous charming smile plus one, if used in the past few days, is at least equivalent to more than 3 times the effect. It seems that I have to use it with caution. Try not to smile randomly during this period of time. After all, I am a serious person. But then again, foreigners really say whatever is in their hearts, and never know what is implicit. Especially the girls in the south of the UK, who are too passionate and unrestrained. Grant hurriedly cleared his throat in a serious manner. Let's continue. Okay. Evelyn lifted her golden hair, changed her standing posture, and held the recording microphone in one hand. Her eyes were completely at a loss. Grant felt that the side effects of his physique were about to start. Evelyn smiled and continued to ask questions. Goo, in today's final, you scored 4 goals by yourself, tying and surpassing the missionaries team. It was amazing. Your performance also conquered the fans in the stadium. So what do you think is the most important point to achieve such a good performance? The most important thing is that Grant's mind is full of confusion. This time, the charming smile hurt the enemy 800 and hurt yourself 1000. Grant finally concentrated, but still didn't know how to answer Evelyn's question. This question itself is not difficult, but how to describe it? I am at a loss for words. I really should find someone who writes online novels for free. Grant pondered for a long time, and finally sighed secretly and shook his head. This time, it seems that it is really over. Evelyn was shocked again. I understand. What you meant by shaking your head is, nothing is the most critical. You must want to say that every minute and every second on the court is critical. Because everything is critical, nothing is not critical. Your super-personal ability is the key, your teammates' hard work is also the key, and the coaches on the spot command and change of formation is also the key. You are a strong whole. Everyone is an indispensable part of this whole. What you want to say is that the victory belongs to the entire Buck Steelhorns team, right? Damned a humor reporter. Evelyn, you really don't need to use my pen, you can move it yourself. Grant was ecstatic and almost couldn't help smiling at Evelyn again. Grant quickly suppressed his smile and said indifferently, that's right. Evelyn's eyes were full of stars and admiration. Evelyn said excitedly, Goo, you are so cool. I have never seen such a cool man as you. You are so brave on the court, and you are so domineering off the court. Although you don't say much every time, I understand every word you say. Grant thought to himself, you're a talent to be able to not say a word to me and be so good. I admire you very much. Evelyn moved closer and asked, Goo, next question, after winning the national championship and your personal Golden Boot award, is there anyone you want to thank the most? The person I want to thank the most now is you. Grant cleared his throat and said very rationally, there are a lot. Evelyn said excitedly, I know it. You must want to thank your parents now, because they gave you life, physique, and IQ. You must also want to thank your coach. Without your coach, you would not have the opportunity to become the core trump card of the team. You must also want to thank your teammates. They gave you team support and did the dirty work for you. You must also want to thank the fans who came today and the fans who couldn't come. They gave you the passion and motivation to fight in adversity. Of course, what you want to thank most must be Southampton Club. Southampton Club discovered you very early and provided you with a generous professional contract, eliminating your worries. It also specially configured a dedicated team doctor and physiotherapist for you to ensure that you can quickly recover during the game. Right. Grant was so happy. Evelyn is so cool. If Evelyn is the one to interview me in the future, then it will be a very happy and stress-free thing to be interviewed. Grant resisted the urge to pick up Evelyn and nodded solemnly, yes. Evelyn was so excited that her whole body was shaking slightly. Ah, Goo, you are so cool. Did I just say that I like you? Then I will say it again. I really like men like you. You are much better than those impetuous, arrogant, ignorant and stupid British men. What the hell? I always heard that French women hate French men the most, but I didn't expect that British women also hate British men. Grant smiled secretly in his heart. Evelyn calmed her panting a little and continued to ask, so, after the final of this national competition, you will soon enter a new stage in your life, officially becoming a member of the Southampton Club. I know there are many Saints fans here, and they are all looking forward to seeing you put on the Saints jersey and compete in the English League One next season. But at the same time, there are also many Saints fans who are not from Southampton High School. They don't know you, and they have never seen you play football. What do you want to say to these Saints fans? Guran shrugged and said easily, you know, it's just what you imagined. Guran was no longer nervous. After all, with a humor reporter like Evelyn to back her up, she could be as excited as an ocean even if she didn't say a word. Evelyn squeezed her chest excitedly. Great, Goo. I knew it. I knew you had the same idea as me. You must want to tell those Saints fans who don't know you yet, you're here. You're going to be their new king. You will use your strong personal strength to bring victory after victory to the Saints. You want to tell them that the top scorer in English Football League One next season must be yours. You will lead the Saints to the championship. And then to the Premier League. Oh. My God. You think exactly the same as I do. Evelyn was so excited that she almost rolled her eyes. Damn, Guran was stunned. This is too much. This is too much. Guran wanted to take out something to cover Evelyn's mouth. If these words were published, the entire Southampton club would explode. Although I am young and frivolous, I am not so arrogant. Guran said quickly. No, Evelyn, you misunderstood. That's not what I meant, Evelyn asked. Don't you want to bring victory to the Saints? Or don't you want to be the top scorer? Or don't you want the Saints to be promoted to the championship and return to the Premier League? Guran said. I do. Evelyn stamped her feet coquettishly, and her chest trembled 3 times. Isn't that enough? I didn't say anything wrong. However, thinking in your heart and saying it out loud are 2 different things. Forget it, just write it down. Anyway, that's exactly what happened. I went to Southampton Club not to be a side dish. I really want to be the new king of the Saints and really want to be the top scorer in the English League One. Now bragging will definitely come true next season. Guran smiled confidently. Evelyn's body trembled again and again. Damn my evil body, why did it automatically use the charming smile again? What a sin. Guran rubbed his face. Evelyn, the staff is clearing the venue, and we should go back to the locker room, or should we stop here first? Evelyn said quickly, no. I have one last question. Just one last one. How could she refuse this? Guran said helplessly, okay, then come on. Evelyn said happily, Goo. You're so nice. My last question is, how are you going to celebrate tonight? Guran felt a little overwhelmed when he thought about tonight. Sophie and Maria came back at the same time, and as a responsible man, he couldn't favor one over the other. So, how else could he celebrate? Guran shrugged, I have to manage my time well. Evelyn widened her eyes in shock, oh my God. Goo, you mean, you don't want to celebrate, you still have to train? Guran said with a stiff face, well, yes, I guessed so. Evelyn asked again, what specific training? Guran continued to say with a stiff face, it's nothing more than dribbling, passing repeatedly, and finally shooting. Evelyn asked in horror, is the training intensity so high? Do you still have the physical strength? Guran said, I'm fine. Evelyn was in admiration. Guran said, okay, I should go. Evelyn hurriedly said, Goo, I have another request. I want to take a photo with you. Guran said, oh, of course there's no problem with that. Thank you. Goo, you're so nice. Evelyn smiled at the camera. Goo, smile. You can't laugh. If you laugh at this time, it will not only hurt yourself 1,000 times. Guran forced a smile. Click. Evelyn pressed the camera with satisfaction. After the group photo was taken, Guran breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to leave, Evelyn quickly said, Goo, I have another request. Please sign for me. This was not a big deal. Guran took the pen Evelyn handed over and asked, where is the paper? I didn't bring any paper. I'll just sign here. A reporter, you didn't bring any paper. Do you want to hear it? Do you believe it yourself? Even someone as pure-hearted as me doesn't believe it. However, reason still made Guran hold back. More importantly, he suddenly felt that there were 4 bright eyes somewhere in the stands looking over here. Guran handed the pen back to Evelyn. Well, goodbye. Evelyn quickly said, Goo, I have one last request. Damn, you're going too far. If you keep asking like this, I might as well give myself to you. Evelyn said, my dad is your die-hard fan, he wants to invite you to dinner at home. Guran said quickly, thank you for your kindness, old schoolmate, but I'm too busy recently, let's meet another day. Evelyn smiled and said, okay. That's settled, let's leave a contact number and meet another day. Guran. Foreigners really don't understand the Chinese way of communication. Another day means to decline politely. But foreigners will think it's really another day. Guran reluctantly took out his mobile phone and exchanged phone numbers with Evelyn. After getting Guran's phone number, Evelyn let Guran leave with satisfaction. At this time, the security personnel of the Millennium Stadium also began to clear the field, and the other players of the Bucks Steelhorns also walked towards the players' tunnel with the trophy. When Guran was the first to walk back to the players' tunnel, he saw two people waiting for him in that tunnel. One of them was Chelsea's Amanolo, and the other was an old man wearing a blue Manchester United sports jacket. Seeing Guran walking into the player tunnel, Amanolo immediately came up to him warmly and took the initiative to extend his hand to shake hands with Guran. "Hi Gu. Congratulations. Your performance today is amazing." Without waiting for Guran to reply, the old man in the Manchester United sports jacket took the lead to block Amanolo's position and shook Guran's hand before Amanolo. "Hello Guran, I am Jim Lawler, the chief scout of Manchester United. You may not know me, but you must know Dong Fangsuil. I brought him to Manchester United. Sir Alex Ferguson of Manchester United is paying attention to you. Are you willing to join Sir Alex Ferguson's team and become his new generation of Beckham and Cristiano Ronaldo? Wow, he is indeed worthy of being the chief scout of Manchester United. He has such a strong impact right from the start. He is really good at talking." Guran himself had to admit that he was really moved. The next Dong Fangsuil, the future Beckham and Ronaldo. Just thinking about it makes people excited. Fortunately, Guran is not a child, and he will not make decisions based on passion. Guran smiled politely at Lawler. "Hello, Mr. Lawler, nice to meet you, and also very happy to get the attention of Manchester United's legendary coach Mr. Ferguson." Amanolo rushed to say, "Gu, Chelsea is your home, and Chelsea is also that first wealthy club to pay attention to you." Lawler sneered, "Talking about wealthy clubs in front of us Manchester United. Let me ask you Chelsea, how many FA Cup titles have you won? How many top league titles have you won? How many Champions League titles have you won?" Amanolo said without giving in, "Some clubs are always immersed in past achievements, but we Chelsea are different. We Chelsea always move forward." Lawler responded tit for tat, "Without Abramovich, you'll be nothing." Amanolo said bluntly, "Without Ferguson, you're second rate." The two scouts tore each other apart in front of Guran, not giving each other any face at all. Guran hurriedly said, "You two. You two. Everyone, stop arguing. I am very grateful for the attention of both clubs to me, really. However, I have already signed a contract with Southampton club, so during this period of time, I just want to fulfill my first professional contract in my life. We will talk about the future later." Lawler immediately smiled and said, "Of course, we at Manchester United can wait for the winter transfer window to open. I believe that by the time, Mr. Guran will have a higher understanding of the professional league and will be more eager to step onto a bigger stage. Please remember that the door of Manchester United is open to you. If you want to talk about this, I will do my best to provide you with the best service." Guran said politely, "Thank you, Mr. Lawler." Amanolo also said, "Gu, we of Chelsea will do our best to bring you to Stamford Bridge. You don't need to worry about trivial matters. Just focus on playing the first half of the English League One season. Oh, by the way, I also want to thank you for the White Queen poster you gave me. My daughter is so happy. I will never forget your friendship to me." Hearing this, Lawler suddenly became jealous. Lawler didn't expect that Amanolo was so well hidden. He said in the stands that he was not familiar with Guran, but in fact, he had received gifts from Guran. Manchester United has to work harder. Guran smiled and said, "Thank you again for your kindness. Then, I will go back to the locker room first. Goodbye." Guran nodded to Lawler and Amanolo respectively, and then walked towards the home team locker room without looking back. Lawler looked at Guran's figure, his eyes full of desire. Amanolo looked at Guran's figure, his eyes full of desire. When Guran's figure disappeared at the door of the locker room, Lawler and Amanolo retracted their eyes, glared at each other, and snorted coldly at the same time. Chapter 209. Champions Night. We are not afraid of too many idiots, but we are afraid of too many idiots. Coach Carter's farewell speech. Guran had just walked into the locker room and before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he was carried to the physiotherapy table by the team Dr. Maifu and the physiotherapist Gregory who had been waiting in the locker room. Guran. Forget it, I won't resist. Maifu and Gregory are responsible. After all, post-match physiotherapy is still necessary to prolong the life of an athletic career. Moreover, there is still training tonight, so post-match treatment is even more necessary. Guran smiled and said, "Thank you both today, I can play so well, you two also contributed." Maifu grinned and said, "Gu, don't be so formal, we are your exclusive team doctor and physiotherapist, this is what we should do." Gregory also smiled and said, yes, to be honest, from a professional point of view, we are very worried that you will have a problem, but from the perspective of fans, we really enjoyed watching today. Mifta took off Guran's shoes for inspection and said, I can't wait to see you play in the English League One. My god, you were fouled so many times, but you didn't have any external injuries. Gu, you have a very strong physique. Guran smiled, maybe it's because this is an amateur game, the intensity is not as high as that of professional games. Mifta and Gregory nodded at the same time. Mifta carefully checked again, and Gregory took the time to help Guran with massage and physiotherapy to relieve the accumulation of nicotine after high-intensity exercise. At this time, the players of the Bucks Steelhorns, who were still in an extremely excited state, returned to the locker room with a genius trophy. The atmosphere in the locker room immediately became lively, and the roof was about to be blown off. Guran's ears were full of the excited roars of his teammates. Minato and several other bad friends even deliberately leaned close to Guran's ears and roared passionately. Guran really wanted to get up and kick them a few times. Today's the championship night, everyone is crazy, and there are no taboos between each other. At this time, Fred ran in with a large bottle of champagne for celebration in one hand. His shoulder was injured, but this did not affect his coolness of carrying the wine in one hand. As soon as he entered the door, Fred excitedly shouted, brothers, we are the champions. The champagne belonging to the champions is here. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the locker room exploded even more. Wow. Unopened champagne. This champagne looks expensive. Bread. Where did you get it from? The players of the Bucks Steelhorns were all drooling with greed. Fred said proudly, guess. Is it a surprise prepared by the school for us in advance? Was it given by the organizer? I think it was given by the Football Association. Could it be that Coach Carter asked for it himself? The players speculated. Guran couldn't help but feel curious. The Bucks Steelhorns were not sure they could win a championship before the game, and it was impossible for them to prepare champagne for celebration in advance. As for the organizers and the Football Association, there was no reason for them to buy champagne for the Bucks Steelhorns. Could it be that Coach Carter was really generous? Fred smiled proudly and said, you are all wrong. This bottle of champagne was not bought, nor was it given by the organizers and the Football Association, but was taken from the missionaries. Damn. Fred, you are awesome. Guran's eyes lit up. The other teammates also shouted excitedly, fuck. No way. Me and Bao, you are so awesome. How did you do it? Then I heard me and Bao continue to laugh proudly. It's very simple. I just walked into the visiting team's locker room, pointed at their head coach's nose and said, Guran wants to drink the champion champagne. Then guess what? They really gave me the champagne obediently. Guran. Damn it. Me and Bao, I thought you were awesome, but it turns out you are using my name to show off. Damn, isn't my reputation going to become a bully? Forget it, I'll be a bully. Anyway, I don't want to be a good person. The most important thing is that it feels good. The champagne looted from the opponent must be very sweet. Guran couldn't help but want to try it. The other players on the Bucks Steelhorns were also very happy. Ha ha ha. You're amazing, Bread. This is so cool. The missionaries not only lost to us, but they even prepared champagne for us to celebrate. Bread. Did you see Olin's face? What was his expression? Fred laughed disdainfully. What other expression could it be? An expression of eating shit. Yeah. That's fucking awesome. Bread, why didn't you call us when you did such a good thing? How about we go again? Yeah. I was so busy celebrating before that I didn't have a good look at Olin's dog face. The players on the Bucks Steelhorns were all excited, and they all wanted to rush into the missionaries' locker room. Guran quickly stopped them, saying, stop making trouble, just take away the celebratory champagne. There's no need to make things worse. Me and Bao also quickly said, yes, when I went there, they were already preparing to leave. If we go now, they should have already left on the bus. Guran's words were very effective, and the teammates immediately calmed down. Minato shouted, then what are we waiting for? Open the champagne. But Guran said, wait, Coach Carter hasn't come yet, let's wait for Coach Carter to come together. Yes, yes. Guran is still thoughtful. By the way, Gu. Tonight is the championship night, you must go to the bar with us to party. Don't come back until you are drunk. Gu. You must go this time. Guran waved his hands while receiving physical therapy. No, I have something to do tonight. Really something, hiss. Fuck. Gu, why are you always like this? Gu, don't you really want to go to the bar with us? That's right, every time I ask you to go to the bar, you say you have something to do. What exactly do you have in mind? Is there anything more fun than partying with your brothers? Huh. There must be. You can't imagine how happy your dad is. Guran smiled and said, it's really not possible tonight. Let's put it this way, you guys go to the bar tonight and party by yourselves, but I promise that I will go tomorrow night. Tomorrow I will treat all of you to a night of partying at the bar. You can spend whatever you want. It doesn't matter how much you spend. And, tomorrow I will prepare a graduation gift for everyone. When the teammates heard about the gifts, they immediately got excited. Goo. What are you going to give us? I like gifts the most. Goo. We are all brothers, you're being so formal, aren't you? In fact, I have always wanted a Rolex Green Submariner watch. Damn, I think you look like a Green Submariner. Goo. I want a Porsche Cayenne, the one you drive, I don't mind it. Damn, I think you look like a Cayenne. Goo. I want a girlfriend. Damn, I think you look like a rust bar. Goo, I want damn. Enough of you. Were you treating me like a wishing well? You are really not afraid of too many stupid sculptures, but you are afraid of a group of stupid sculptures. Guran said with a bad smile. Okay, everyone is a share. I promise you will like the gift I gave you, but I have to keep it secret for now, otherwise it won't be a surprise, right? You will know tomorrow night. Then can't you really party with us tonight? Tonight is the night of champions. Yes, there must be countless girls tonight. The teammates still didn't want to give up. Guran smiled and said, it's really not possible tonight, tomorrow night for sure. Time management is needed tonight. But tomorrow, Sophie and Maria will definitely leave. What's that word called? The empty bed period. So, tomorrow night during the empty bed period, you can definitely have fun in the bar all night. Guran seriously said a flag, everyone rest assured, tomorrow night, I will definitely show up at the bar on time with a gift, and I will never leave before dawn. I promise. Ah. Then it's settled. All the players of the Buck Steel Horns cheered happily. This flag should be okay, right? It should be okay, right? It should be. Guran suddenly had a strange premonition in his heart. At this time, Coach Carter, wearing the gold medal that Guran gave him, walked into the locker room excitedly. As soon as Coach Carter entered the locker room, he shouted, kids. Great job. Coach. Coach is here, who do? Yeah. Finally we can open the champagne. The players of the Buck Steel Horns surrounded Coach Carter. Coach Carter looked at the expensive celebratory champagne and said in astonishment, where did you get it from? The players told Coach Carter the origin of the bottle of wine. Coach Carter laughed happily after hearing it. Great, my kids. Today we will drink the enemy celebratory champagne to celebrate our victory. Let Goo open it. Let Goo open it. That's right. Goo was the leader who led us to win the championship. Let Guran open it. All the players of the Buck Steel Horns had the same opinion. Okay, I'll do it. Guran walked down from the physiotherapy bed without hesitation, took the champagne bottle, shook it vigorously, and then suddenly pulled out the pull-tab cork. Puff. White foam splashed out. Guran shook it and sprayed it on Coach Carter and his teammates. The entire home team locker room was in a riot. Coach Carter, Minato and others had white foam all over their faces. Ah. Exciting. Guran sipped it happily, then took a big gulp and passed it to his teammates. The opponent's champagne was really sweet. The teammates took turns holding the champagne and drank it happily. Coach Carter was also as happy as a child. After taking a sip of champagne, he wiped his mouth happily, and then happily kissed each of his teammates on the forehead one by one. Great. Kids. You are all great. Rusty. You're great. Minato, you're great too. Oh, my bread. You are awesome. And you, Tyrannosaurus. I never thought that you would be able to make a magical 3 saves in the end. You also won the Golden Glove Award. Who can you complain to? The Tyrannosaurus Rex was numb. Coach, are you sure you are praising me? Coach Carter patted the Tyrannosaurus Rex on the shoulder happily, of course. Kids. I have nothing to say. But I still want to take up a little of your time to say a few words, just 2 words. What I want to tell you is that your last game on the school team is over. There are no regrets in your youth. You have proved yourself. You will surely be written into the history of Southampton, and your spirit will surely inspire generations of amateur players. This is not only our victory, nor is it just a victory for the Southampton spirit, but also a victory for all amateur weak teams. Your championship story is so inspiring. You used an ups and downs game to tell everyone that miracles do exist. A weak team can also defeat a strong team. As long as you dare to fight, as long as you don't give up, as long as you have faith in your heart, everyone can become a champion in their own life. The whole locker room was on fire. Many players of the Buck Steelhorns team shed tears of pride and applauded excitedly. This applause was not only for Coach Carter, but also for his teammates, and even more for himself. Coach Carter pressed his palms together and said excitedly, "I have one more sentence. One last sentence. In the future, you will inevitably encounter all kinds of difficulties and setbacks in your life. They will be more difficult than the missionaries you face today, and may even force you into despair and make you collapse in despair. However, when you encounter them, don't forget that you have reversed in despair. Don't forget that you have created miracles. Don't forget your blood and passion today. Don't forget your youth and faith. As long as you remember today, you will be invincible. Children, I bless you. I bless all of you with all my heart. May God always be with your hearts. May the light illuminate the road ahead of you all the way." Yeah. Damn it. Why am I so happy, but my eyes are full of tears? Coach Carter, you are really good. Almost all the players of the Buck Steelhorns cried. Grant also had tears in his eyes. As a reborn person who has been ahead for 12 years, Grant thought that he would not cry, but the richer his experience, the deeper his feelings. Coach Carter's words and the emotional resonance of his teammates really touched his heart. Especially, the last amateur game has ended, and the parting with this group of silly teammates has entered the countdown stage. Grant secretly wiped away a tear. Coach Carter pressed his palm again. "Tonight, it's your night. Tonight you can have fun." Ah. Long live Coach Carter. Coach Carter. Coach Carter. Coach Carter. Coach. Come to the bar with us to party. The team members invited enthusiastically. Coach Carter waved his hand with a smile. "I'm not used to bars for young people like you. I can't have fun anymore. You guys can just go and party." "Coach. Come on. Tonight we are going to the best bar in Southampton. And it's a VIP room. I heard there are naked ladies dancing pole dance in the shower." Coach Carter was startled, then frowned and said, "You are still young, you can't watch that kind of performance. As your coach, I have the responsibility and obligation to check for you." "Okay, I'll go with you." "Yeah. We can finally drink with you. Coach, when we get to the bar, I'll show you how to open a bottle cap with my eyelids." The locker room was full of joy. While his teammates were jumping around Coach Carter, Grant continued to lie down to complete the physical therapy. By the time Gregory finished giving Grant the physical therapy, the carnival in the locker room was almost over, and it was time to move on. The players cheered and went to the shower room to take a shower. As soon as Grant got up from the therapy bed, Coach Carter came to him with a smile. "Gu, you promised me, give me your jersey." "Oh, okay, Coach." Grant quickly opened the locker and handed the last spare jersey to Coach Carter with both hands. Coach Carter grinned with satisfaction and said, "It's perfect." "Okay, Gu, go take a shower quickly, the bus is still waiting for us." "Yes, Coach." "By the way, aren't you going to the bar to watch the show tonight?" "Oh, Coach, I have something to do, I really can't go tonight." Coach Carter said with emotion, "I have taught so many students and disciples, only you are the most self-disciplined and least susceptible to this kind of temptation." Grant. "Coach, I advise you not to speak so early, I actually have a bigger temptation." Grant cleared his throat. "I'll go tomorrow night." Coach Carter sighed again. "I have taught so many students and disciples, only you are the most talented and sociable." Grant. "No. No. No." Coach Carter. "Why are you starting to praise me too? I still like your rebellious and PUA master look." Coach, "I'm going to take a shower first." "Go ahead." Grant closed the locker, took off his clothes, and walked into the shower room. There was laughter in the shower room, mixed with the sounds of hugging each other and the chairs of soap falling on the ground. Grant tried his best to avoid these idiots. But there was no way. Grant was the focus wherever he went. After finally coming to the shower room in the corner, Grant pulled the shower curtain and turned on the shower. While when the warm water sprayed down from the top of his head, Grant couldn't help but exhale a comfortable breath, and his whole body and mind were completely relaxed. Light a clear system prompt sounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host. Since the host has perfectly integrated the results of more than 100 hours of special training in the official competition, the corresponding attribute points have grown. Your physical attribute, physical fitness, grows from 75 points to 76 points. Your physical attribute, strength, grows from 68 points to 69 points. Your physical attribute, strong, grows from 66 points to 67 points. Your technical attribute, long-range shooting, grows from 68 points to 69 points. Your mental attribute, teamwork, grows from 73 points to 74 points. Damn. Guran was shocked. This time, the ball has directly increased by 5 growth attributes. In the previous games, only 3 attributes were increased, but in this finals game, 5 attributes were directly increased. And each attribute is an excellent attribute. If the long-range shooting attribute is improved, then the hit rate of the 2 skills of piercing, cloud arrow and stone breaking will also increase accordingly. This is another guarantee for gaining a foothold in professional competitions. The teamwork and the mental attribute is an indicator to measure the integration of players in tactical formations. The higher this data is, the higher the adaptability after the on-the-spot formation changes. With 74 points of teamwork, you can fully adapt to most on-the-spot formation changes. Cool. It seems that the more important the event, the better you play, and the more and better you can improve. If you play key games in the professional league in the future, the growth attribute points will definitely increase. The professional league is coming soon. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelas. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210 Time Management begins. Maxford is out. How did we come up with a business opportunity? After taking a shower, Guran opened his locker and picked up his phone. There were more than a dozen missed calls and nearly 100 text messages on his phone. Guran took a quick look. These text messages and missed calls were basically congratulations on his winning the national championship. Some numbers were from scouts from small clubs, and some numbers Guran didn't recognize at all. Guran saw a text message from Evelyn, a female reporter from Bahia. Gu, I'm so glad to interview you today. You're really, really cool. I really like you. I look forward to you coming to my house for dinner, and I look forward to interviewing you again next time. This is my private phone number. Remember to save it. I'll check it next time we meet. This text message was followed by a heart-shaped emoticon. Guran felt sweet in his heart and saved Evelyn's phone number. Just for Evelyn's writing skills, it will be useful in the future. Continuing to browse, Guran saw a text message from Sophie Turner. Ah. Dear. You're so awesome. I'm crazy. I'm completely crazy. I've never experienced such a crazy moment. I can't believe that God has given me such a great man. Goo. You're the idol of the entire Southampton High School. I heard those girls screaming that they want to have children with you. They really want to have children with you. Not only am I not jealous, but I'm very proud. Very happy. Because I know you belong to me. When I think that I can lie in your arms and hold you soon, enjoying the happiness that they can't get, I'm so happy. I can't wait to see you. Of course, I also know that you must have a lot of things to deal with after winning the championship, and you have to celebrate with your brothers, so I'm going home with my parents to prepare meals. Mom said she will cook 10 of your favorite dishes tonight. Dad also said that he wants to give their master bedroom to the 2 of us. Anyway, when you return to Southampton, you must come to my house for dinner first. I have to leave by train tonight, in order to catch up with the filming of the drama tomorrow morning, so you have to hurry up. Damn, isn't this a one-night stand too obvious? Then we can't be shy. Guran quickly replied. Sophie, wait for me, I will go to your house to find you as soon as I return to Southampton. I miss you, love you and kiss you. The next text message came from Teacher Maria, and Teacher Maria's was more direct. Goo, you bad guy, do you know that my throat is swollen, my skirt is wet, and I am completely exhausted. I can't wait to have you, I can't control myself. Of course, I also know that you must have a lot of things to deal with after winning the championship, and you have to celebrate with your brothers, so I will drive directly back to your Dune villa. I have to go back to work at Edinburgh Hospital tomorrow morning, so you have to hurry back. I will be waiting for you after I wash myself. Damn, it's too fierce. Isn't this better than going to the bar? Guran quickly replied. Maria, wait for me. As soon as I finish my work, I will go back to the Dune villa to find you. I miss you, love you, and kiss you. Tonight, I really need to manage my time. Guran took a deep breath and continued to browse the remaining text messages. Anne Hathaway's text message popped up. Goo. Tell me quickly, how is your finals going? I can't see your national competition here in the United States. I'm really worried. If you win, I will be happy with you. If you don't win, I can also comfort you by your side. Why haven't you replied to my message yet? No. I can't stand it. I can't stand it for a minute or a second. The feeling of watching you play football is really addictive. I am addicted to football now. I want to find you. I will ask my assistant to buy me a plane ticket now. I want to find you now. Goo. I'm already at the airport. Goo, I've passed the security check. Goo, I'm ready to board the plane. I'm so excited, I can see you tonight. You wash up and wait for me. Damn, Guran is so confused. 3 women, each one is more urgent than the other. Good man, is it okay for 3 heroes to fight against Ludu? Although it is not impossible, it is really difficult to manage the time. Seeing Annie's last message just now, Guran quickly replied, Annie. Don't come. You haven't boarded the plane yet, right? Annie quickly replied, Goo, you finally replied to my message. I'm boarding the plane soon. Tell me first if you won. I won, but don't come. It's too tiring to go back and forth. You have to focus on your celebrity career. And I don't have time tonight. After a long time, Annie finally replied, Okay, you are right. The preparations for the Batman movie are approaching a critical moment. As the heroine, I really can't leave willfully. This is very unprofessional. But I really miss you. I really miss every bit of our time in the Dune Villa. Guran breathed a sigh of relief and replied, Be good, be obedient, make the movie well first, and release it as soon as possible. We will have plenty of time to meet each other in the future. Annie replied, But, I miss you. I miss you so much that I can't bear it. Otherwise, please send your jersey to me, so that I can feel better. Damn, I gave my last jersey to Coach Carter. I can't take it back, can I? He is my dear coach who I spend every day with. Guran quickly replied, Annie, I will give you a gift better than the jersey, my shorts. That's right. The jersey is gone, but there are still 3 pairs of shorts. Annie replied, Pants. Guran replied, The shorts are the closest thing to my hormone smell. Annie immediately replied, Send it to me quickly. I promise to stay in Hollywood obediently. Guran replied, Okay, I will mail it to you when I'm done. Then, Guran replied again very skillfully, I miss you, I love you, I love you. You don't need to type out the whole sentence. It's so convenient to associate it with a letter. After comforting Annie for a while and making sure that Annie had refunded her flight ticket and returned to Hollywood, Guran put down his phone. After quickly getting dressed, Guran left the locker room with his teammates and got on the special bus that had been waiting for them for a long time. The championship trophy was placed next to Guran's seat. When the bus drove out of the Millennium Stadium, the road was full of excited Southampton fans. When the fans saw Guran and the championship trophy, the scene was completely shocked. Almost everyone was shouting Chinese Dad. Guran sat in the car holding the championship trophy and waited to thank the fans. The bus slowly moved forward and headed towards home. The fans drove their cars to escort it, and the motorcade was magnificent and spectacular. When the motorcade entered the territory of Southampton, an even more exciting moment arrived. The bus slowly stopped, and all the players transferred to the open-top tour bus that was temporarily requisitioned and began the parade. 4 Southampton mounted police officers led the way. Vehicles and pedestrians lined the streets to welcome. The whole of Southampton hadn't seen such a grand celebration for a long time. Some Saints fans also joined in the celebration. Some students from other high schools in Southampton also joined in the celebration. Some people who were not fans, but just wanted to join in the fun, also joined in the celebration. The staff of Southampton High School also handed hundreds of Chinese-made Gatling fireworks to the open-top bus. Guran took the lead and happily shot into the air. At this moment, the joy of the whole Southampton was ignited. The bus circled the city of Southampton, and after experiencing crazy cheers, it finally returned to the gate of Southampton High School. The trophy was handed over to the principal of Southampton High School by Coach Carter. The principal announced on the spot that the main players of the Buck Steelhorns would be given full-year scholarships, and the chorus Guran would be given a double full scholarship. Although the double full scholarship of Southampton High School is not high, it is more than £30,000. This means that Guran's tuition for the past 2 years has not only waked, but also earned more than £10,000. After the simple on-campus commendation, the other players went directly to the bar to party. Guran, on the other hand, put on a baseball cap in a low-key manner, drove a Porsche Cayenne, and drove to Sophie's home. Time management, it's time to start. At the same time, Maxrot finally walked out of the security room at the Millennium Stadium. Because of the private live broadcast during the game, Maxrot's crime tool, the mobile phone, was confiscated, and the income from the live broadcast was confiscated. Maxrot also missed the most exciting reversal scene. Fortunately, this game was just an amateur game, and the copyright belonged to the English Football Association, but there was no commercial conflict. In addition, Maxert was also Chinese, and the security personnel of the Millennium Stadium had seen Guran's wonderful performance on the field, so they had a good impression of the Chinese, so they did not make things too difficult for Maxert. In addition to handing over the phone and the fine, Maxert was also asked to write a letter of guarantee that he would not secretly film live broadcasts, and then everything was fine. After leaving the security room, Maxert immediately took a taxi back to his rented house in Cardiff, and then logged into the Chinese student forum and posted a post. Brothers, I'm back. At this time, it was already 3 a.m. in China. The originally silent forum was boiling instantly. Netizens who were tortured only by a unique live broadcast all exploded and left messages under Maxert's post. Fuck. Big brother, you are finally back. Big brother, is your chrysanthemum still there? At Maxim Jomi and Q, big brother, you are right. At Maxert, stop talking nonsense. Tell us the result. We are all going crazy. We want to know where the Guran Scimitar kick went in. Yes. Tell us what the situation was like at that time. Who won the final game? Tell us quickly, I am so anxious. Maxert, you are not going to interrupt the conversation here, are you? The speed of replying to the post was extremely fast. Maxert had just taken a sip of water when this new post was pushed to the top of the hot post. Maxert quickly put down the cup and replied, okay, let's not talk about my own business first, let's talk about the game situation that everyone is most concerned about first. Guran's Crescent Moon Scimitar shot wedding, the score was tied, and then the missionaries launched a crazy counterattack. They shot continuously in front of the Buck Steelhorn team's goal, but the big stupid goalkeeper of the Buck Steelhorn team suddenly got the hang of it and made 3 consecutive amazing saves. Then the strong central defender of the Buck Steelhorn team took the ball and passed it directly to the center circle. Guran sprinted and formed a single shot. He used Ronaldo's bicycle kick to pass the intercepting defender. Then Guran shot at the 40th position and scored with a super long shot. The Buck Steelhorn team finally defeated the opponent with a score of 4-3 and won the national championship. Guran scored 4 goals in a single game. Won the top scorer of the session. He held the championship trophy. Fuck. Is it fake? This must be fake. Is it really a reversal? Really? A 40-meter long shot, that's too much, isn't it? Guran scored 4 goals by himself. A big 4. At Maxert, weren't you locked in the security room at the time? How did you know the result? That's right, you're not writing an online novel here, are you? Faced with the doubts, Maxert immediately replied, friends who know me should understand that I never make up stories. Besides, we can afford to lose, but winning is winning. Guran is really awesome. Although I didn't see the most crucial and exciting game with my own eyes, I heard the cheers of the whole audience. I heard the foreigners shout in China Dad at the top of their lungs countless times. And I also confirmed the process and results of the game from the chat of the security personnel. Immediately, a netizen named Bookfriend2020320035034 posted a comment. Maxert is right. I just called a friend who works at the English Football Association. Although the results of the match have not been updated on the website of the English Football Association, he confirmed to me that the Buck Steelhorns team where Guran is located did beat the missionaries 4-3. It's a pity that we all missed the wonderful reversal process at the end. Fuck. Too awesome. It turns out that Guran really led the weak team to a reversal. This is simply unimaginable. Damn, such a crucial game process, we only know the result, and didn't see the most exciting part. By the way, although the online name of Bookfriend2020320035044 looks very frustrated, he is very powerful. He even has friends working at the English Football Association. What do you know? The real big guys all have digital online names. In fact, I also have a relative who works at the Football Association, but I am embarrassed to mention it. Every time I think of him, I feel sick. Fuck, when you are happy, don't mention unhappy things, okay? Guran is awesome. Thank you Maxert for risking being arrested and having your ass ripped off to live stream for us. Thank you Maxert for letting us know that there are Chinese talented players like Guran in this world. That's right. Thank you Maxert. Maxert replied, it's nothing. I don't feel bad or regretful at all for my phone being confiscated and my live stream income being fined. The only thing that hurts me is that I still have the contact information of 2 blonde beauties in my phone. Ha ha ha. Forgive my rude smile. Maxart, don't cry, stand up and jerk off. Maxart, you have to keep going. You can't give up live streaming, a very lucrative career. Does Guran have any other games? You continue to live stream for us. We wish you will definitely meet more beautiful blonde girls. Maxart quickly replied, forget it. I don't dare to live stream anymore, but everyone doesn't have to worry about not seeing Guran's news in the future. I heard the security guards chatting in the security room this time and learned that Guran had signed a professional contract with the English League One team Southampton. He is currently applying for a work permit. So if nothing goes wrong, Guran will play in the English League One professional league after the new season starts. Fuck. Guran has become a professional player. Too awesome. Too awesome. From amateur grassroots campus football to a professional player, Guran has made a great leap in life. So inspiring. That's great. Chinese players should go out and gain experience in better leagues. Don't let the Chinese Football Association bully them. Wait, English League One is a very low league, right? It's not the Premier League. Why are you so excited? Damn, you only know about the Premier League. Do you think the professional league in the UK is only the Premier League? The English Championship, English League One, and English League Two are all very cool, okay? Let's not talk about anything else. Generally, most of the professional youth training players in the UK start from the English League Two. The famous names of the stars you know are only a rare part of the professional youth training. There are too many professional youth training players who can't even play in the English League Two. Guran is a grassroots player like us. He has never trained in the professional youth training camp before. His first stop in the professional league is the English League One. This is already a big leap. But we can't watch the live broadcast of the English League One in China. I want to watch the live broadcast. Domestic TV stations do not broadcast live. Although the copyright of the English League One is not expensive, ordinary people can't afford it. In fact, I suggest that several big guys make a mobile football app, the kind that updates the score in real time, and then find Southampton Club to negotiate an authorization, so that you can open a live broadcast window on the mobile phone, only for our domestic fans. This kind of mobile project should be on the edge of the copyright. As long as the Southampton Club is given enough share, the Southampton Club will definitely be happy to take this opportunity to expand the Chinese market. That's right. Fuck. How come we came up with a business opportunity while chatting? Does it cost money to make an app? Boss Maxart has money, he can start it, and we can just crowdfund it. That's right, although there is no complete video of this game, relying on Guran's performance in the previous part, it is enough to attract more fans who care about Chinese football to participate. Everyone crowdfunds 100 yuan, 10,000 fans will also be 1 million. 100 million fans will be 10 billion. Crowdfunding alone is not enough, you also need technology. A netizen named Little Princess Harry replied, I am the product manager of a medium-sized app in China. You can leave the overall development workflow to me. A netizen named Zhajiang Bailing Mind Bidding King also replied, I am the UI designer. I have a UI team of 5 people. Yes, I do have a mine at home. I am the one who got 3 super rockets and 10 big rockets in the live broadcast room before. I can bring money into the team. Wow. Awesome. There are really many talents in Tiga. Netizen D82002 replied, I am an Android development engineer. Netizen Bingling Boiled Water replied, I am an Apple development engineer. Netizen True Self-Reflection replied, I am backend development engineer. Netizen Inutfun replied, I am test engineer. Netizen named Muran Hoain said, I am not an engineer or an operator, but I am in the UK. I work in the legal consulting industry. At Maxart, if you need anything, you can always contact me. Awesome. We actually have a legal consultant. Add to that at Maxim Jomiki who knows a lot about football business, and we're all set. Haha. Although I am nothing, I feel excited to see the chats of the big guys upstairs. So cool. I thought I would have a very depressing night, but when I got the news that Guran won the game, and the big guys were preparing to create an app so that we can see Guran's performance in English League One, I was so happy. Let's do it, big guys. Maybe it can become a unicorn and go public. By then, everyone will be worth over 100 million. Maxart in front of the computer slapped the table excitedly, do it. For more blonde girls. Let's do it. Maxart quickly replied, I'll leave my QQ number, big guys, add me, let's create a group and chat in depth. Chapter 211 Time management ends. Kai Ent breaks down again. A new journey begins. Achoo. Achoo. Odd sneeze. Guran just parked the car at the door of Sophie's house, and he sneezed more than a dozen times in a row. His head was buzzing with sneezes. What's going on? Am I catching a cold? It shouldn't be. With my current physical condition, it's hard for me to get hurt, let alone a minor cold. Is someone thinking about me? Well, there must be a lot of beautiful women talking about me behind my back. Ha. Guran rubbed his nose, tidied his clothes, and got out of the Porsche Cayenne. Dear. Sophie, dressed in a cool outfit, rushed out of the house happily, jumped up and straddled Guran, holding Guran's face and kissing him wildly. This direct and hot enthusiasm made Guran, the time management master, a little embarrassed, and he didn't know where to put his hands. Andrew and Sally stood at the door, admiring happily. Seeing his daughter pushing Guran, Andrew was no longer depressed, and his face was full of pride. Andrew even took out his cell phone to take a picture. Goo. Welcome home. You scored 4 goals in today's game. You must be very tired now. Sophie, don't just kiss each other. It would be embarrassing if the neighbors saw them. Come into the house quickly. The food is ready. Sally's voice was 3 times higher than usual. She was almost shouting, as if she was afraid that the neighbors couldn't hear her. Sure enough, the neighbors all stuck their heads out to watch the fun. Andrew reminded loudly, Sophie, pay attention to the skills. It's not enough to be enthusiastic. You also need skills. You have to do it like this. Andrew raised his tongue tip to demonstrate in public. Sophie. Guran. The neighbors around. Sally. This is not my husband. Sophie said, honey, let's go inside. Guran nodded quickly and said, okay. Sophie still had her legs wrapped around Guran's waist, her arms around Guran's neck, and said coquettishly, honey, I can't walk when I see you, I want you to carry me in. Okay. Guran smiled dotingly and walked into the house with Sophie in his arms. After entering the house, Guran was overwhelmed. The dining table was already filled with various dishes. Moreover, they were basically British dishes with strong flavors and strange shapes, such as roasted lamb kidney pie. The British really love lamb kidneys. The Chinese only eat them when they have barbecues, but the British eat them directly as the main dish and staple food, and even eat this thing for breakfast. If Guran was really injured, if it weren't for Sophie, Guran would definitely run away. Come on, sit down, Goo. Sally greeted him warmly. When I saw you looking at the food on the table just now, your eyes widened. You must be starving, you must be impatient. My legs were so freaking straight. Andrew pushed Guran to his previous exclusive seat, and then placed his favorite roasted lamb kidney pie in front of him, and also placed a portion of pickled herring in front of him. Guran held his breath. Sally smiled happily and said, I am very satisfied with today's roasted lamb kidney pie, it's 70% done. Guran's face was full of resistance, and he could no longer hide it. Andrew laughed and said, look, Guran is so excited. We are all family, don't be so reserved, let's eat. Guran said with difficulty, and Sally, Uncle Andrew, thank you for your hospitality. You are so thoughtful to prepare this table of dishes, but I am not hungry. Andrew stuffed a piece of beef kidney pudding into his mouth, chewing and saying, Goo, how can you not be hungry? You fought so hard on the court and consumed so much energy. We all saw it with our own eyes. The reason why you don't feel hungry must be because you are too excited after winning the game, so you don't feel hungry for the time being, but in fact your body is already very hungry. If you don't eat more, you will collapse. Andrew's analysis is very reasonable. Sally said, yes, Goo, you must eat more, this is all Aunt's love for you. And, your love is too strong. Looking at Sally and Andrew's expectant eyes, Guran felt that it was difficult to refuse the hospitality. What else can I do? Then eat a little. Guran took up the knife and fork, cut off a small piece of the juicy and smelly lamb kidney pie, held his breath and stuffed it into his mouth. What a primitive taste, Sally asked. How is it? Does it remind you of the feeling of living at home? As if he had returned to 5,000 years ago, Guran nodded reluctantly. Yes, it smells so good. Sally said happily. I knew you would like it, Goo. If you like it, eat more. Andrew, give your share to Goo. Andrew actually hesitated for a moment. Guran waved his hands quickly. No, I can't eat these. Sophie smiled and said, dear, let me feed you, the one I feed is more delicious. No. Guran opened his mouth wide, and before he could say anything, Sophie forked half a piece of lamb kidney pie and stuffed it into Guran's mouth. Okay, wait and see how I stuff you. Guran thought viciously in his heart, chewed it twice with gritted teeth, and then swallowed it hard. Sophie clapped happily. Wow. Honey, you're great. Have another piece. Guran grabbed Sophie's hand and stuffed it back. You eat. Sally's eyes were full of smiles. Praise God, look how loving they are. After eating 2 pieces of lime kidney pie, Guran wiped his mouth. I really can't eat anymore. Sally was astonished and said, Goo, you won't eat so little. How can this be possible? You can usually eat 1.5 lamb kidney pies, okay? The one who can eat 1.5 lamb kidney pies is your husband, okay? And Sally, you have recognized the wrong person. Guran secretly complained in his heart, and said helplessly, and Sally, I really can't eat anymore. Andrew next to him chuckled, Sally, you don't understand this, do you? Sophie is about to take the train and leave. How can Guran have the heart to eat the delicious food you made? Guran wants to save time and spend more time alone with Sophie. Damn, I'm not. I'm a serious person, okay, I am. Between choosing to eat lamb kidney pie and choosing to give up being a serious person, Guran firmly chose the latter. Guran made up his mind, yes, and Sally, how can I have the heart to eat now? My mind is full of Sophie, I really can't wait a moment. Sophie shyly poked Guran with her elbow, hate it. How can you say it so bluntly in front of my parents? I'm full too. Sally giggled, after all, you're young. Andy is an experienced person, and Andy understands the feeling of being impatient. But, Goo, you still have to eat more, otherwise how will you have the energy to cook later? Come on, drink up this plate of oyster soup first, and this plate of macaque's blood pancakes, and this French blood duck. After eating these, you can leave. Damn, Aunt Sally is really afraid that your daughter will be hungry. Forget it, time management, you have to seize the time, and you can't waste time at the dinner table. Guran drank a few mouthfuls of oyster soup, ate 2 bites of macaque's blood pancakes, and stuffed a few pieces of French blood duck. Andrew next to him was so greedy. After Guran finished eating, he felt a little full and his body began to heat up. Aunt Sally, Uncle Andrew, I'm done. I'll take Sophie to the station. Sally said in surprise, aren't you staying at home for a while? Guran said, I have car. Although the answer was irrelevant, everyone understood. Sophie put down a knife and fork happily, kissed Sally and Andrew on the cheek and said goodbye, then picked up the suitcase and followed Guran out of the room. Goo, are you full? If not, eat more. Goo, come back more often when you have time. And you will cook you the dishes you like. Okay, I will. Guran waved to Sally and Andrew, stepped on the gas pedal, and drove away. From entering the house to eating to leaving, Guran took less than 10 minutes in total. Sophie chuckled and said, honey, you're too anxious, aren't you? I didn't expect that someone as shy as you could say such things in front of my parents. I know it's because you love me, and I'm so happy. Guran stepped on the accelerator and said, yes, I'm anxious. Sophie said, but it's still early, I don't want to go to the train station now. Guran said, I know a place. Guran drove Sophie to a remote, quiet and deserted grove near the train station. Guran drove the car directly into the grove and turned off the engine. After more than 10 minutes, Guran said, maybe it's because I miss you too much, and all I have accumulated is my longing for you. Sophie honey, I really want to stay with you like this forever. Damn, Guran's scalp was slightly numb. Is it still possible? But, Sophie leaned shyly in Guran's arms, I am already very satisfied now, dear, you are really amazing. I love you so much. Otherwise, I will take another leave and stay with you for a few more days. Guran hurriedly said, no, Sophie, you are now in the rising period of your star career, don't let this little things between men and women delay your star career. Sophie hugged Guran's neck, her sapphire eyes full of gratitude, dear, you are so nice, you always think about me. By the way, I want one of your jerseys, so that when I miss you on the crew, I can hug your jersey to sleep. Shit, Guran suddenly had a headache. Where is the jersey? Guran cleared his throat, how about a jersey? I'll give you a better gift, my shorts. Sophie was stunned. Shorts. Guran said as a matter of course. Yes, shorts are closest to my hormones, much better than jerseys. Sophie immediately said excitedly. Okay. I want your shorts. Guran then opened his sports backpack and found a pair of shorts for Sophie. Sophie held it to her face and sniffed hard, the smell of hormones. Guran thought to himself. I'm ashamed it's almost time, I'll take you to the station, you can take a nap in the luxury compartment of the train, so that when you arrive in London tomorrow morning, you will have energy to shoot. Sophie said obediently. Okay, I'll listen to you. Guran then returned to the driver's seat and drove the Cayenne with 2 broken shock absorbers to the train station. After arriving at the train station, Sophie said in a soft voice, honey, my legs are weak, I can't walk, I need a hug. Guran smiled, put on his baseball cap, picked up Sophie, walked across the long platform, and sent Sophie to the luxurious compartment of the train. The two lingered for a while until the staff on the platform blew the whistle, and Sophie reluctantly let Guran go. Seeing Sophie's train slowly start, Guran breathed a sigh of relief. My ears are still a little hot. Is Aunt Sally's meal so effective? Guran looked at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock in the evening. Time management. Time management. Guran ran all the way out of the station and drove the Cayenne with 2 broken shock absorbers back to the Dune Villa. Maria. I'm back. Goo. You're finally back. Maria, who had been waiting for a long time, excitedly threw herself into Guran's arms and reached out to untie Guran's belt. Guran said quickly, Wait, Maria, let me take a shower first. Maria smiled and said, You're still so shy and cute. But I really can't wait. Maria pushed the door and walked into the bathroom for 2 hours. Maria lay on the sofa panting and rolled her eyes. Goo was so strong. I mean, you were strong before, but now you're even stronger. I can't believe that you just finished a fierce football game. Wrong. Not only did I just finish a fierce football game, I also managed my time. Guran hugged Maria with ease. Maybe it's because I miss you too much, and all I have accumulated is my longing for you. Maria exclaimed, Ah, and her whole body collapsed in Guran's arms. Goo, you are so great, I really want to be with you like this forever. Guran's scalp tingled again. Maria smiled and said, Of course I know this is impossible. I just love the time with you. How about I take a few more days off and stay with you for a few more days? This is not the first time that Guran has faced such a problem. Guran smiled calmly, stroked the hair scattered on Maria's forehead affectionately, and then said softly, Maria, I also want you to stay for a few more days, but you have just established your foothold in Edinburgh and are at the beginning of your career. You must not delay your work because of this little love between men and women. Maria hugged Guran's neck with emotion and kissed Guran again and again. Goo, you are so good, strong and considerate. You bet that you must be the best man in the world. I will listen to you obediently. By the way, Guran stretched out a finger and gently pressed it on Maria's lips. You want a jersey of mine, right? Then when you miss me in Edinburgh, you can sleep with my jersey in your arms, right? Maria looked at Guran in surprise. Goo, how did you know? You and I are so connected. Guran smiled slightly. This is all experience. Guran smiled and said, Maria, there is nothing wrong with giving you a jersey, but I want to give you something better, my shorts. Maria's eyes widened in surprise. Shorts. That's right, Guran smiled. Shorts are the closest to my hormones, much better than jerseys. Maria chuckled. Goo, what are you talking about? Hormones are hormones, not the smell of your big rocket. What the hell is going to flip over? I forgot that teacher Maria is a doctor now. Talking to a doctor about the taste of hormones is like telling a rocket expert that the engine should burn coal. Guran was completely at a loss. Maria smiled and said, but the smell of the rockets is also great. It really reminds me of you more than the jersey. Okay, I'll take your shorts. Guran breathed a sigh of relief, got up, and brought the last pair of shorts to Maria. Guran put on his clothes and said, Maria, it's getting late. I'll take you to the train station. You can still catch the last train to Edinburgh in the early morning. Wait, Maria said coquettishly, I haven't eaten yet. You bad guy, you can't not even let me have a full meal, right? Guran was stunned. You haven't eaten yet. Maria pouted. Nonsense, I've been waiting for you to come back and want to have a meal with you. Who knew that you would come back so late, and you did it for so long when you came back? Guran hugged Maria lovingly. Then you must be starving. I'll go and make it for you now. Yeah. Maria nodded contentedly. Guran came to the kitchen and cooked a pack of instant noodles for Maria. He also beat 2 eggs and put 2 slices of beef in it. I am a good man, I am a good man. Maria really enjoyed the food and praised it highly. After finishing the instant noodles, Guran carried Maria, whose legs and feet were weak, into the car. The Cayenne with 2 broken shock absorbers was bumpy all the way, and Maria almost vomited. This Cayenne is not good, it's not comfortable at all. Maria said, covering her chest. Guran couldn't explain it, but just smiled secretly and continued to drive. After arriving at the train station, Guran put on his baseball cap, carried Maria through the long platform, and sent Maria into the luxury compartment of the train. The staff on the platform rubbed their eyes and felt that this scene was familiar. Guran and Maria stayed in the luxury compartment for a while until the staff on the platform blew the whistle to prepare for departure, and Maria reluctantly let Guran go. Watching Maria's train slowly start, Guran breathed a long sigh of relief. Finally, Sophie and Maria were sent away. Guran felt that his ears were still hot. After 2 hours of venting, the effect of Aunt Sally's meal was still there. If I had known earlier, I should have let Annie come back. Forget it. If Annie came back, it would not only be a problem of 2 broken shock springs. Guran left the station and drove back to the Dune Villa. Today was so colorful. Tired, but happy, and double happiness. The campus football career has ended successfully, and the next step is a more intense professional career. Entering a professional career means that you can become a real star, and it also means starting life as a star. There are many things to do tomorrow. I have to repair the Cayenne first, prepare farewell gifts for my teammates, and go to the club to watch the U18 training. I can't waste the progress of picking up. I have to go to the bar to party in the evening. After Guran went home and took an ice and fire treatment, he fell asleep comfortably. Chapter 212 Cayenne has been upgraded. Meet Mrs. Kawadi again. The next day, close to noon, Guran slept until he woke up naturally. After the adrenaline faded, the fatigue of the body also reflected. However, Guran's current physical attributes are no longer the same as before. Even after the intense competition yesterday and even after 2 more time managements, Guran did not feel any muscle soreness when he got up. The physical energy consumed can be fully restored in 2 or 3 days at most. This is the benefit of a high physical fitness. The side effect is bloating. After getting up and eating a nutritious breakfast, Guran put on a baseball cap and big sunglasses, and stuck on a circle of beard, and then drove to the Porsche maintenance center. There's no way, if he is recognized by the crazy Southampton fans, then he can't go anywhere. The staff of the maintenance center were stunned when they saw Guran, who came again in less than a week, and a broken shock absorber spring in less than a week. Sir, I will return the maintenance tip to you. Can you tell me what happened to this Cayenne? This is a story that cannot be described in detail. This tip is not enough to listen to. Guran adjusted his sunglasses. How about this? I'll give you double the repair tip, and also give me 2 more shock absorber springs, for expedited use. As his physique gets stronger, he also has to upgrade the Cayenne. Repairman. After repairing the car at noon, Guran had a casual lunch outside. While eating, his beard fell off and he was almost recognized by waitress. After lunch, Guran drove to the largest sports mall in Southampton. According to the shoe size information obtained from the drummer in advance, he selected a pair of Messi exclusive sneakers for all his teammates. Messi exclusive sneakers are also Guran's farewell gift to his teammates. The pair of Messi exclusive sneakers that Guran wore were also bought here. Guran is also familiar with the place. The female shopping guide with an F-class mind was still in charge of entertaining him. Last time when Guran saw this female shopping guide, he felt a little embarrassed, but not this time. Because Guran was wearing sunglasses, he could see openly through the sunglasses. Of course, it wasn't what Guran wanted to see, it was just that his young body wanted to see it under the side effects of his physical condition. Although Guran's body wanted to see it, he was still a serious person. The A-level female shopping guide looked at Guran, who was wearing a baseball cap and big sunglasses, again and again, and finally couldn't help asking, "Sir, are you Guran?" Guran hurriedly squeezed his throat and said shrilly, "I'm not." If he admitted this, he wouldn't be able to walk out of the mall today. The A-level female shopping guide smiled. "Okay, I also think that Guran would not come to the mall to buy sneakers in person. If he wanted to buy shoes, how could he not contact me in person? But you really look like him, maybe you are both Chinese. But he is taller and more handsome than you, his voice is more magnetic, and his smile is more charming, and you know what? The 2 of us are still secret lovers." "Fuck. When did I become a secret lover with you? Didn't you just write me a small note with a phone number? I threw it away a long time ago. I'm a serious person. Don't make up stories about me." Guran was angry and amused, but he couldn't get angry. Then he heard the 8th-level female shopping guide sweetly say to herself, "Do you want to hear a story? Am I crazy? Eating my own melon?" Guran waved his hand and said coldly, "I'm in a hurry. Please pack these sneakers as gifts and send them to the door of Orange Room's bar after 9 o'clock in the evening." Orange Room's bar is the most popular bar in Southampton and the bar the teammates and Guran agreed to go to. After Guran swiped his card to pay the bill, he hurriedly left the sports mall without waiting for the F-level female shopping guy to continue chatting with him. Oh, it's distressing. A handsome guy like me, there are always women chatting me up when I eat or go shopping. Especially in this open environment abroad, I must protect myself and can't let them get their hands on me easily. It seems that I really need a personal assistant in the future, otherwise it will be troublesome to buy things, and I may hear gossip about myself. After leaving the sports mall, Guran took off his baseball cap, sunglasses and fake beard, and drove to the Staplewood training base. I haven't been to the training base for a while, and the Staplewood training is still so picturesque. When I think about the professional training here in the future, Guran is particularly happy. I wonder if Ichi Kawati, who was living a good life, is still here. If Ichi Kawati is here, then his mother, Mrs. Kawati, should also be on the sidelines, right? Mrs. Kawati's mature charm of an oriental middle-aged woman is really unforgettable. Guran couldn't help but admire secretly in his heart. As soon as the guard at the Staplewood training base saw Guran come in, he immediately ran up to greet him with a smile. "Hi, Gu, how are you? Your game yesterday was really great. A magical comeback. Although I didn't have the opportunity to watch it live, I heard from my friends. Just listening to their descriptions, I can imagine how exciting it was. Congratulations." "Thank you, Kenny." When Guran came here before, he already knew the name of this dedicated guard. The two of them clapped their hands happily like old friends. Guard Kenny liked this new member of the club who had no worries at all. Kenny smiled and asked, "You just finished the game yesterday, why don't you rest at home today?" Guran smiled and said, "I'm bored, so I want to come and see the training at the U18 players, so that I can adapt to the professional career as soon as possible." Kenny gave Guran a thumbs up. "Gu, you are really dedicated. By the way, can you give me a jersey? It's the Buck Steelhorns jersey, I want to show off to my brothers." "Haha, let alone the jersey, there's no underwear." Guran smiled apologetically. "Sorry Kenny, I really don't have this." Oh. Kenny shrugged and smiled bitterly. "It doesn't matter, maybe I overestimated my abilities." Guran quickly said, "That's not the case. I only have 3 jerseys in the Buck Steelhorns. One was torn during the game, and the remaining 2 were divided up by the 2 coaches on the night of the game. So, I really don't have any. Not to mention you as a doorman, even my 3 girlfriends don't have one." Kenny heard and immediately smiled. "Oh, so that's the case. What a pity, you have too few Buck Steelhorns jerseys. Anyway, thank you." Guran opened the car door and got out. "Kenny, let's take a group photo. Although a group photo is not as good as a jersey, at least it's enough for you to be proud in front of your brothers." Kenny was overjoyed. "Okay. Gu. Thank you." The two hugged each other like brothers and took a photo. Kenny shook hands with Guran with satisfaction. "Gu, you're a very good person, thank you. I wish you a happy day today and every day." "Thank you Kenny, I wish you a happy day too." Guran got back in the car, waved at Kenny, and then drove into the Staplewood parking lot. Like the previous times, he parked the car in the first row in the first empty seat. After getting off the car, Guran went straight to the U18 training ground. Today, the training subject for the U18 players is physical training, 10 kilometers running. Guran came at the right time. At this time, most of the U18 players have reached the middle and late stages, which is the most difficult stage in terms of physical fitness. Although it is a long-distance run, the speed of each player is not slow. They must complete it within the stipulated 45 minutes. Such a time is simply impossible for ordinary people, but for advanced runners and professional players, 45 minutes and 10 kilometers is the minimum benchmark. Every U18 player was running while panting heavily, frantically pumping oxygen into his lungs. The atmosphere on the field was tense and intense. When Guran walked into the U18 training ground, the first thing he saw was not the young men running, but the figure of the oriental woman with full charm. "Oh, Mrs. Kawati." Guran's heart skipped a beat. For a moment, Guran even forgot the real purpose of this trip. Mrs. Kawati was still wearing a pair of big sunglasses, which almost covered her whole pretty face, but could not hide her stunning elegance at all. Today, Mrs. Kawati wore a simple white shirt on her upper body. The buttons of the shirt were inlaid with diamonds, which were simple and luxurious. She wore a pair of black waist-length pants on her lower body. From the side, her full hips were outlined. She was wearing a pair of black high heels that were 7 or 8 centimeters high. The whole outfit was very sophisticated from head to toe, and every detail exuded the unique warmth of an oriental woman. Her figure was not slender, but definitely not fat, but a feeling of plump and plump. The afternoon sun gently sprinkled on her body, and her skin seemed to have a faint halo, which made people want to get close to feel it. Even in middle age, even if she stood still, her posture was still graceful and elegant, as if she could dance at any time. The baptism of years she has experienced has not made her look a little old, but has washed away all the lead and exuded a precipitated charm and elegance. This is the gift of time to beauty, which is incomparable to little girls. But under her exquisiteness, it is difficult to hide the fatigue of the soul. It is really tiring to have such a troublesome son. At this time, Mrs. Kawani was concentrating on her son Kawariichi running on the court. Kawariichi still looked like he deserved a beating. He led the way and ran in front of everyone. From time to time, he turned back and looked at other U18 players with provocative eyes. White bubbles of training results fell from the feet of other U18 players. This little life is still useful. Guren calmly walked to the side of the track, clapping and cheering for other U18 players, while concentrating his mind and picking up 8 training bubbles for physical fitness, strength, speed, etc. The U18 players who felt Guren's encouragement immediately became energetic and accelerated in various ways. Kawariichi was annoyed for a moment, and had to increase his running rhythm. Seeing that Kawariichi was gradually caught up and surpassed, Guren was very happy. The 8 bubbles just picked up, plus the remaining 2 bubbles, also happened to automatically exchange for 1 talent point. How to say it, a small wave of double happiness. There will be no more campus amateur competitions in the future, and there is no need to save and accumulate, so this talent point can be used directly. Guren did not hesitate and directly added this talent point to the strong attribute. Guren felt that his muscles had become stronger by another dimension. The strong attribute also increased from 67 points to 68 points. At this stage, physical attributes are still the focus of Guren's improvement. Especially strength, power, and speed, all need to be improved to 75 points as soon as possible before the start of the new season. In this way, it is possible to gain a foothold in the highly competitive English League One. Alas, without the big star's magic weapon, the improvement speed is really slow. Guren couldn't help but look at Mrs. Kawari again. Mrs. Kawari also noticed Guren, and then bowed to Guren politely. Guren also nodded slightly in greeting. There are still 2 opportunities to pick up today, one of which must be reserved for Mrs. Kawari. Last time, because there was no progress in picking up, the true identity of Mrs. Kawari was not known through the system prompt. But this time, it must not be missed. Mrs. Kawari moved her feet, as if she wanted to come over and talk to Guren. Guren took a deep breath and got ready. Just when Mrs. Kawari wanted to come over and talk, a guy who looked to be in his 40s and wearing a red Southampton team logo hat on his head ran towards Guren first. Mrs. Kawari quickly shrank back. Guren was a little annoyed, but when he saw that the person who came was Jason Dodd, the youth training coach of Southampton U18, Guren suppressed his anger. Guren had been to the U18 youth training stadium several times before, so he was known to Coach Dodd. Guren came to the Staplewood training base this time, on the one hand to pick up the bubble progress, and on the other hand to discuss training with Coach Dodd. Hi. Gu. How are you? Coach Dodd's face was full of enthusiasm, and he took the initiative to reach out and high-five Guren. Guren also smiled and responded to Coach Dodd, I'm fine, thank you Coach Dodd. Coach Dodd shook Guren's hand and patted Guren's back intimately. Congratulations, Gu. The game last night was really exciting. I was also watching the game at the scene. Your performance was great. I am looking forward to your start in the Saints. Oh, and I also read the Advanced Saints this morning. What you said was very good. Very impressive. What the hell did I say? I don't even know myself. Could it be the devil and it really sent out the bold words she said for me about being the top scorer in English League One? Guren looked at her in a state of confusion. Guren gritted his teeth and cleared his throat. Coach Dodd, there are still more than 10 days before the start of the new season. I want to train with youth team. Is it possible? Coach Dodd laughed. Of course. I can even say that I couldn't ask for more. Your arrival will definitely have a positive impact on these U18 idiots. But you have to get permission from your team doctor first. After all, you are an important asset of our Saints, and you just participated in the finals of the national competition, so you also need enough rest. Although we are the U18 youth team, our training intensity is much greater than that of the amateur football team. I don't want you to train with an injury. Guren smiled calmly. Thank you Coach Dodd for your reminder. I will ask Maud to give me a physical examination tomorrow. If I pass, I plan to officially start training with the U18 tomorrow. Coach Dodd said in surprise. Why, you just won the championship, don't you rest for a few more days? Can your body handle it? Guren smiled and said, sure, Coach. Coach Dodd thought for a moment, then smiled and said, why not? As long as Maud nods, you can officially start training tomorrow. But I have to explain the rules to you. When you train with the U18, you have to obey my instructions. Otherwise, Guren said immediately, please rest assured about this, Coach Dodd. Coach Dodd stretched out his hand and shook hands with Guren. Okay, I look forward to your coming to training tomorrow. Thank you, Coach. After Guren expressed his gratitude, he turned his gaze to the court, waiting for Coach Dodd to leave tactfully. Coach Dodd was not aware of his own like-bolt nature and kept on chattering. Goo, what do you think of this U18 team? Not very good, right? That's right, these young players nowadays are far behind us back then. You know our era, right? It's the era of Alan Shearer and me. Oh, Alan and I are teammates and good friends. We both joined Southampton's U18 youth team in 1986 and were promoted to Southampton's first team in 1988. However, Alan only played for 4 seasons before transferring, while I stayed in Southampton until I retired in 2005. Well, how should I put it? I can be considered a meritorious veteran of the Saints. My status in the hearts of the fans, I'm not bragging, it's still quite high. Now if there's anything you don't understand in training, you can always come to me and I'll give you some pointers. Great, by the way, the Japanese trial player seems to be pretty good in all aspects, but the only problem is that he has a bad temper. He conflicts with other players almost every day, which really gives me a headache. Goo, you're both Asians, you should care about him a lot, right? For tomorrow's training, do you want me to put you two in the same group? I care about his mother. Guran shrugged indifferently. Whatever. Okay, that's settled. Yeah. Coach Dodd finally found that the topic could not continue. After standing there for a few minutes, Coach Dodd found an excuse to leave. After Coach Dodd left, Mrs. Kawai, who had been waiting for a long time, came up politely. Guran couldn't help but slightly raise the corners of his mouth. Escow, Mr. Guran. Mrs. Kawai said something in Japanese. Although Guran had never learned Japanese, relying on his experience of accidentally watching a few Japanese teaching films before, Guran understood that this was exactly what hello meant in Japanese. Guran also nodded politely and said in Chinese, "Hello, Mrs. Kawai." Mrs. Kawai was slightly stunned, then smiled lightly. Even with big sunglasses, her smile was full of elegant healing. "Mr. Guran, I'm really sorry for the last time. I'm sorry for causing you trouble." Mrs. Kawai bowed again. Guran smiled. "Oh, it's nothing. It's your son who should apologize. You don't have anything to apologize to me." That being said, I still hope to get Mr. Guran's understanding. Mrs. Kawai bowed deeply and gently again. Such an elegant woman. Who was this Japanese female star? Guran couldn't wait to tear off Mrs. Kawai's disguise. Chapter 213. Yes, I am the man who will become the shooter king. The real identity of Mrs. Kawai is. After bowing deeply, Mrs. Kawai smiled gently at Guran and said, "I've read the March of Saints this morning. There's a huge photo of you, Guran, winning the championship and holding up the trophy. You're so handsome, Guran. As an Oriental, you can actually reverse the situation in the birthplace of modern football, Britain, and win a championship at the high school national competition. It's amazing. Guran, you are not only the pride of China, but also the pride of the entire East Asia. Guran's success proves that we Orientals can also play good football. Oh, I mentioned Yuchi this morning that he won the British National Championship. Although Yuchi is also the champion of the Japanese National Championship, he is really far behind you. I asked him to learn from you, and Yuchi also said that he would definitely take you as an example. Haha, do you think I will be so happy if you praise me like this? No, I won't." Guran was very happy in his heart, but his face showed calmness. As for Kawaiichi saying that he wanted to take him as a role model, it was just Mrs. Kawaii's wishful thinking, and Guran didn't believe it at all. Guran knew very well what kind of life he had. Seeing that Guran was unmoved, Mrs. Kawai quickly said, "Oh, and I also saw what you said in the interview. Your words were too heroic. I only know now that you're a fullback, but your goal is to be the top scorer in English Football League One. It's amazing, it's really amazing." Mrs. Kawaii's tone was full of sincere admiration, and there was indeed no trace of sarcasm. Guran smiled bitterly in his heart. Aguilin, look at you, you made me have to pretend to be awesome to the end." So, Guran raised his chin slightly, and said proudly in a deep voice, "Yes, those words were all said by me. I want to be the man who was the top scorer. Damn, how come I am also a middle school student? It must be because of my sand sculpture teammates." After saying this, Guran also felt a little embarrassed. However, Guran obviously underestimated his own aura and his status as the national champion. For an unknown person to say such words is arrogant, but for a national champion to say such words is inspirational. Performance and status determine how others look at you. After winning the national championship, Guran has unconsciously possessed the temperament of a star. Yep. Mrs. Kawai applauded Guran sincerely. According to Guran's vocabulary reserve in Japanese teaching films, this Japanese sentence means so awesome. Not to mention, hearing a Japanese woman say YTD really makes me feel secretly happy. Then I heard Mrs. Kawadi continue. Mr. Guran, can I make a request to you? What the hell? Mrs. Kawadi, you don't want my jersey too, do you? It's too late. I can't even give you a pair of underpants. Guran said calmly, what's your request? Mrs. Kawadi smiled gently and said in her extremely tactful and sweet voice, this request may be a bit abrupt. I hope Mr. Guran will not be offended, I just want to invite you to have a simple meal. Guran. Is the progress bar a bit fast? We have only met twice. Guran asked, invite me to dinner. The two of us. Mrs. Kawadi smiled and covered her mouth. No, 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 Mr. Guran, it's 3 people, you, me, and Shanji. Damn, it's disgusting. Guran shook his head and said coldly, I don't think it's necessary, right? Mrs. Kawadi continued to invite him warmly. Guran, Shanji has never had any friends. This is the case in Japan, and even more so in the UK. If Guran can become friends with Shanji, I think it will be very good for Shanji. Maybe Shanji's character and temper will definitely change a lot. I know that Guran's time is precious, but please give me this opportunity. We rent a room in the hotel, so I can't invite Guran to be a guest in the hotel, but you can choose any hotel in Southampton. After that, Mrs. Kawadi began to bow again. Guran smiled coldly in his heart. Let me make friends with Xiaorizi. Don't dream. Guran said directly, it's not other people's problem that he can't make friends, but his own problem. Why should I pretend to be a good person to coax him when I know he has problems? Sorry, Mrs. Kawadi, you found the wrong person. Mrs. Kawadi was slightly startled. Maybe she was rarely rejected so directly. Mrs. Kawadi lowered her head and bit her lips sadly. Seeing Mrs. Kawadi's weak appearance, Guran felt a little soft in his heart. Guran said in a deep voice, Mrs. Kawadi, I know you want to change your son, but there are many ways to change his character and temper. It is not necessary to find him a friend to coax him. Mrs. Kawadi raised her head, her clear eyes through the big sunglasses, looking at Guran eagerly. Guran continued, if you don't feel sorry, let me beat him up, and he will change. In the daily life, understand, fear power but not virtue, have small courtesy but no great righteousness. Mrs. Kawadi opened her mouth. But, he often fights with others. Beating him up won't make him change for the better, it will only make him worse. Guran sneered, that's because he hasn't met me. What if beating him up doesn't work? Then beat him up twice, 3 times, 4 times, and keep beating him until he changes for the better. Guran said coldly, we Chinese have an old saying, those who know the times are wrong, it's not this, it's, a filial son is born under the stick. Mrs. Kawadi was so shocked that she couldn't say a word. She wanted Guran to make friends with Kawadiichi, but unexpectedly, Guran suggested that Mrs. Kawadi was even more shocked that she felt like she was about to be convinced by Guran. At this moment, a fierce conflict suddenly broke out in the U18 training ground. When a youth training player was overtaking Kawadiichi, he touched Kawadiichi's elbow. Kawadiichi immediately exploded, grabbed the youth training player's throat, and punched him. Seeing this, other youth training players interrupted their physical training, rushed up to surround Kawadiichi, pressed him to the ground, and beat him up. Kawadiichi lay on the ground protecting his head, and shouted fiercely, I will kill you. I will kill you. Seeing this, Mrs. Kawadi hurriedly ran into the track. Iichi. Iichi. Stop it all. Iichi. What are you doing? Can you stop causing trouble? Guran stood not far away with his arms folded in front of his chest watching the excitement. This Kawadiichi, either he has mania with mental problems, or he deliberately embarrassed his mother, Mrs. Kawadi. This is the home ground of Southampton U18. You, an outsider on trial, dare to start first. It would be strange if I don't beat you up. If it were me, I would send you to get your teeth filled and implanted. Toot, 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 toot. U18 coach blew the whistle and rushed over, scolding loudly. What the hell are you doing? Damn it, go and continue training. Whoever can't run 10 kilometers within 45 minutes today, don't come to my place for training tomorrow. When the other youth training players heard this, they immediately started running again. Mrs. Kawadi quickly helped Kawadiichi up from the ground. Iichi. Iichi, are you okay? Kawadiichi was beaten black and blue, but his eyes were still unconvinced. Before Mrs. Kawadi reached out to check his injuries, Kawadiichi pushed Mrs. Kawadi away. Get out. Don't get in my way. Mrs. Kawadi screamed and the whole person was pushed to the track. A small cut was rubbed on the elbow of her shirt, and blood oozed from her white jade-like skin. And Kawaiichi didn't even look back, he just ran away. Guran couldn't help but frown slightly. Like a clear system prompt sound came from Guran's mind. Feeling 100 points of negative emotion value from Suzuki Honami, system bubble is being generated. Damn. Guran was shocked. Who? Suzuki Honami. The one in front of me was Suzuki Honami. The first generation idol goddess of Japanese dramas, Suzuki Honami, who was once famous throughout Southeast Asia for playing the leading role Akane Raika in Tokyo Love Story. The childhood goddess of the post-80s and 90s. Damn. 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 Guran shouted 3 times in his heart. The system's notification cannot be wrong. No wonder Mrs. Kawai can't hide her elegant temperament like a star even with big sunglasses. No wonder Mrs. Kawai is obviously in her 40s, but her temperament still looks like she is in her early 30s. Guran's thoughts were clear in an instant. He recalled that after Suzuki Honami became famous, she did have a love affair and a flash marriage, and her first husband was a sports commentator named Kawai. Kawaiichi should have been born at that time. Now, Suzuki Honami deliberately used her ex-husband's surname to hide her identity as a big star. After knowing the true identity of Mrs. Kawai, Guran couldn't help but his heartbeat accelerated. You can ignore other people, but you can't ignore the matter of your childhood goddess. Guran immediately launched himself, and before Coach Dodd reached out to help Mrs. Kawai, he got in the way of Coach Dodd. Coach Dodd was stunned. Guran said sincerely, "Coach, go and do your thing. I'll take care of this little thing." Coach Dodd nodded with satisfaction. "Goo, it would be great if my youth training players could help the coach solve problems like you." Guran urged, "Go quickly." "Okay." Coach Dodd turned around and ran to chase and scold youth training players who participated in the fight. Guran reached out to Suzuki Honami's armpits and helped the childhood goddess who was lying on the ground. In this situation, Guran couldn't help but want to recite a poem. There are green mountains outside the mountains and buildings outside the buildings. Women are gentle only when they have flesh. Holding Honami's mature and weak body, Guran felt that he had made a lot of money. If it weren't for the bright talent point bubbles that were about to blind him, Guran would have almost forgotten to pick them up. Guran concentrated his mind and quickly collected the talent point bubbles under Honami's feet. Put the matter of adding points aside for the time being. "Are you okay, ma'am?" Guran no longer called Honami Mrs. Kawai. "No, it's okay." As he spoke, 2 lines of hot tears flowed down Honami's cheeks. The tears were like transparent pearls, carrying a bit of helpless pain, a bit of humiliating shame, and a bit of indelible sadness. It was also the first time that Guran saw with his own eyes that a woman could cry so beautifully. Although he knew that Honami must be very sad at this time, Guran really wanted to keep admiring her like this. Looking closely at Honami, the beauty mole on her nose bridge looked more and more charming and particularly attractive. This is a real star, a real beauty, not one of those traffic stars who later used artificial means to accumulate popularity. Honami's temperament is so unique under any circumstances. Perhaps Honami felt Guran's fiery eyes, or perhaps she felt that it was a bit inappropriate to cry in front of the younger generation, so she tried to control her sadness and said to Guran softly, "Thank you, Guran. You helped me up again. I am so ashamed to trouble you again." "No trouble, no trouble. If I help you pick up 1 talent point each time, I can help you from here to Mount Everest." Seeing that Honami was about to bow again, Guran hurriedly supported her. "It's okay, ma'am. I see that your arm is scratched. Why don't I help you sit over there and help you treat the wound?" Honami smiled sadly. "No, I really can't trouble you anymore. I have already lost my temper today. I think it's not appropriate for me to stay here any longer. I'd better go back and deal with it myself. Sorry." After that, Honami bowed to Guran and prepared to turn around and leave. "Hey, madam," Guran said behind Honami, "think about what I told you before." Guran's previous words were to beat Kawaiichi, and if that was not enough, then beat him again. Honami's expression was dull for a moment, and then she smiled bitterly, bowed again, and then walked out of the training ground in a daze. Guran looked at Honami's lost but charming figure, and couldn't help smacking his lips. What a good artifact. I wonder if I can get it again tomorrow. While thinking about this, Guran added the talent point he had just picked up directly to the strong attribute. The strong attribute immediately increased from 68 points to 69 points. After Honami left, the training scene of the U18 youth team became boring. Most of the U18 youth players passed the 45-minute physical training test including Kawaiichi. However, Kawaiichi only got 7th place. This was also what Guran expected. Kawaiichi was too arrogant, but he didn't have enough stamina, so it was impossible for him to lead all the way. Of course, this was also related to the fact that he was beaten to the ground by other youth players, which delayed a lot of time and physical fitness. But more importantly, it was related to his own strength and mentality. Grant didn't have much interest to watch anymore. He said goodbye to Coach Dodd briefly and left the U18 training ground early. There is still one chance to pick up today, which is probably going to be wasted. Forget it, keep it for now. I'm going to the bar tonight. Maybe I can get some bubbles from my teammates for free in the bar at night. For example, opening the bottle cap with my eyelids. Damn. Thinking of his teammates' unreliable skills, Grant couldn't help laughing. After driving back to the Dune Villa, Grant found the maintenance technician of the frozen space capsule and replaced the refrigerant for the frozen space capsule. The frozen space capsule has been used frequently in recent times, and it will be used more frequently in the future. In addition, the low temperature effect has been turned to -180 degrees, which consumes more, so before the start of the new season, necessary maintenance must be done in advance. After the maintenance technician left, Grant cleaned up the villa. After all, he was about to enter a new stage of life, and the villa had to be brand new. While eating dinner, Grant thought about calling his parents who were far away in China. Although Grant had called home several times during this period after his rebirth, he never mentioned that he had given up the college entrance examination and became a professional player. It was difficult for the older generation of family members to justify giving up school and playing basketball. They had to really make some achievements before they could talk about it. However, it was not too late to let them know. Grant thought about it and decided to wait until the labor permit was settled and his father asked about the entrance examination in person. After eating dinner alone, Grant took a half-hour walk on the beach as usual. When it was 8:30 the evening, Grant changed into casual clothes and drove to the Orange Rooms bar. This bar was not far from the Dune Villa, and it was a 15-minute drive at most. The Orange Rooms bar and the Dune Villa are both located in the tourist commercial area. This area is basically full of hotels, shopping malls, bars and other high-consumption places. So it is much more convenient to go from the Dune Villa to the bar than from the villa to the training ground. Grant has been in the UK for so long, but he has never been to a bar. First of all, he doesn't like to drink. He also had social phobia before his rebirth. In addition, as a Chinese, it is difficult for him to integrate into the local group. After his rebirth, he was able to integrate into the Buck Steelhorns team, but because of his girlfriend, he never had the opportunity to come to the bar to have fun. While driving, Grant thought to himself, it should be okay this time, right? We are already on the bar street. There should be no problem with the flag I set with my teammates yesterday, right? I still have to be more cautious and don't do anything weird. Grant drove slowly into the bar street. Under the night, the whole street was full of lights and wine, and the noise was endless. Bars are a deep-rooted entertainment culture in the UK, especially when it gets dark. People of all sizes and from all walks of life like to go to bars to relax. The bars on Bar Street are also of various shapes and sizes, each with its own characteristics and functions. Some are pure workers' bars, which are generally not very large and do not have noisy music, but they have slot machines, pool tables and other facilities and projects. There are also bars for young people to go dancing. There are professional DJs in the dancing bars, and the dance floor is also very large and professional. The consumption of scattered tables and booths is not too high, but the projects are fancy and mainly target the young market. There are also some football fans bars, motorcycle party bars, gay bars, and several pubs that are purely for drinking. Basically, from the bar sign and the crowds gathered outside, you can guess what the style of this bar is. The whole bar street is not wide or clean. Behind the bar street are large hotels with tall buildings. The neon lights of bars and large hotels are intertwined and shining, which is completely a city that never sleeps. However, the alleys between the bars and hotels seem particularly dark under the neon lights and carnival. Chapter 214. Did the flag really stand? We've come here, spent money, and it's all just a show. It was not even 9 o'clock in the evening, but there were already people on the bar street who were drunk and lying on the curb. Not far from the corner ahead, a man was holding onto a street lamp and vomiting violently. There were people urinating and painting on the wall of the alley, and next to them were streetwalkers wearing heavy makeup and cool clothes. On the other side of the street corner, there were groups of motorcycle gangs in leather jackets, with tattoos all over their arms, and they looked like they were not easy to mess with. There were also a few people who were obviously too excited and were dancing wildly in the middle of the street. Ha, what a glamorous and beautiful empire on which the sun never sets. Grant, with his excellent driving skills, finally avoided these people, but was blocked by a group of hippies dressed in avant-garde clothes. This group of hippies looked to be in their 20s and there were about a dozen of them. They were all energetic, with earrings pierced in their ears, tongue studs on their tongues, nose rings pierced in their noses, and belly button rings in their belly buttons. They held homemade cigarettes in their hands, and no one knew what kind of leaves were rolled in their cigarettes. They just puffed and exhaled smoke in front of Guran's car. They saw Guran's oriental face, but they obviously didn't know the honor that the Buck Steelhorns had just won, nor did they care who Guran was. A few of them arrogantly sat on the front hood of the car, arrogantly raised their middle fingers, shrugged their hips, and pulled their eyes at Guran. Guran sat in the car with a sneer, letting them make a fuss. Guran knew very well that this group of people were just looking for trouble and fighting in the bar street every day. They had no goals in life, just pure excitement. The lost generation of the British Empire. If Guran got out of the car to deal with them, Guran would lose. These little gangsters looked like a lot of people, but in fact, their bodies had been hollowed out a long time ago and they were very weak. They just relied on their numbers to scare ordinary people. Guran didn't want to waste his precious time on these garbage people, and he didn't want to cause trouble. He had made a promise yesterday that he must celebrate with his teammates in the bar. Moreover, he was now a celebrity in Southampton, and he had boasted about being the top scorer in English League One. If the media reported that he had a fight with a group of hooligans in the bar street the next day, it would be a loss of status. Celebrities should cherish their feathers and should not rush out to fight with others at every turn. Unless it was really necessary. And it was not necessary now. Guran sat patiently in the car, with his arms folded in front of his chest, just watching the monkey show. Sure enough, after a few minutes, this group of hippie hooligans found it boring and left in groups of 3 or 5 to find other new fun. However, one of them, a guy with a green-haired cockskin, arrogantly stepped on the hood of the Cayenne before leaving, and stomped on it twice, then jumped out of the car with satisfaction and walked away shaking his head. Stupid. Guran's suppressed anger instantly rushed to his head. If you dare to step on my Cayenne, I will kill you. Guran took a few deep breaths and suppressed his anger again. Forget it, I didn't come here to fight. I am a mature person, and I am a football star who will appear in major newspapers with a positive image in the future. Guran put himself in his heart and calmed down. It's just that my Cayenne has been wronged. Guran stroked the leather steering wheel of the Cayenne and comforted himself silently in his heart. Just when Guran was about to step on the accelerator, a dark and thin guy came over and knocked on the car window. Guran frowned and hid his face in the shadow inside the car, then opened a crack in the car window and asked vigilantly, "What's the matter?" Zhao Hai raised his chin, revealing a mouthful of bad teeth. "Hey, bro, is this your first time here? Do you want to have some fun?" Guran said coldly, "No need." After that, Guran closed the car window and stepped on the accelerator. Zhao Hai cursed at the taillights of the Cayenne. Guran ignored him and drove directly to the Orange Rooms bar. Before, Guran was a little worried that he couldn't find the Orange Rooms bar, but when he arrived at the bar street, he no longer had such concerns. Orange Rooms bar is the most popular bar on the entire bar street. The neon lights on the outside are characterized by a bright orange theme. Even the door of the bar is a super modern style with great visual impact. The huge door ladder is projected onto the street in the form of a laser, and it will rotate dynamically. It is highly recognizable and can be clearly seen without getting close. In addition, at the entrance of the bar, there is a nearly 50-meter-long queue. Fashionably dressed men and women are all queuing here, waiting for security check to enter. Next to the queue, there are at least 6 tall security guards to maintain order and protect safety. The 6 security guards are wearing black suits and orange ties representing the color of the bar. They have serious expressions, earphones in their ears, pistols in their suits, and their eyes are scanning everyone nearby like hawks. There was only one word written on their faces: professional. There were also 2 security guards, checking the IDs of customers at the entrance. According to British law, people can enter the bar only when they are 17 years old, otherwise it is illegal. When Guran was about to find a place to park, he saw a commotion at the entrance of the bar. A girl about 1.7 meters tall, wearing a tube top and a miniskirt, with extremely heavy makeup on her face, screamed and wanted to rush into the bar. However, the security guard who checked the ID at the door grabbed the girl's neck without any hesitation and threw her to the ground. The security guard threw that girl's forged ID in her face. "Don't think I don't know, your real age is only 14 years old. You want to come to this kind of place at the age of 14? Go back." The girl cried and begged, but the security uncle ignored her sympathy. Damn, it's so cruel. Guran secretly smacked his lips when he saw that she could grow up like this at the age of 14. At this time, another security guard found that Guran wanted to park the car. He then walked over with a frown and shouted fiercely, "No parking here. Drive away quickly." Guran quickly opened the car window, stuck his head out, and said politely, Hello, I am Guran, a player of the Buck Steelhorns. I have booked a VIP room before. Here is my ID. Guran handed the ID he had prepared to the security guard. The security guard was stunned at first, and then said in a very kind tone, "Ah. It turns out to be Mr. Guran. You are VIP. Please follow me. I will take you to the VIP channel." After that, the security guard handed the ID back to Guran, and then turned back and blew a whistle. Immediately, a parking boy ran out and parked the car for Guran. After Guran got out of the car, he took a look at the hood of the Cayenne. Damn, if I meet those hippie hooligans again today, I must beat them into incontinence. Guran was heartbroken. He tried to take a few deep breaths and barely suppressed his anger. Guran followed the security guard and walked to the VIP channel at the entrance of our bar. It's good to have money, and you can be a VIP if you have money. A VIP is not expensive, just £50,000. In our bar, the normal ticket is £10, and when there are major performances or major celebrations, the ticket is £20. There is no minimum consumption for the individual tables. If it is a booth, the minimum consumption for small cards is £100, the minimum consumption for medium cards is £500, and the minimum consumption for large cards is £1,000. As for the VIP room, it costs £50,000 just to book the whole place, not counting drinks and other expenses. It is normal to spend £70,000 or £80,000 in one night, and it is even possible to spend more than £100,000. The advantage of the VIP room is that the whole room is full of your own people, and you can bring anyone in at will. There will also be singing and dancing performances in the VIP room, as well as large-scale special performances that cannot be enjoyed in the individual tables. Many vain girls are waiting to be selected to enter the VIP room, because in the VIP room, you can not only enjoy high-end treatment and drink high-end wine, but also make high-end friends. After all, spending more than £50,000 a night is definitely a rich man in the entire British bar world. Grant didn't understand these things at first. He only knew the difference between the VIP room and the open table after calling the bar. Grant is naturally not short of money. Since tonight is his championship celebration party, he naturally has to book the best VIP room to let his brothers have a good time. In the future, I am afraid there will be no chance to party with his teammates again. When Guran walked to the door, the girls who were queuing all screamed, "Ah! Look! It's my husband! 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 My male god is so handsome! I came here for you tonight." The girl lying on the ground quickly got up and rushed towards Guran. "Husband! Take me in! Take me in! You can ask me to do anything." The security guard beside Guran pushed the fanatical girl away, not tolerating her at all. The other girls who wanted to rush out of the team immediately returned to the team honestly. It was also the first time that Guran felt the enthusiasm of fans so closely. Guran waved politely, as a greeting to them, and then quickly walked into the bar. After turning a corner, the wild atmosphere of the bar hit him. The gorgeous and ever-changing lights made Guran almost unable to open his eyes. The sound waves with strong rhythms almost made Guran's eardrums burst. There were also rainbow bubbles flying all over the sky, embellishing the joyful atmosphere of the entire bar. The DJ was passionately scratching the disc on the stage, and the men and women in the dance floor were waving their arms and dancing along with the manic sound waves. This kind of carnival infectiousness made everyone who entered the bar forget their troubles instantly, and just wanted to sway with the music. Guran's mood, which was irritated by those gangsters before he came, was completely calmed down at this time. After walking through the long scattered stage, the security guard took Guran to the glass elevator. There were two more burly security guards standing by the glass elevator entrance without a smile. "This is the VIP guest, Mr. Guran." The two security guards still nodded seriously, and one of them swiped his card to open the elevator door. The whole set of services exudes a high-end feel. What does £50,000 buy? Not a hall, nor drinks, but this feeling of being superior. Guran nodded slightly to the security guards and then walked into the glass elevator. As the elevator door closed, the elevator slowly rose. From the height of the elevator, you can see the waving arms on the dance floor, and you can feel the madness of the scene. Then the elevator stopped smoothly in the VIP room on the second floor. Finally, I got in. The flag has been established this time. Will there be any moths? As soon as Guran walked out of the elevator, the VIP room immediately exploded. The teammates of the Buck Steelhorns put down their glasses in the girls at hand, and rushed towards Guran happily. "Fuck. Guran. You finally came. We thought you wouldn't come tonight. Ah. Finally. Finally. Before graduating from high school, I can finally have a good drink with Guran. I won't go home until I'm drunk tonight. Not only the teammates, but also more than 20 beautiful girls in the VIP room who were dressed coolly, screamed and rushed towards Guran. Not to mention, the quality of these girls is very high, at least they can score more than 8 points, and some can even reach 9 points. The girls were even crazier than the teammates, all vying to get into Guran's arms. That posture seemed to want to push Guran to the ground and bite him wildly. Guran was frightened by this wolf-like enthusiasm and took several steps back. Minato hugged Guran happily, and said with a mouthful of alcohol, "Gu, why are you so shy? We came here to have fun. Tell me which girl you like and I will arrange it for you." Guran said with a smile, "Minato, did you find all these?" Minato grinned, "Of course not, I found them from the waiter in the bar. I told him that Guran would come tonight and matched each of us with a top girl. Then, all the high-scoring girls came. Damn, you actually used my name. Okay, just be happy." Guran supported his forehead helplessly. "You all have girlfriends, don't let your girlfriends know, otherwise, I will become a sinner." Minato laughed and said, "Don't worry, it's all a show. I told my girlfriend that tonight is a real man's game." Rusty laughed happily. "Gu. I'm not afraid. Haha. I'm not afraid. Ha ha ha. Hey, Gu." Coach Carter separated the crowd with a blushing face and gave Guran a perfumed hug. This perfume smell is obviously not from Coach Carter himself, but from a beautiful female companion. "Awesome, Coach, you've already mastered it before it even starts. You are worthy of being a role model for our generation." Guran secretly admired him. Then he heard Coach Carter laugh and said, "I didn't plan to come today. Yesterday they lied to me that there was a special performance, but there was nothing. I supervised them in vain. If you hadn't come today, I wouldn't have come." Guran complained in his heart, "Coach, you came for the special performance in the VIP room, right?" Guran smiled and said, "Thank you, Coach, thank you everyone. Tonight everyone drank and played freely, and the main thing is to have fun. I will pay for everything. Ah. Long live Guran. Chinese dad. Chinese dad. Chinese dad." The roar in the VIP room was deafening, and all the teammates were excited to the extreme. Those beautiful girls were even more crazy and wanted to pounce on Guran. Some girls even started fighting because of fighting for a position. The teammates quickly separated the fighting girls, but another wave of girls started fighting. Glider covered his face and said, "I always thought it was boring when Guran didn't come. Now I understand that Guran didn't come before to ensure that we had girls. When Guran comes, all the girls want him, and we all become light bulbs." Fred shouted loudly, "This is not a solution. Everyone wants Guran, but there's only one Guran. Let Guran choose one. The one who was chosen will be Guran's female companion, and those who are not chosen cannot fight, those who agree stay, and those who disagree leave." After hearing this, the girls all became honest. They didn't want to be kicked out of the VIP room. Staying here, even if they can't be Guran's female companion, they still have the opportunity to contact Guran, and they can brag about it in the future. Minato asked Guran, "Have you chosen? Which one do you like?" Guran's eyes were dazzled, but he said with a sense of truth, "I came here just to drink with you. As long as you are happy, I'll let it go. After all, I also have girlfriends. I, Guran, will absolutely not go to a place like a bar to have fun with a girl I don't know. I, Guran, have a bottom line, and this is my bottom line as a person." Guran thought firmly in his heart. Tyrannosaurus Rex also came up and said, "Gu, do you look down on these women? Then I'll change your badge for you until you're satisfied. Is this a nightclub selecting concubines?" Guran waved his hand, No, or you can just arrange one for me. It's really hard to refuse such a kind invitation, so let's just do it once. We're here, right? We've spent the money, right? We can't be out of touch with the brothers, right? It's all for the sake of making the brothers happy." Fred yelled, "Who of you wants to be Guran's female companion tonight?" Me. Choose me. The girls raised their hands frantically, and showed off in front of Guran. Guran was embarrassed to watch. Places like bars are really too dangerous. Fortunately, I am a serious person. It's nothing to just drink and chat with girls. Yes, I can handle it. Then I heard Fred yelling loudly, "Do you all want Guran? Then let's do this. Whoever drinks a hero cup of active dark beer first will be Guran's female companion tonight." Oh. The girls suddenly became even crazier. The so-called active bottled wine is real ale, which is a natural beer that has not been filtered or processed. They are usually drawn from barrels and provided by manual handles and bars, which is commonly known as draft beer in China. The so-called Hero Cup is a 1000 milliliters draft beer cup, which corresponds to the Lady Cup, and the capacity of the Lady Cup is 620 milliliters. It is indeed a big challenge for an ordinary girl to drink a Hero Cup of draft beer in one breath, but for the passionate Southampton girls, the Hero Cup is a basic exercise. Soon, more than 20 girls held their own draft beer and formed a circle around the sofa where Guran was sitting. The scene seemed like a world-famous painting. Minato even made a special check to make sure that no one was cheating. After Minato confirmed that it was completed, with a shout of "Start from bread," the girls held their glasses and put the wine into their mouths. Drink. 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 The players of the Buck Steel Horns were also feasting their eyes and cheering for the girls in rhythm. Soon, 2 girls with a 9-point appearance and figure were the first to drink up the beer in their glasses. The 2 9-point girls raised their glasses excitedly to celebrate at the same time. The other girls were frustrated and wailed. At the same time, in a pub adjacent to the bar, Mrs. Kawai Suzuki Horimi drank 3 glasses of strong gin in a row, and the negative emotions accumulated in her chest were about to explode. Chapter 215. Everyone is a girlfriend, only Rusty is crying like a dog. I wish you a wonderful night. 2 in at the same time. Minato scratched his head. How about another round? Of course, the other players of the Buck Steel Horns wanted to watch the fun, and they all applauded and shouted, "Oh! Another round! Another round!" The 2 winning girls with 9 points were not happy. No. It was obviously me who drank it first. I drank it first. I first. Seeing that the 2 girls with 9 points were about to fight, Minato said quickly, Okay, stop fighting. If you are willing, then you can be Guran's female companion tonight. If you are not willing, then let's fight again. Guran on the side was so confused. What? You just arranged 2 for me. You didn't even ask me if I am willing. Guran just complained in his heart, and then he heard Minato asked, Gu, are you willing? Guran immediately said, yes. This is the sense of respect I want. It is respectful only after asking me. The 2 girls with 9 points looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Fred then announced, okay, the remaining girls, choose your own male companions, let's have fun together. Yeah. As the dynamic music in the VIP room sounded, the beautiful girls and the players of the Buck Steel Horns twisted wildly to the rhythm. The 2 beautiful girls happily rushed to Guran's side, one on the left and one on the right, and pressed against Guran's body. Damn, too enthusiastic, too enthusiastic. The environment of foreigners is very open, and foreign bars are even more open. This is a test for me. But I believe in myself, I will definitely be able to control it. I will definitely be able to think so, while Guran's hands skillfully embraced the waists of the 2 9-point beauties. The waists of the 2 9-point girls twisted and twisted. Guran's little heart beat with a twisting rhythm. No wonder many stars like to go to bars, especially those so-and-so, that so-and-so, and that so-and-so. It turns out that going to bars is really fun. At this time, the other girls also found their own male companions and chatted with each other. Only Rusty was standing in the middle of the holidays. Everyone had a girlfriend, Guran even had 2, but Rusty didn't have any. When he was 18 that year, at the bar, Rusty, who was standing like a minion, ran to the captain, Bread, and said, Bread, I don't have a girlfriend yet, find me one. Busy. Fred said to his girlfriend without even turning his head, speaking of my arm, it was injured for Guran. It's a meritorious arm, do you want to touch it? Or, do you want this arm injured for Guran to touch you? The corner of Rusty's mouth twitched, and he turned around and ran to find Minato. Minato, I don't have a girlfriend yet. Find me a girlfriend. Go find one yourself. Minato said to his girlfriend without turning his head. Guran and I are closer than brothers. When we play 2-on-1 on the football field, we are just like one person. Let's put it this way. On the field, I am Guran and Guran is me. When you chat with me now, it's like chatting with half of Guran. You all can really brag. Rusty's mouth twitched again, and he turned around and ran to find Coach Carter. Coach, can you go away? Coach Carter turned around and said to his girlfriend, well, this is how I usually scold them. Of course, I have never scolded Guran, because Guran is very good. Guran was trained by me, and I still have the gold medal that Guran gave me. If you like, when it's convenient for me, I will take you to my house to appreciate it. Rusty, you are indeed a coach. It turns out that I am not vulgar enough and not boastful enough, but Guran seems to be able to pick up girls without doing this. I should learn the royal way to pick up girls from Guran. Rustiel looked back at Guran. Guran was hugged by women on both sides, with a bright smile on his face. The 9-point blonde beauty on the left sat directly on Guran's thighs, rubbing against her in all kinds of coquettish ways, and whispering in Guran's ears from time to time. The 9-point red-haired beauty on the right was not to be outdone, and directly unbuttoned Guran's shirt and began to explore it in various ways. The beauty on the left held a glass of wine for Guran and put it to Guran's mouth. Just as Guran was about to drink, she smiled and stuffed the glass into her chest, then held Guran's shoulders and tried to feed Guran. It's disgusting, disgusting. The royal way to pick up girls can't be learned. Rustiel covered his eyes and turned his head away. Faced with such a toast, Guran would naturally resist. But before Guran could resist, his whole face was covered by the chest, and the wine flowed all over his body. This was simply Chan Yuan's fun. Guran's young body could not bear it. He knew there would be a test tonight, but he did not expect the test to be so direct and fierce. And so soft. Let me do it myself, I will do it myself. Guran was thin-skinned after all, and he was self-disciplined in his bones. After all, it was the first time for him to indulge in pleasure in a bar, so he was still a little embarrassed. Guran reached out and took out the half-spilled wine glass from the deep. He also wiped the wine off the beauty's body. The beauty on the left laughed so hard. Gu, you're so bad. You're so good at teasing. You committed a handball foul. I can't stand it anymore. WTF is a high-end fraud. I haven't even started to exert my strength yet. Guran was suddenly a little amused. Before Guran could speak, the beauty on the right said eagerly, I want to play like this, I want to play like this. As she said that, she also picked up a glass of wine and followed suit. No, no, no. Guran hurriedly tried to stop him, but the beauty on the right was obviously more cunning. Before Guran's hand could touch her, she said oops, deliberately missed, and put the wine on her chest. The beauty on the right giggled and said, Gu, come and drink with me, come on damn, it's so extravagant. The evil bar night life. This life is unbearable. I can control myself, I can control myself. I am a mature and serious person. I just want to play football. I just can't waste it. Guran took a deep breath and dug in. Really, Chang Yuan's happiness. Rusty opened his eyes and saw this exciting scene, and he collapsed even more. What's the use of my eyelids? Rusty picked up a can of beer, opened the bottle cap with his eyelids, and then drank it. At this time, the special performance of the VIP room also began. Dynamic music sounded, and a beautiful bikini beauty with a good figure and only a few ropes on her body walked into the large bathtub with a steel pipe with a charming step. The large bathtub was filled with golden champagne. The shower by the steel pipe also sprayed champagne, and the atmosphere of the entire VIP room instantly became high. The champagne used in this special performance is charged extra, but those who can afford the VIP room will not care about the wine money. The pole dancer got up from the wine, twisting her body like a snake demon, and every twist showed her enchanting fire. The players of the buck steel horns whistled and howled like wolves. This kind of extravagant special performance project is not something you can see casually. The atmosphere in the VIP room reached its peak. Coach Carter watched the most enthusiastically and shouted the loudest. Rusty also clapped his hands excitedly. The pole dancer was doing all kinds of difficult dance moves in the bath while flirting with Guran. The two 9-point beauties beside Guran were jealous and showed their skills, constantly rubbing against Guran. Guran's young body reacted greatly. In this situation, it really feels like a pool of wine and a forest of meat. Guran couldn't help but secretly said in his heart, this decadent scene of drunkenness and debauchery, let alone King Zhu, even King Wu would be confused. As a player who was determined to be self-disciplined, it's enough to come to such a place once to gain a long experience. In the future, I really have to come less, otherwise, I really can't stand it. I really envy Rusty, who can be alone in the bar, carefree. At this time, the pole dancer suddenly accelerated and spun around, and slid gracefully from the top of the pole into the bathtub, splashing a large piece of champagne. The action is thrilling and beautiful. The atmosphere in the VIP room is on fire again. The unsophisticated buck steel horn players clapped and blew whistles crazily. The pole dancer did not immediately lean out of the champagne bathtub, but untied her bikini top in the bathtub, raised it with one hand, and swung it in the air for a few circles. The entire VIP room was filled with wolf howling. The unsophisticated buck steel horn players were all crazy. The special services of the VIP room were indeed extraordinary. Guran also felt the blood rushing up in his young body. It was hard to control. Then, the pulled answer leaned out of the champagne water inch by inch. It was about to reach the key part. Rusty widened his eyes and held his breath. At this moment, Guran's mobile phone buzzed. 2 9-point beauties rushed to Guran's trouser pockets. Guran hurriedly said, "I'll do it myself. I'll do it myself." Not that one. After finally taking out the mobile phone, Guran's heartbeat was already uncontrollably chaotic. If this continues, it won't be just a casual affair. I will definitely make a mistake tonight. If I don't make a mistake, I may not be able to sleep even if I recite the calculus formula 100 times. For the sake of self-discipline, I still have to find a chance to get away from here. Guran answered the phone. "Hello? Oh. Okay. Wait a moment, I'll be there soon." The gifts for teammates have arrived. Guran took the opportunity to struggle out of the gentle embrace of the 2 9-point beauties. The 2 9-point beauties hugged Guran's waist and said in a coquettish voice, "Gu, where are you going? Do you want to go to the bathroom? We can go with you." "Yes, we can go together." The tone of the 2 9-point beauties was full of hints that serious people couldn't understand. Damn these two annoying little goblins. I really don't understand what you are talking about. Guran felt that if he stayed any longer he would really fall, so he hurriedly said, "I'll go out for a while, get some things, and be back soon, Rusty." Rusty. Hearing the call, Rusty's eyes lit up and he ran over quickly. "Gu, do you want to give me a female companion?" Guran said, "That's not the case. The gifts I prepared for you are here. Come with me downstairs and carry them up." Rusty said depressedly, "Why me? Is it because I'm your best friend?" Guran said, "No, because everyone else is busy, and you're the only one who's free." Rusty was about to cry, "I'm free because you took up 2 of them. Besides, I still have to watch the special performances, and the critical moment is about to come." Guran patted Rusty on the back of his head. "What's so good about this? Look at me, don't I have no interest at all? We are players, we must be self-disciplined. Remember what I told you, as long as you play well, you can get any kind of girl you want." Rusty said unhappily, "I don't believe you." Guran said, "Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and follow me down." Rusty begged, "Wait, just a moment, let's finish reading these 2 key points first." "No, I can't let you see things you shouldn't see. I'm doing this for your own good, otherwise you won't be able to sleep at night." Guran locked Rusty's neck with his arm and dragged him away forcibly. Rusty wanted to resist, but how could he resist? Guran's strength, power, and physique had already far surpassed Rusty. Rusty couldn't even turn his head to take another look, let alone break free. Rusty followed Guran in tears and took the glass elevator to the 1st floor. As soon as he got out of the elevator, a bar waiter immediately greeted him respectfully. "Mr. Guran, what do you need?" "Oh, that's right, I have a batch of gifts come in, I want to go out and receive them." The waiter immediately said, "Okay, Mr. Guran, but I suggest you go to the back door to receive them, because there are a lot of people queuing at the front door, and you're a well-known figure, it is easy to cause unnecessary trouble." Thinking of the fanatical scene of fans at the door, Guran immediately nodded and said, "You are right, then take us to the back door, and by the way, let the delivery person take the goods to the back of your bar." "Okay, I will arrange it for you right away." The waiter said a few words to the front desk on the intercom, and then led Guran and the depressed Rusty strip to the back door. "Please wait here, my colleague is bringing the delivery person here." "Okay, thank you." "Please don't be polite, Mr. Guran." The night was deep, and the dim alley behind the bar exuded perseverant smell. The garbage in the trash can was full, and the sewage was flowing all over the ground. At first glance, it looked like a slowly wriggling black python. Even for a bar as bright and beautiful as our bar, the sanitary conditions at the back door were extremely worrying. Especially when you just walked out of a pile of women's perfume, it was really nauseating to suddenly smell such a smell. Fortunately, after a few minutes of entrance, the other 2 bar waiters led a deliveryman with a cart into the back alley. "Sir, your goods are here, please sign for them." Guran and Xt now roughly checked and found that all the boxes were intact and unopened. Rusty couldn't help but ask curiously, "Gu, what are these?" Guran didn't keep him in suspense. "Graduation gifts for you, messy exclusive sneakers." Rusty said in astonishment, "The pair you're wearing." 1,999 pounds of sneakers. Guran smiled, "Yes, I know you've always wanted them." Rusty said excitedly, "Oh my god. How many pairs did you buy? Does each of us have one?" Guran said, "Yes, I bought a pair for each of you according to your size, and I also bought a spare pair for myself, and a pair for the drummer and Coach Carter. In total, there are 22 pairs." Rusty exclaimed. £1,999 a pair, 22 pairs. That's a lot of money. Guran smiled. Not much, just £43,978. Rusty looked at Guran in shock. Gu, how did you calculate that? Oh my god. Are you a genius? Damn, in China, even primary school students can calculate. 1,999 is first added up to 2,000. 2,000 multiplied by 22, then minus 22, isn't that the answer? Guran patted Rusty's heavy shoulders. If you were to go to school in China, you would probably still be repeating a grade in elementary school. Rusty shook his head in admiration. Chinese people are so smart. Guran smiled and said, okay, Rusty, go sign. Rusty asked in confusion, why me? Nonsense. My signature is also valuable now. Okay. I have to be careful. I can't just sign casually. Guran gave Rusty a look and let him understand it himself. Rusty thought for a long time but still couldn't figure it out, but he still obediently signed his own name on the receipt. Guran took out two £50 bills from his pocket and handed them to the deliveryman as a tip. Thank you for your hard work. Thank you, sir. You are so generous. A generous gentleman like you will definitely have an extremely wonderful night. The deliveryman bowed excitedly to thank him, took the money and left. The bartenders next to him were all staring, and their expressions became more enthusiastic. Xitia curled his lips and said, Gu, you gave too much. Guran smiled nonchalantly. Okay, you move all these gifts to our VIP room, and then distribute them one by one according to the size. The waiters rushed to say, I'll move them, I'll move them. Xitia and the waiters carried the shoe boxes into the bar, and each of them moved 5 or 6, without Guran having to do anything. It feels good to be the boss. When Guran was about to follow Xitia back to the bar, he suddenly heard a woman scream from the alley next door. Then, there was the disgusting smirk of the gangsters. Guran's brows frowned instantly, and the anger in his heart burned again. The arrogant voices of these gangsters were exactly the same as the voices of the gangsters who stepped on his Cayenne before. It must be that group of gangsters. It seems that the gang of hooligans have just trapped a lone woman in the alley next door, intending to do something bad. Guran smiled coldly in his heart. Although I don't like to meddle in other people's business, I will definitely take care of this matter. The revenge of Cayenne must be avenged. Guran immediately walked to the dark alley next door alone. Before he got close, he heard the woman who was surrounded in the alley yelling in an angry and shrill voice. What do you want to do? Stay away from me. Otherwise. I will call the police. Guran was slightly stunned. This voice sounded a little familiar. Guran subconsciously quickened his pace. Snap. Snap. The sound of a mobile phone being knocked down and crushed came from the alley. Then there was the scream of the woman who was cornered by the hooligans. Hey, Asian woman, you're pretty petite. You're out drinking alone so late, you must be lonely. There are so many of us here, let's play with you. You can yell, no one dares to mess with us on the street, it's useless to yell, just be nice and have fun with us, it's good for everyone. Slap. The crisp sound of slaps rang out in the alley. Then there was a burst of angry shouting. Fuck you, you stinky bitch, you dared to hit me. Hold her hand. I'll let you hit me. I'll give you a pill, and you'll be begging me to fuck you in a while. Give her some wine. Don't let her spit out such expensive medicine. Fill more, fill more. The other hooligans laughed triumphantly. Lights when Guran rushed to a place 20 meters away from the next alley, a clear system prompt sounded in his mind. Sensing Suzuki Hwanami's 100 negative emotion points, system bubble generation. It was Hwanami. How could she be here alone? Guran didn't have time to think about it, and the whole person flashed into the alley at lightning speed. Shit. Chapter 216 Guran 1v10 Hero saves the beauty. Tonight is so fucking wonderful. The light in the alley was dim, but Guran recognized at a glance that the gangsters who surrounded Hwanami and forced him to drink were the guys who trampled on his Cayenne before. Damn. Guran said nothing, and jumped into the air and kicked him in the air. The 3 gangsters standing on the side were immediately kicked away by Guran's powerful kick. They fell to the ground like dogs chewing mud. This kick was too sudden. Guran came down like a god from the sky. The other gangsters were also affected by this kick. They were all shot back a few steps and were dumbfounded. None of them dared to believe that someone dared to ruin their good deeds in the territory of Bar Street. Guran took the opportunity to dodge into the encirclement. Without waiting for these gangsters to react, Guran kicked the gangster one who was holding Hwanami's chin and pouring wine into him, and kicked him hard in the crotch. Gangster one let go of Hwanami with a roar, bent over, uncovered his crotch, and screamed in pain. The other 2 thugs 2-0. 3 who were holding Hwanami's arms immediately let go of Hwanami and punched Guran at the same time. Guran was as agile as a leopard, easily dodging the punches of the 2 thugs, and then he kneed the chin of the thug No. 1 who was bending over and covering his crotch. Let's kill one first. Snap. The chin of the thug covering his crotch was shattered, and he fainted on the dirty ground immediately. The faces of the other thugs all changed drastically. Just now, they were embarrassed and angry at being attacked, but now they turned into fear. Guran's attack was too cruel, and he was going to kill her right away, leaving no room for him. These thugs have always been domineering and overbearing because of their numbers, so how could they have been hit by the iron fists of Orientals? Guran did not stop, and turned around and elbowed the thug No. 2 who was chasing him. Before the No. 2 thug even had time to raise his fist, he fell straight to the ground. The No. 3 thug took the opportunity to punch Guran in the chin. His fist was very heavy, obviously he had practiced, and there was a sharp wind when he swung his fist. Guran did not dodge, but directly clutched his fist and fought hard. Strength 69, Power 69, Constitution 73, and Iron Man +5. It's over with a hard fight. Bang. The moment the 2 fists collided, the expression on the face of the No. 3 thug instantly became distorted. Before the No. 3 thug opened his mouth and screamed, Guran kicked him on the inside of the knee and directly dislocated his leg joint. The No. 3 thug suddenly shrunk, and the screams like a pig being slaughtered resounded throughout the dirty back alley. Then Guran rushed forward, slashed the No. 3 thugs neck with a knife in one hand, and slashed him unconscious with a knife in the other hand. In this kind of fight, there is no need to be polite, just be ruthless. Especially when facing a large number of people, you have to first get rid of the most arrogant ones on the other side, and the remaining chickens and pottery dogs will be easy to deal with. Since his rebirth, Guran has also fought a few times, but none of them were satisfying. He also left room for the competition, but it was not necessary in this place. This wave of fighting lasted only 5 or 6 seconds. Guran only used 3 moves to destroy the 3 thugs who had touched Hwanami. The remaining 7 thugs were all dumbfounded. The alley was quiet in an instant. Taking advantage of this time, Guran quickly gathered his mind and collected the red talent points that Hwanami had just dropped. Keep the talent points first, and add them later when you have time. Fuck. The cockskin-headed thug roared in a trembling voice. You want to fight 10 of us alone? Brothers, grab your weapons and go together. The thugs relied on their large numbers and surrounded Guran in the middle. Several thugs showed their knives, some swung out telescopic sticks, and some untied chains from their waists. Guran protected the trembling Hwanami behind him, and his eyes swept across the remaining 7 thugs fiercely, with a fierce murderous look and the joy of finally being able to have a big fight. At this time, Hwanami also found that the hero who came to save her was Guran. Hwanami cried excitedly, Whoa! Guran-jun. Is it really you? Am I dreaming? Guran said without turning his head. Madam, don't be afraid, I'm here. Hwanami nodded tremblingly, Guran-jun, you have to be careful. You have to be careful. Go to hell. Before Guran could reply to Hwanami, a thug holding a folding knife rushed up with a ferocious face. Other thugs holding weapons also rushed up. Hwanami huddled in the corner, covering her face and screaming loudly. She didn't dare to open her eyes, for she was afraid to see Guran getting hurt in order to protect her. At this moment, Guran calmly swung his leg and kicked the wine bottle that had fallen before. The wine bottle was like a cannonball, directly hitting the face of the folding knife gangster who was in the front, and immediately blew at the face of the folding knife gangster. The folding knife gangster screamed miserably, his face was full of broken glass. The other gangsters were terrified. But it was too late to retreat, so they could only bite the bullet and besiege Guran. Guran first grabbed the wrist of a burly gangster and pushed it down hard. The burly gangster immediately let go of the dagger in his hand due to the pain. Guran then kicked sideways and kicked the gangster in the shoulder and neck. A gangster with 3 eyebrow rings on his brow bone wanted to use a knife to protect his accomplice, but his knife swinging speed was less than 1/10 of Guran's leg speed. The burly thug was kicked in the neck by Guran and fell to the ground with a muffled sound. At the same time, the other 2 thugs attacked Guran from behind with batons. They used batons to hit Guran's knees together, trying to knock Guran to his knees from behind. However, after being hit by 2 batons, Guran's knees were not hurt at all. Instead, the 2 thugs who attacked from behind felt numb in their knuckles, as if they were hit by thick iron sheets. They almost couldn't hold the batons and were shaken out. At this time, another thug threw out a chain, wrapped it around Guran's right arm, and dragged it hard. Seeing that the opportunity had come, the cockskin-headed thug immediately grabbed the butterfly knife and stabbed it fiercely into Guran's chest with a fierce face. Guran sneered, pulled hard, and directly pulled the chained thug to the front. Puff. The cockskin-headed thug's butterfly knife stabbed his companion's back. The chained thug who was stabbed screamed. Guran was not polite either. He used his empty left hand to send him a left hook, knocking him to the ground and taking away his chain. Now, of the 10 thugs, only 4 are capable of fighting, including the cockskin in front of him. These 4 thugs are a mob. They have no physical fitness, no skills, and no real ruthlessness. They usually fight just because they have more people. Now, in the blink of an eye, there are only 4 left, and they are all completely panicked. They have been entrenched in the bar street and have done all kinds of evil. Tonight is the first time they have encountered a tough guy. Guran is not only tough, but also ruthless. Every time Guran attacks, he basically defeats the enemy with one blow, and never gives these thugs a chance to get up and fight again. Not to mention these thugs, even Hanami, who was huddled in the corner, widened her eyes in shock and was stunned. Guran, the only one in Sri Lanka. The 4 thugs exchanged glances with each other, and they had already begun to think about retreating. Before they could turn around, the chain in Guran's hand swung over like a life-chasing chain. One of the gangsters was hit in the face by the chain, half of his face was torn, and the powerful force of the whip also knocked him to the ground, and several teeth fell out. Then, Guran pulled back the chain, and with a sharp low sweep, he directly knocked down the 2 gangsters who had attacked him from behind. One of the gangsters who fell to the ground threw the knife in his hand at Guran. Guran casually tilted his head and dodged the gangster's flying knife easily. Hanami felt her heart skip a beat. Why is Guran still so handsome in such a dangerous situation? Guran rushed forward with a tiger step and kicked the gangster with a heavy kick on the chin. This heavy artillery long-range kick, let alone ordinary people, even professional players can't bear it. The gangster with the flying knife didn't even hum, and fainted directly. Another gangster who fell to the ground turned pale with fear. He quickly threw away the baton in his hand and opened his mouth to beg for mercy. Guran did not give him a chance at all. He directly pulled him up by his nose ring and kicked him against the wall of the alley. This poor guy's nose was torn. In less than 2 minutes, the whole alley was full of blood, and the gangsters were lying in the blood and sewage. In front of Guran, there was only the gangster with cockskin hair left. Guran glanced at the cockskin hair coldly. This was an extremely plain look, as if he was looking at a tiny and meaningless ant. But in the eyes of the cockskin hair, this look was like the coming of death. The cockskin hair trembled all over and was scared to pee. Sir, I'm sorry, I was wrong, I didn't know she was your woman, my woman. Haha, do you think I could let you go just because you said it so nicely? Besides, do you think I'm doing this for women? I'm doing this for Cayenne. Guran sneered and continued to move closer to Cockskin. Cockskin begged for mercy and apologized in a trembling voice. We were just playing with your woman just now. We didn't do anything to her. We just pinched her chin and forced her to drink a few sips of wine. Moreover, I didn't do anything. I didn't even touch your woman's finger. I swear. Cockskin begged for mercy, but he still refused to throw away the butterfly knife in his hand, and his eyes were still glancing at the alley. Guran said coldly, Okay, don't say I didn't give you a chance. I asked you to run now. As long as you can run out of this alley, I won't make it difficult for you, but if you can't run out, don't blame me. Cockskin was overjoyed. Okay, you said it. As soon as he finished speaking, Cockskin grabbed the trash can beside him and threw it at Guran, then quickly turned around and ran to the alley. The smelly garbage was scattered all over the ground. Although it didn't get on Guran, the 2 or 3 meters in front of Guran were all covered with garbage. Guran smiled coldly and took 3 steps back. Cockskin ran as fast as he could while looking back. When he saw Gu retreating, Cockskin felt that he could finally escape this time. The whole alley was more than 30 meters long, and Cockskin was now less than 20 meters away from the exit. As long as he could escape, he could blend in with the crowd coming and going in the bar street. At this moment, Guran took off, using his explosive power and inertia to hit the wall to bypass the garbage on the ground, then landed easily and accelerated to sprint. Cockskin looked back again and was shocked. Guran is a professional player. The sprint speed is fast and fierce. Cockskin is just a scumbag whose body has been hollowed out by various alcohol and drugs. Guran caught up with Cockskin in a few steps, and before Cockskin could swing his knife, Guran fiercely tackled Cockskin's ankle. Cayenne. Brother will avenge you. Snap. Cockskin screamed and fell to his knees on the dirty ground. The butterfly knife slipped out of his hand. Cockskin wanted to crawl to pick up the knife, but Guran stepped on the back of his hand and broke his hand bones with a little force. Coxcomb screamed at the top of his voice. Help! Help! Guran said coldly. Scream as hard as you can, it's useless to scream here. Guran wrapped the chain around Coxcomb's ankles and dragged the screaming Coxcomb back to the garbage dump. Didn't you force her to drink just now? I have always been a person of courtesy. Now, pick up all the garbage on the ground and eat it, and let this matter go. Otherwise, not only this time, I will come to the bar street every night in the future. Every time I see you, I will fuck you to death. Guran's tone was not loud, but every word was filled with a strong sense of oppression. Of course, he would not waste his time to beat up these thugs, as they were not worthy of it. But this kind of words are more effective in scaring people than in scaring them. Coxcomb was frightened and cried, Brother, please forgive me, I can't eat it. Besides, I really didn't know that lady was your woman. If I knew, I wouldn't dare to do that even if I had 10,000 guts. Please forgive me. Guran shouted domineeringly, Stop talking nonsense, eat it. Don't force me to stuff it into your mouth myself. As he said that, Guran picked up a baton and pretended to poke it into Coxcomb's mouth. No, no, no. Coxcomb cried miserably, I'll eat it. He really envied those accomplices who were not unconscious by Guran. Although they were miserable, at least they didn't have to eat garbage. At this moment, Rusty rushed into the alley. Goo, my God. What happened here? Goo. Are you okay? Rusty rushed to Guran's side and checked Guran's body with concern. Guran said calmly, Oh, nothing, I just ran into some hooligans. What? Rusty Barr was furious, Dare to bully my brother. Do you know who he is? Do you know who he is? Rusty Barr raised his no. 48 Bigfoot and kicked Coxcomb twice. Coxcomb was kicked so hard that he vomited. He finally vomited out the garbage he had just eaten, now he had to eat it again. Coxcomb wanted to die. Guran waved his hand, They didn't bully me, I bullied them. I'm fine, I feel very good, I haven't stretched my muscles so well in a long time. Rusty Barr asked in surprise, Did you do all this by yourself? Guran nodded as a matter of course. Rusty Barr took a breath of cold air and said afterward, Fortunately, I didn't fight with you when I first met you. That was the biggest turning point in my destiny. Guran glanced at the scene, then took out a wallet of cash from his pocket and threw it to Coxcomb's medical expenses. Rust, help me clean up. Remember to watch this Coxcomb finish eating the garbage, and then call an ambulance for them. Okay. Leave it to me. Rusty asked quickly, Wait, what are you going to do? You are not going to continue drinking with those two 9-point beauties. Goo, this is a bit unfair. Guran walked towards Wanami and said without turning his head, I have other things to do. Rusty then noticed that there was a beautiful middle-aged woman with a flushed face squatting in the corner. Who was this? Rusty was confused. The Coxcomb lay on the ground and trembled and repeated, Brother, I was wrong, I really didn't know that lady was your woman. Whoa, Rusty. Whoa. If you don't tell me, I don't know. Rusty raised his foot and stepped hard on the back of Coxcomb's head a few times. I told you not to talk too much. I told you not to talk too much. I told you not to talk too much. Guran walked close to Wanami. Madam, it's safe, can you walk by yourself? Wanami stood up tremblingly, and just as she was about to move, her legs became weak uncontrollably and her whole body fell forward. Guran quickly reached out and supported her. Wanami lay in Guran's strong chest, her breathing became rapid, and her eyes became blurred. Guran, come, take me away from here. After saying this, Wanami fainted. Madam. Guran quickly touched Wanami's carotid artery. Wanami's pulse was a little violent, but at least her life was not in danger. It should be due to excessive shock and tension, plus drinking a lot of strong liquor, and the pressure just released, so she fainted. It is estimated that she will wake up in a while. We really can't stay in this place for long. Wanami is at least the first generation of Asian-level Japanese drama goddess. If people knew that she got drunk at night and was almost taken advantage of by gangsters, then Wanami would never be able to go out to see people again. Oriental women still attach great importance to face matters. Guran didn't say anything, and directly picked up the fainted Princess Wanami, then turned to Xietiao and said, Xietiao, tell the brothers that I have something to leave first. Xietiao hurriedly said, Gu, didn't you say you would accompany the brothers to drink all night? Guran said, maybe there will be a chance in the future. It turns out that we can't set a flag easily. Rusty Strip hurriedly said, okay, but when you leave, can you give me those two 9-point beauties? Guran hugged Wanami and said without turning his head, no, you can't hold on to them. I'm doing this for your own good, so that you won't be unable to sleep at night. Rusty Strip. Rusty Strip fiercely kicked the rooster-comb-haired hooligans at his feet. Laugh. Laugh. I'll make you laugh. Brother, I'm crying. Rusty Strip continued to stomp hard. Cry your mother. I'll make you cry. I'll make you cry. I'll make you cry. Amid the wails of the rooster-comb-haired hooligans, Guren carried Hanami to the back door of the ore bar. The waiters of the ore bar hurriedly ran up to help, but Guren said, "We don't need your help, you just need to drive my Cayenne over here." "Yes, sir." After a while, the Cayenne was driven in, and Guren put Hanami on the passenger seat, and then gave 2 50-pound tips to each of the waiters present. The waiters were grateful and said in unison, "Thank you, Mr. Gu, I wish you a wonderful night." Guren looked at Hanami in the passenger seat and couldn't help thinking, "Tonight is really wonderful." This is also a coincidence. If I hadn't chosen to come to a bar to drink today, Hanami's day would be ruined. When Hanami wakes up, won't she be grateful to me? Of course, I do good things without asking for anything in return. If Hanami insists on giving me something in return, then I can't refuse her, right? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelas. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217. Hanami, you are the one who spoke first. After Guren got into the car, he didn't start the car in a hurry, but fastened the seatbelt for the unconscious Hanami. Hanami slumped softly on the leather seat of the Cayenne. She smelled strongly of alcohol, and her shirt and pants were almost soaked with liquor. Just now, the gangsters poured alcohol into Hanami's mouth. Hanami must have struggled desperately, so at least half of the bottle of liquor was spilled on her clothes. Just getting close to Hanami's body can make you drunk by the strong smell of alcohol. However, Guren can still smell the unique body fragrance of Hanami, which is unique to Oriental women. Hanami, who was drunk, has a different charm. The smell of liquor makes this mature charm even wilder. Tonight is destined to be an extraordinary night. Guren collected his mind, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away from the ore bar quickly. After leaving the complicated environment of the bar street and driving into the main road, Guren slowed down the car instead. Where to go next is a problem. This is the commercial district of Southampton. Logically speaking, since Hanami can go out to drink alone, she must be staying in a hotel nearby. But there are too many hotels. There are at least 5 or 6 5-star hotels. I can't just hold Hanami and ask each hotel one by one, right? If that happens, the tabloids in Southampton will definitely be full of gossip the next day. Even if the Southampton media don't know who Hanami is, I am a celebrity in the local area. Guren doesn't want to be reported by the tabloid media that he took a beautiful woman to a hotel to get a room the day after winning the championship. If it was really a hotel, it would not be unfair to be exposed, but this is obviously not the case. Guren thought about it and finally decided to take Hanami back to his home to sober up first. When Hanami sobers up, he will send her back. This way, it's good for everyone. Guren then drove the car back to the Dune Villa. When the Cayenne slowly stopped in the garage of the Dune Villa, Guren got out of the car, walked around to the passenger seat, opened the door, and reached out to unbuckle Hanami's seatbelt. No, no. Hanami suddenly struggled violently in the car as if she was frightened. Obviously, she had not woken up yet, but she was drunk and mistakenly thought that she was still surrounded by those gangsters. Guren hurriedly said, "Madam, it's me. Those bastards who wanted to bully you have been knocked down by me. You're safe now." "No. No. Let me go. Let me go." Hanami continued to struggle, and she was in a desperate posture. Guren tried to comfort her with kind words several times, but Hanami's nails scratched him hard on his neck and arms. Damn it. Guren's anger suddenly grew. Damn, I didn't get her nosebleed when I beat the gangsters, how could I not even handle you? Guren didn't care whether Hanami was awake or not, whether she was in pain or not, and whether she was afraid or not. He grabbed Hanami's collar, lifted her out of the Cayenne, and carried her directly on his shoulders. Hanami was still struggling desperately, but with her strength, it was useless except for increasing the friction, adrenaline and sense of conquest for Guren. Asshole. Asshole. Guren-jun, run away, don't worry about me, don't worry about me. Hanami hung upside down on Guren's back, still mumbling in her mouth. Guren's heart was immediately touched by Hanami's soft touch. Guren carried Hanami into the living room and put her on the soft leather sofa. Don't mention it, although Hanami is only 165 centimeters tall and that fact, she struggled hard. And a drunk woman is really heavy. If you don't have some physical strength, you really can't carry it. Hanami's hair was messy, her face was flushed, and she seemed to be speaking some strange Japanese. Guran could no longer understand these Japanese words, but this scene made Guran's young body full of blood. Upon closer inspection, Hanami's appearance was not stunning, but the mature charm she had accumulated at her age was difficult for those young girls to possess. When did the house become so hot? Guran looked at Hanami in front of him and couldn't help feeling a little dry in the mouth. He was already a little overwhelmed by the two 9-point beauties in the bar, and now seeing the drunk childhood goddess, he really couldn't control himself a little bit. Guran took a deep breath and couldn't help reaching out to touch Hanami's face. The skin on Hanami's face was very soft. Although she was in her 40s, she was still full of collagen like a girl. Oriental beauties have a long flowering period, and the real big beauty stars have better conditions for keeping in a longer flowering period. However, Hanami's face is now hot, as if she has a high fever of over 40 degrees. Hanami opened her eyes slightly, glanced at Guran, and said in a gentle voice like a nightingale, "Guran, please leave quickly." After that, Hanami closed her eyes again. "What the hell? What do you mean? Hanami, are you awake? Besides, where can I go? This is my home." Guran quickly retracted his hand. "Madam, are you awake? Have some water. Which hotel are you staying in? Do you want me to take you home now?" Hanami did not respond at all. Guran quickly touched Hanami's face again. This time, Hanami did not even open her eyes, but the temperature on her face seemed to be even hotter. Guran suddenly had a bold idea. "No, no. Although I am not a gentleman, I am not a wretched person who takes advantage of others." Guran took off his shirt directly and walked into the bathroom alone to Washington. After a quick shower, Guran really felt comfortable all over. When Guran came out with a bath towel wrapped around his waist, he saw Hanami had rolled off the sofa and lay on the floor. Guran quickly helped Hanami back to the sofa. "Guran, I'm so hot." Hanami hummed softly and struggled a few times, and her body twisted. Unlike the previous struggle, Hanami's struggle now seemed a little frivolous. Her arms were intentionally or unintentionally placed on Guran's solid neck, and the smell of alcohol in her mouth was sprayed directly into Guran's ears. "I'm so hot too. How can I be so hot wearing only a bath towel?" Guran's breathing became heavy. After Hanami lay back on the sofa, she alternately clenched her legs, and her slightly plump waist twisted like a snake, and one hand pulled down the buttons of her shirt. One of the Swarovski crystal buttons on her shirt was immediately torn off. Guran instantly felt his heart skip a beat. What is Hanami doing? This is not the effect of alcohol, but the effect of drugs mixed with alcohol. Evil little gangsters. Guran cursed in his heart with a full sense of justice, and then said to Hanami with concern, "Madam, what can I do for you? Don't be polite, just tell me if you need anything. How can I know if you don't tell me?" Hanami didn't answer, but continued to twist on the sofa. "Should I send her to the hospital?" "No, no." Hanami is a well-known actress in Asia. Although she has been out of fashion for a long time and has not filmed movies and TV series, Hanami's popularity in Southeast Asia is still first class. If people know that Hanami took that kind of medicine and went to the hospital for treatment, it will definitely be a huge blow to Hanami's life. When Hanami wakes up, she will definitely hate me. Then I will help Hanami to the end. Since I have brought Hanami back to the Dune Villa, I must be responsible for Hanami to the end. Stir some hangover soup or something, and then use ice cubes to cool her down, which should be able to relieve a lot. Just as Guran was thinking this, Hanami twisted and ripped off the second button. Damn it. No, no, no. One button was unbearable. How could anyone bear two buttons? Guran quickly reached out and held Hanami's hand. "Madam, don't do this. Don't do this. Really, don't, stop." Hanami pulled very affectionately, and Guran naturally tried his best to stop her. The situation was about to get out of control. Guran tried hard to grit his teeth and stick to his reason. Hanami opened her eyes slightly. Her eyes were full of confusion, and it was unclear whether she was drunk or had woken up. "Guran, we can't do this. I should say this. Madam, we can't do this." Guran panicked and said, "Madam, I'm actually helping you." Before Guran finished speaking, Hanami directly welcomed her hot and scalding lips and blocked Guran's mouth. Guran's mind was blank in an instant. Who can bear this? It's not that I can't defend myself, it's just that my hand is too strong. Mind the ball. Hanami, you are the one who opened your mouth first. Guran jumped off the sofa and carried Hanami into the master bedroom. It was really hot. Guran hurriedly ran out of the master bedroom and took out a large box of ice cubes from the refrigerator. After a while, Hanami's sounded in the master bedroom. The next day, it was just dawn. Guran stretched comfortably on the big bed. When his arm touched Hwanami's cheek, Guran suddenly woke up. Last night was too agitated. Now that it's over, Guran really doesn't know how to face Hwanami. I accidentally touched Hwanami's cheek just now, and her face was still a little hot, but not as hot as last night. It was more like shy heat. What the hell? So Hwanami is awake. Like just when Guran was thinking this, a clear system prompt sound rang in his mind. Then, a red talent point bubble appeared on the bed. Hwanami has 100 negative emotions. She can get a talent point for free as soon as she wakes up. Guran narrowed his eyes slightly, and while checking the talent point bubble, he glanced at Hwanami. Hwanami looked resentful, leaning against the head of the bed. The quilt on her body was covered tightly, and she could not see anything below her neck. Guran first concentrated his mind and picked up the talent point bubble through the air. Then he heard Hwanami softly say, "Guran, you're probably awake now, right?" Guran's heart tightened slightly. Although he could pretend to be asleep with realistic acting skills, what was coming would come. "Anyway, I had enough fun last night. You can kill me or cut me up as you please." Guran made up his mind, opened his eyes slightly, pretended to be just awakened, and said realistically, "Huh? What happened?" Hwanami blushed and nodded to Guran. "Good morning, Guran. Thank you for what happened last night." "What the hell? Are you not going to blame me?" It seems that the negative emotions just now were not directed at me, but at herself. Come to think of it, as a top-notch Asian female star, she was already worried about her child's disobedience. She sneaked out to drink at night and was almost bullied by gangsters. Now that she has woken up and found herself lying next to a young, strong, handsome and elegant young man, Hwanami's mood must be extremely complicated and chaotic. If Hwanami is unreasonable, she will naturally blame me and even repay me with evil. But as long as Hwanami is reasonable, I should express my gratitude. Suzuki Hwanami is obviously reasonable, which is also one of the charms of mature women. No matter how many complicated emotions and depressed thoughts she has in her heart, she did not show them. Instead, after waking up, she still maintained a polite and rational attitude. Guran cleared his throat. "What happened last night?" "Which one are you referring to?" "Guran did two things last night. The first thing was to knock down 10 gangsters, and the second thing was to help Hwanami cool down." If Hwanami was thanking him for the first thing, it means that Hwanami is still very distant. She doesn't want to admit that he helped her cool down yesterday, and Guran will naturally not mention it in the future. We are all mature people. At most, we will just pretend that nothing happened last night. If she was thanking him for the second thing, then, she will be happy in the future. Hwanami smiled slightly and said politely, "Of course I want to thank you for helping me beat back those 10 thugs. If it weren't for you, I really don't know what kind of tragedy would have happened to me last night." The appearance of Guran last night was like the Prince Charming who saved the princess in a fairy tale for Hwanami. Guran not only saved Hwanami's body, but also saved Hwanami's life. Oh. Guran was a little bored. Sure enough, he thanked him for the first thing and didn't mention the second thing. This is normal. After all, there is a big age difference between the two of them. It is normal for Hwanami not to want to mention the cooling down last night. Anyway, it's not a loss. Not only did she get revenge for Cayenne, but she also got a night of benefits for free. The ice cubes in the refrigerator were all used up. Then I heard Hwanami continue, "I'm really sorry to trouble you. To be honest, I used to have a problem with alcoholism, but I have quit drinking for more than 10 years. Yesterday, I was upset by Ichi's matter, so I ran out of the hotel at night and went to the pub alone to drink. I didn't expect that the security in the bars in the UK is so bad. I almost died. In short, thank you very much, thank you." Hwanami hugged the quilt very conservatively and knelt down to Guran on the bed. Although the front was blocked, when she bent down, her back was completely exposed. Not only the back was exposed, but also that beautiful curve of the hips was exposed. She woke up a long time ago, but she didn't wear clothes. Guran glanced at the clothes thrown near the door, and suddenly he realized something. After she woke up, she was afraid of waking me up when she moved, so she didn't get out of bed. One of the charms of mature women. Full of maternal love. I was really touched. Looking at Hwanami's beautiful waist-to-hip ratio, Guran's young body was eager to try again. Guran quickly changed the subject and asked, "Madam, you go out to drink at night, isn't Ichi worried about you?" Hwanami smiled bitterly, "No, he doesn't know I go out to drink, he doesn't even know where I am or what I have encountered. He never cares about me, he just thinks I am in the way. Although we live in the same hotel, we live in different suites. We only meet when we have breakfast in the hotel. After breakfast, our driver will drive us to Staplewood training base. Guran nodded, I see. However, the security in the UK is really not good. Madam, you should not go out alone at night, especially after what happened last night. You should be more careful about being retaliated by those gangsters. A trace of fear flashed in Hanami's mature eyes. Yes, Guran. I will never go out to drink again in the future. Guran also wanted to laugh in his heart. Other men and women are serious beforehand and intimate afterwards. This time with Hanami, it turned out that they were talking seriously as if they were discussing business. Now both of them are still naked, wrapped in the same quilt and talking seriously. But it is also quite interesting to think about it. After all, Hanami is not a little girl of 18 years old, and what Hanami thinks in her heart will definitely not be easily revealed. Guran smiled and said, in fact, in your situation, it is normal to drink some wine to numb yourself and release your pressure when you are depressed. But don't go to places like bars. If you want to drink in the future, you can come to my place. Although I can't drink with you, I am a good listener. The most important thing is that I will take care of you after you drink. I will listen to you talk about your unhappy things, and I can also take the opportunity to get some of your natural bubbles for free. What is this called? Win-win. After hearing this, Hanami's body trembled slightly. Isn't this not good? Guranjan, a boy as outstanding as you must have a girlfriend now, right? How can I cause trouble for you? What the hell? Are you testing me? Hanami is not a little girl, so naturally you can't use the same tricks to coax little girls. You have to use sincerity to convince her. Guran smiled secretly in his heart, and then admitted frankly. Yes, there are, but they are not here now. Madam can come over for a drink and chat at any time. There is nothing wrong with what he said. If it is just drinking and chatting, of course it is very serious. But whether it is still serious after drinking, that is a matter after drinking. Hearing Guran admit that he asked several, Hanami's breathing suddenly became rapid. Of course, she knew that Guran was so outstanding that it was impossible for him to not have girls. But Hanami was not disappointed, but felt that this secret relationship was more dangerous and exciting. Middle-aged women often have rich life experiences and are indifferent to many things, but they will be obsessed with secret, dangerous and exciting relationships. Guran took the opportunity to give Hanami a charming smile. It's terrible. Chapter 218 Playing football is the real thing. It's all your fault, Hanami. Guran used the charming smile just right this time. Hanami, who was originally very rational and mature, was suddenly confused. Her eyes were visibly panicked, and she even forgot what she was about to say. Looking at Hanami's embarrassment, Guran couldn't help laughing secretly. It turned out that such a mature female star would also be as panicked as a girl. Guran smiled and said, Madam, in fact, we have already done that between us, so there's no need to be polite. Hanami bit her lip and tried to calm herself down. After a while, she said, Guran, you are so kind. But I was very rude and out of control about what happened last night. We shouldn't have. I mean, I'm really sorry, I have been causing you trouble all the time. Her voice was gentle and pleasant. Although it sounded like a polite refusal on the surface, it clearly meant I like it, I want it, but I am a woman, I have to be reserved. Guran didn't expose it. After all, this kind of unexposed affectionate interaction is much more interesting than being straightforward. Moreover, if Hanami had not been drugged and drunk, such a thing would not have happened last night. The relationship has been broken, but the feelings still need to be slowly built and cultivated. Especially for this kind of secret relationship, it cannot be too straightforward, otherwise it will lose the mysterious attraction. Guran immediately waved his hand and said seriously, Madam, you're too polite. We are destined to be together, and, Madam, you were great last night. Hanami's face instantly turned red, and the whole person became cramped. Then Guran continued, Madam, do you know? When you fainted, you were still worried about my safety, and you yelled at me to run away quickly. Don't you say you were great? Hanami's chest rose and fell obviously. She almost thought that Guran was evaluating her performance in this room last night. She was afraid that Guran would mention what happened in this room last night, but she was eager to hear Guran's evaluation of her performance last night. She was not completely affected by the drugs last night, and her brain consciousness still retained a trace of sobriety. However, her consciousness could not control her behavior. Especially when her long retention demands were completely ignited by Guran, she could no longer control herself. She knew clearly how strong Guran was, so she wanted to know in her heart whether Guran would dislike her age. The room was temporarily quiet for a few seconds, and the atmosphere became a little ambiguous. Guran stretched his feet under the quilt, pretending to touch Hanami's legs accidentally. Hanami subconsciously shrank slightly, but did not reject or resist. Guran did not apologize, but rubbed it further. It's so slippery. Hanami bit her lip, looked at Guran with a slightly resentful expression, and said in a weak tone, Guran, you can't do this. Damn. Hearing this tone, I wanted to do this even more. Guran asked knowingly, what? Madam, please explain clearly, what's wrong with me? Huh? While asking, Guran continued to push his feet. Hanami blushed to the root of her neck, her hands tightly pressed the quilt, and quickly changed the subject. Guran-jun, you should have known my identity, right? Not only did he know your identity, he even knew where you hid a mole. Guran smiled and said, yes, I knew who you were when I was in the back alley of the bar. I think I should call you Miss Suzuki Hanami. You're a big star in Southeast Asia. Hanami's mouth was bitter. I am just a past celebrity and a housewife now. According to my age, I can actually be your aunt. I didn't expect that Guran-jun, at such a young age, could recognize me. I am now happy and terrified. Guran smiled and said, I don't think so. I think you are still young and beautiful. Your face is not aged, but it is shown in a more intellectual way of beauty. Of course, if you don't like me to call you Miss Hanami, I can still continue to call you my wife. Hanami's delicate body trembled slightly. Although Guran's tone was simple, it was the most beautiful word she had ever heard. Especially at her age of 40, it would be strange if she didn't feel happy to hear such words of praise from a little boy. When there are people around, Guran-jun, please call me madam. Hanami lowered her head and said softly, when there are no one else, just call me Hanami. It shouldn't be like this. After all, our identities and generations don't allow this, but Guran-jun is special. Guran-jun is my lifesaver, so when there are only the two of us, Guran-jun can call me whatever he wants. Can I call you Zhao Tianxian to watch the moon together? Guran was secretly happy, but his expression remained calm. Okay, I will call you madam when there are other people around, and I will call you Hanami when it's just the two of us in private. Well, Hanami said with a red face. Guran-jun, you actually saved me twice. So, I have to thank you again. As she said that, Hanami bowed softly with her back bare. Damn. Hanami, you are really reasonable. Taking the initiative to mention the second thing last night, doesn't this mean that there will be a chance to enjoy it in the future? Guran cleared his throat and said seriously, second, you really have to thank me. You don't know how high your temperature was last night. I felt it was at least 45 degrees. I worked hard for 4 or 5 hours to finally restore your temperature to normal. Hanami lowered her head and was too embarrassed to raise it. She just kept bowing. I'm sorry to trouble you. I really trouble you. I really trouble you. I still accept this kind of trouble. Guran said generously, it's okay. Anyway, if you encounter unhappy things in the future, don't go out to drink alone. You see how dangerous it was last night. If you hadn't met me, it would really be unimaginable. In the future, if you want to drink, it's safest to come to my place to drink. Hanami pursed her lips and said softly, okay. She actually agreed. Guran was secretly happy. The atmosphere in the room became more ambiguous. The two didn't say a word for a long time, but in this atmosphere, even if they didn't say anything, the deadly and dangerous relationship between the two was growing at a geometric rate. After a long while, Hanami said softly, Guran, I have a request. Guran smiled and said, let's not be so polite in private. If you need anything, just tell me and I will do my best to satisfy you. Hanami blushed and said, I want to say, please don't tell anyone what happened last night, okay? Guran smiled and said, don't worry, the relationship between us is just our secret, I will never tell anyone else. Hanami said worriedly, especially don't tell Yuichi, I'm afraid it will get you into trouble if he knows. That's right. This kind of thing really can't be known to the child, otherwise he will collapse if he knows it, ha 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 ha. It doesn't matter if he collapses, he will collapse sooner or later in life. I'm just afraid that he will pester me to call him dad in the future, do you think I should agree or not? Guran said immediately. Don't worry, Hanami, I won't tell him. Hanami breathed a sigh of relief, thank you, Guran, you are so kind. It's getting late, I think I should go back to the hotel. Otherwise, when Yuichi is about to leave and finds out that I'm not here, he will definitely look for me all over the world. Guran nodded, okay. Although Guran still wanted to stay with Hanami for a while longer, he still had a physical examination today, and after the physical examination, he had to train with youth team. Playing football is the real thing. Hanami was very conservative, covering herself with the quilt, trying to get up and get out of bed. Guran said, there's still time. Why don't you take a shower and have breakfast here? Hanami hurriedly said, I've already caused enough trouble to you, Guran, how can I trouble you again? Guran smiled and said, it's not a trouble at all. You still smell strongly of alcohol, your shirt is torn, your pants are torn, and the clothes inside are all autumn. Anyway, go take a shower, and then I'll find you some of my clothes to wear temporarily. After we finish breakfast, I'll take you back to the hotel and you can change into your own clothes. Hanami was slightly startled. I only remember that my shirt was torn by myself. When did my pants also torn? Guren cleared his throat. Do you want to hear the specific details at that time? I would like to tell you, but I'm afraid there's not enough time. Hanami blushed and said, No, I don't need to listen. I just sigh. I'm going to trouble Guren again. It's not a trouble, go take a shower. But don't say that, let's hurry up, you don't want to go back and be caught by Jeonji smelling of alcohol, right? Upon hearing this, Hanami quickly said obediently. Okay, then I'll go take a shower first. But I have nothing to wear, how can I go to the bathroom? Guren shrugged, what's there to be embarrassed about? There are only two of us at home, and I have seen everything that should and shouldn't be seen last night. If you feel embarrassed, I won't look at it. Hanami bit her lip and said with a red face. Okay then. Hanami slowly loosened the quilt, held the edge of the bed, and stood up weakly. Hanami tried hard to support her body. With every step, she could vaguely feel Guren's shape. After finally holding the wall and walking to the door of the master bedroom, Hanami subconsciously looked back. Guren was admiring her intently. The two looked at each other. Hanami stamped her feet in shame. Guren-jun. You, didn't you say you wouldn't look? Guren sighed, can I blame you for this? It's just Hanami, you have such a beautiful figure, how could I control myself? Hearing this, Hanami felt as sweet as if she had been fed with a few pounds of honey. This shows that her figure is still very attractive. How could Hanami really blame Guren? Even if she didn't say these sweet words, Hanami wouldn't blame Guren for looking at her. After all, what happened in this room last night was not just seen with the eyes, but in-depth communication. At this moment, Hanami experienced the long-lost shyness of her teenage years. Her heart was thumping wildly. She was only worried that her figure was no longer as slender as it was in her teenage years, which would lower her score in Guren's heart. She was worried that her bust was not as big as that of European and American women, that she had a small belly, that her hips were too open after giving birth, that the way she walked just now would be ridiculous, and that she was not as good as Guren-jun's other young girlfriends. Guren calmly lifted the quilt and got off the bed. Hanami was stunned when she saw Guren's strong muscles. Guren, what are you doing? Guren smiled and said, as compensation, I'll let you see it too. Hanami screamed and quickly covered her eyes. I don't want to see it, I don't want to see it. Covering her eyes with both hands, she couldn't cover other places. Guren was very satisfied with the sight and directly picked up Hanami. I see you can't walk anymore, let me carry you to the bathroom. Eh? No. We can't do this. I can be your aunt. We've made a mistake once, one night, we can't do it again. Before Hanami could finish, Guren had already carried her into the bathroom and turned on the shower. Hanami wanted to be reserved, but suddenly saw the scratches on Guren's neck and arms. Hanami immediately asked distressedly, did I catch this? Guren smiled and said, if it's not you, who else could it be? Hanami hurriedly said, Guren, I'm sorry I thought it was, it's okay. Guren smiled. After washing off the foam, Guren carried Hanami into the liquid nitrogen freezing capsule again. Hanami asked in astonishment, what is this? Guren smiled and said, it can help you recover some physical strength and restore your skin to youth. Guren changed the temperature setting of the freezing capsule from -150 degrees to -50 degrees to allow Hanami to adapt. For ordinary people who are experiencing liquid nitrogen freezing for the first time, they can't be too strong at once, and have to adapt slowly. 3 minutes later, Guren opened the freezing chamber and helped Hanami, who was emitting liquid nitrogen cold, out. Hanami's whole body was tight. She had a good foundation to begin with. In just 3 minutes of low-temperature repair, her skin was visibly tender and elastic. Hanami forgot that she hadn't put on her clothes yet, and kept praising, this thing is so magical. Guren smiled and said, if you use it once a day, your body will soon return to the age of 25 or 26. Hanami opened her eyes wide. Really? No woman would not want to return to her youth. The liquid nitrogen freezing capsule may not be attractive to a girl like Sophie, but for a young woman like Hanami, it is very attractive. Guren smiled, you try it every day, and you will know. Hanami pursed her lips and said nothing. It seems that if she is asked to do it, she may really do it. It's a pity that the time this morning is too tight, otherwise forget it, don't rush, there will be opportunities in the future. Guran made up his mind. Okay, I'll go find you some clothes and make breakfast. Hanami was obviously relieved, and nodded carefully and said, Guran, I'm bothering you again. You've worked hard. Yes, this is even harder than last night. Guran shook his head, walked out of the bathroom, found a casual outfit, and asked Hanami to put it on. Originally, I thought that after Hanami put on the loose clothes, Guran's young body would be able to relax, but in the end, it became even more excited. Oh, damn, this is like a bottomless pit of physical side effects. While there was still some time, Guran ran to the kitchen and made a steamed dumpling breakfast for himself and Hanami. It was also a diversion. Looking at the steaming dumplings, beef, and milk, Hanami couldn't help but smile. Guran, you eat these frozen foods every morning. Anne Hathaway can praise me to the sky for this kind of food. But in front of an Oriental woman, this kind of frozen breakfast is really too ordinary. Guran remembered that Hanami had published a food book after retiring from the entertainment industry, so Hanami's cooking skills must be good. Guran smiled. Yeah, just make do with it. Hanami said as she ate, it tastes okay, but eating frozen food all the time is not good for your health. If there's a chance, I'll make you breakfast. What the hell? Take the initiative to make breakfast for me. So that's what you mean? Guran hurriedly said, I don't want to eat this kind of junk for a long time. I really want to try your cooking skills, Hanami. It must be very delicious. After hearing Guran's praise, Hanami couldn't hide the smile on her lips. Okay, if there's a chance after breakfast, Guran simply packed up and drove Hanami back to her hotel. Hanami's hotel is very close to Guran's Dune villa, less than 10 minutes by car. So he lives so close. Well, thank you, Guran. Hanami put on the baseball cap and big sunglasses that Guran had prepared for her in advance, and was about to get off the car. But Guran grabbed Hanami's arm. Wait. Hanami asked quickly, what's wrong? Guran asked, you just said thank you, but you didn't do anything practical. Hanami said awkwardly, I promise you, I will make breakfast for you as soon as I have the chance. Although this reward is insignificant, Guran, why don't you tell me what you want? As a former top female star in Asia, Hanami has no pressure on money. Therefore, no matter what Guran wants, Hanami will buy it for him willingly. Guran smiled wickedly, I don't want much, just give me a kiss and then you go. Huh. Hanami's eyes widened in horror, her face instantly turned red to the base of her neck, and her breathing became rapid. Guran, please don't joke with me like this, okay? I can be your aunt. We can't do that, we really can't. If we get seen, then. Chapter 219. Training begins. The suppression from the elders. The little bastard is broken. This is called control. You must control yourself before the first separation after establishing a relationship, otherwise there may not be a second time. A kiss is nothing, but it seems more controlled in front of the hotel where people come and go. Guran actually doesn't understand these things, it's just the instinct of his young body. Hanami pouted her lips in resentment. Guran, you are really bad. Using a respectful tone and speaking resentful words, this scene made Guran feel more interesting. Guran patted Hanami on the plump waist and hips. Go, see you at the training base. Hanami hummed softly, with a hint of reluctance, lowered her head and walked out of the car. After getting off the car, Hanami pressed down the brim of her baseball cap, trotted all the way, and slipped into the hotel. The doorman at the door looked puzzled, but did not stop her from asking. After seeing Hanami successfully enter the hotel, Guran started the car and drove to the Staplewood training base. The front hood of the Cayenne was dented last night and needs to be repaired, but the Porsche repair center is definitely not open yet, so Guran decided to go to the training base first and send it for repair after today's training. I picked up 1 talent point yesterday and 1 talent point this morning. While I have time now, Guran concentrated his mind while driving and added these 2 talent points to the attributes of strength and power respectively. In this way, the physical attribute and the strength attribute were increased from 69 points to 70 points. Such strength is a king-level existence in the amateur school team, and it is enough to knock down a large area in the youth team of the professional club. But in the game between the first team and the English League One, 70 points of physical fitness and 70 points of strength are probably still a little short. I have to increase these 2 attributes to 75 points as soon as possible. With Hanami, this new magic weapon, this can be done before the start of the new season. For the first time, Guran hoped that Kawaiichi's trial training trip would not end so soon. Even if Kawaiichi wanted to leave, he had to wait until he had enough fun. He had to wait until he had enough free sex before leaving. Guran stepped on the accelerator deeply, and the Cayenne drove happily to the Staplewood training base. On the other side, Hanami hurriedly slipped back to her room, leaning against the door and breathing heavily. From last night to now, Hanami felt like she had experienced a roller coaster of life. It was thrilling and exciting. There was despair, and there was also unprecedented madness. The relationship with Guran was too dangerous, and at the same time, it made her unable to extricate herself. She knew clearly that this was wrong and not in line with her status, but the more it was like this, the more she wanted it. Hanami closed her eyes, felt it with her heart, and almost got drunk. No. This can't be. This is wrong. It can't be. When I meet Guranjung privately, I must make it clear to him. Hanami gritted her teeth, trying to clear the messy thoughts in her mind, then quickly took off her loose clothes, changed into her own dress, and simply put on some light makeup. Before going out, Hanami folded Guran's clothes neatly and carefully put them in the closet. There was the smell of Guranjung on the clothes. Is there the same smell on me? Hanami couldn't help but curl up a smile like a young girl in love. Hanami realized that she was smiling, and immediately frowned in annoyance, reorganized her mood, and walked out of the room. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Kawaiichi from the opposite room walking out with a sports backpack. Hanami held her breath. Good morning, Ichi. Kawaiichi snorted coldly as usual, yeah. But when Kawaiichi walked past Hanami, Kawaiichi was stunned for a moment, turned back and looked at Hanami again. Hanami's heart was beating wildly. Then I heard Kawaiichi say, Mom, why do you look so rosy today? Ah. Really? Hanami explained quickly, maybe I did some exercise outside. Kawaiichi said, it's good to exercise more. But you missed breakfast today, and I won't wait for you to finish breakfast before leaving. Hanami laughed and said, oh, I've already eaten outside. Kawaiichi nodded, then let's go, I want to keep the record of being the first to arrive at the training ground every day. Son, I'm afraid you can't keep it. Your Uncle Guran will definitely arrive before you. Hanami smiled, in fact, the first place is not that important, as long as Yichi trains seriously. What do you know? Kawaiichi sneered, I want everyone to know that I am the most diligent. Hanami. This is not a question of diligence or not, it's a question of time difference. About 10 minutes later. Guran was the first to arrive at the training ground of Southampton U18 youth team. I had an appointment with Mate for a physical examination this morning, but Mate hadn't come yet. Guran didn't want to be idle, so he started to warm up and run around the court alone. After a simple warm-up, Guran took out a dozen obstacle cones from the equipment room and arranged them in a V shape. This obstacle cone training is the most common training method in football training. It can be used to train players' agility and dribbling speed, and can also promote rapid change of direction and acceleration, enhance balance and coordination, improve visual reaction time, etc. At the same time, these obstacle cones can also be used in conjunction with other technical training, such as passing, receiving, dribbling, etc. Guran first alternated between his left and right feet, dribbled around the V-shaped obstacle cones twice, and then trained his change of direction and acceleration technology. This kind of training is static training. After all, the obstacle cones are immobile. This kind of static training is very slow to improve one's own ability. In terms of the effect of a single training, it is far worse than the dynamic confrontation training of real people. However, static training is the foundation of the foundation, and one person can train at any time without the assistance of others. Only with such a large amount of basic training can daily training be brought into play in the dynamic training of real people. Even though Guran is a system, even if he can rely on free training bubbles to improve, Guran still conducts basic training seriously. Football is a passion, and football training is also a part of passion. Passion means that even if it is boring, there is always fun. Especially after a day of rest, it feels great to return to the training ground. After Guran trained alone for more than 10 minutes, Kawaiichi and Suzuki Hanami came to the U18 training ground. Kawaiichi was stunned. No, impossible. How can someone be more diligent than me? It turned out to be that guy. Damn. How could he come earlier than me? Kawaiichi looked at Guran who was training, and his fists clenched and creaked. Guran also saw Kawaiichi and Hanami, and Guran immediately raised his hand and greeted them. This was certainly not directed at Kawaiichi, but at Hanami. Hanami's heart suddenly jumped. For a moment, she was afraid that Guran would run over, hug her, and then handball in front of Kawaiichi. Of course, she thought too much. After Guran greeted him, he continued to concentrate on obstacle cone training. Because he had not completed the physical examination, Guran did not show his true strength, but only performed the most basic ball control. Kawaiichi walked towards Guran angrily. Hanami was stunned for a moment and hurried to stop him. Jean-Jay. Shanji, don't fight with Guren-kun. You'll be beaten to death by him. Really? Hanami struggled to hold Kawariichi. Kawariichi roared, and was about to raise his hand to push Hanami away, when suddenly a whistling sound came bang. A powerful football accurately hit Kawariichi's raised arm. This kick came very suddenly. Kawariichi couldn't help but exclaimed, and Hanami was also frightened. But the ball bounced to the ground after hitting Kawariichi's elbow joint, and didn't touch Hanami. Whether it was the strength or the angle, it was controlled very accurately, and it was definitely not aimless. Kawariichi covered his elbow joint with a grin, staring at Guren opposite with white eyes. This kick was obviously kicked by Guren. For Kawariichi, the pain was only one aspect, and the greater shock was the footwork that Guren showed in this very short time. The distance between him and Guren was at least 15 or 16 meters, and Guren didn't run up, but just kicked on the spot suddenly. Kawariichi couldn't believe that Guren's casual kick could achieve such power and accuracy and almost superb control. Kawariichi secretly disagreed. Is this a fluke? It must be. How could he know that Guren was still holding back his strength when kicking? If the strength was 70 points and the heavy artillery long-range shot was added, Kawariichi would have been in the hospital long ago. Alas, he is a child after all. As Kawariichi's wild father, Guren did not want to make things difficult for Hanami, so a simple punishment would be enough. Iichi. Iichi, how are you? Are you okay? Hanami asked anxiously. None of your business. Kawariichi rubbed his swollen elbow joint, and shouted at Guren in shame and anger. How dare you kick me with a ball? Chinese, you are looking for death. Guren hugged his arms in front of his chest, looking at Kawariichi with contempt, without any fatherly love in his eyes. Kawariichi placed the football kicked by Guren in front of him, retreated 7 or 8 steps, then suddenly accelerated and sprinted, kicking the ball directly to Guren's face with a tiger-like shot. This is a very serious act of revenge. Hanami was so frightened that her face turned pale. It was too late to stop him, so she could only remind him loudly. Guren-jun. Be careful. The football flew towards Guren like a cannonball. It must be said that the technical level of this kick was quite good, and it really reflected Kawariichi's ability as the shooter of the Japanese high school national championship team. This kick was powerful and full of personal grudges. If we look at it according to the system evaluation standards, the power of this kick is at least 70 points. The level of Japanese youth football has indeed improved a lot in recent years after the introduction of British football education concepts. If you are hit by such a kick, even if you don't break a bone, you will have to rest for a few days due to muscle tissue contusion. But I am your wild dad. Wild dad is also a dad. Guren smiled coldly, then turned sideways, faced the flying football, and raised his foot to stop the ball sideways. Stop +3, Tin Man +5. Bang. Amid Hanami's exclamation, Guren accurately stopped Kawariichi's tiger-style football. At the moment of catching the ball, Guren pulled the instep of his foot backwards, and the power of the football was completely removed in a chic and graceful manner. The originally irritable football was extremely well behaved and quiet under Guren's feet at this moment. Kawariichi was stunned for a moment. How is this possible? How could he catch my tiger style? I must be dreaming. This is definitely not real. Damn it. Hanami covered her open mouth and managed to stop herself from screaming. Isn't this too handsome? Especially with Guren's calm expression, it was so handsome that it was suffocating. Hanami's heart couldn't help but pound. Guren sneered at Kawariichi. Isn't this all you can do, you little bastard? The muscles on Kawariichi's face trembled slightly. Baka, I won't lose to you. I absolutely won't lose to you. If you have the guts, kick the ball over here and we'll compete again. Guren sneered. You can't catch my ball, little bastard. Although Kawariichi's kicking power can reach 70 points, stopping the ball requires force-releasing skills. In addition, if the physique is not good, the ankle is easily injured. Once Kawariichi is injured, his trial journey at Southampton club will be over. Guren doesn't want Kawariichi's trial journey to end just like that. If it ends so soon, how can he get it for free? Kawariichi shouted in shame and anger. How dare you underestimate my strength? I'm sure I can do it. And don't call me a little bastard. Guren said contemptuously. Little bastard, I'm too lazy to play with you. I just wanted to warn you, don't treat your mother like that in the future. If I see you disrespecting your mother again, I will really be rude. As a father, you still have to take some disciplinary responsibility. Kawariichi was relentless. What? Do you admit that you just kicked blindly? What if you are rude? Do you want to fight? Okay. I'm always here to accompany you. Kawariichi rolled up his sleeves without knowing the world. Guran smiled and looked at Kawaiichi with the eyes of an adult looking at an ignorant child. Little bastard, go play somewhere else. After that, Guran turned around and continued to practice ball control in front of the obstacle cone. Baka. Kawaiichi was about to explode. I was quite happy this morning, thinking that I would be the first to arrive at the training ground again. Unexpectedly, not only was my diligence record broken, but I was also humiliated by Guran. What annoyed him even more was that the momentum and aura displayed by Guran were really too strong. This was far beyond the confrontation between peers, and it was more like the suppression from the elders. Baka. Why do I feel this way? Kawaiichi clenched his fists in anger and wanted to rush up to fight with Guran. Hanami quickly blocked Kawaiichi. Ichi. Please stop making trouble. Don't you understand? Guran is saving face for you. Don't be ungrateful. Kawaiichi roared angrily. Go away. It's all you who's in the way here. If you hadn't stopped me, how could he have caught my tiger style? Although Kawaiichi's tone was very bad, he didn't dare to push his mother again. After he finished speaking, he walked into the locker room angrily and went to change his jersey. Lighter blue skill bubble was generated at the position where Kawaiichi was standing just now. Guran's eyebrows moved slightly, and while continuing to control the ball around the obstacle cone, he concentrated his mind and checked Kawaiichi's bubble. Tiger shot +1. Kawaiichi had a lot of negative emotions this time, but he was not a star-level character after all, otherwise he would have directly lost the red talent point bubble. This tiger shot skill is actually not very good. Guran has 2-star level heavy artillery long-range shooting skills, either of which is several times stronger than the tiger shot. However, the visual impact of the tiger shot is still very strong, and it is also easy to resonate with the emotions of the fans and spectators. It is better to have more skills. Guran moved his mind and collected Kawaiichi's killer tiger shot in the air. There are still 9 chances to clean up today. Guran took the opportunity to look at Hanami. Hanami bowed to Guran gratefully. She knew very well in her heart that Guran didn't bother with Kawaiichi because of her. Otherwise, this time it would definitely not end so easily. Guran smiled at Hanami like a charmer. Hanami's heart almost stopped. Ever since the two of them had a secret relationship, Guran's charming smile has been fully exerted. It's too dangerous to secretly flirt with Guran on such a public occasion. You can't do this. Hanami's heart was pounding, and she looked away in panic, not making eye contact with Guran. But soon, her eyes returned to Guran again. I can't control it at all. Guran, he is so cool. After Guran trained alone for a while, the players of the U18 youth team also came to the training ground one after another. Seeing that Guran was already training, several U18 youth players came over enthusiastically and shook hands with Guran to say hello. After all, Guran was already a member of the Saints, and he had a first-team contract and was a rising star. Guran had just beat the underdog Buck Steelhorns to win the national championship, and his popularity was at its peak. However, more U18 youth players did not take Guran seriously. A few of them had jealousy and hostility in their eyes that was difficult to conceal. Guran did not care. He came to the U18 youth team just to train with the team, and it would take at most a week. Once the work permit was obtained, he could report directly to the first team. As long as those guys did not cause trouble themselves, Guran would not bother them. Chapter 220 This money is so hard to earn that even science says I can do it. After a while, the Star of Hope's exclusive team doctor, Moth, and exclusive physiotherapist, Gregory, Yohanan came to the U18 training ground. There were 2 words written on their faces, miserable. They thought that being Guran's exclusive would be a matter of high pay and little work, but Guran was not even a formal team member yet, and their workload had increased several times compared to before. Not only did the workload increase several times, but they also had to worry more. With Guran's desperate attitude towards playing football, Guran had a great time on the court, but they were nervous off the court. They thought that after the national competition, as a young man, Guran would have some fun for a while, and they could take the opportunity to take a short vacation or something, but Guran only rested for 1 day after the game, and had to train with youth team again. Alas, this Chinese kid is really crazy. This money is too hard to earn. Guran saw Maifu and Gregory arrive, and immediately interrupted the training and took the initiative to run to the 2 of them, and greeted them enthusiastically. Good morning, both of you. Today's a really good day for training. Maifu looked up at the gloomy and cloudy sky with little sunshine, and his mouth twitched slightly. For a training madman, I'm afraid that as long as there are no meteorites falling from the sky, it is a good day for training, right? The 2 poor guys secretly complained in their hearts at the same time. Yes, it's really a good day. Maifu said helplessly. Gu, please allow me to say a few words first. You just experienced a very exhausting competition. You should rest. Guran smiled energetically. Yes, I have rested for a whole day. In fact, this whole day was not completely resting. When he was 1v10 inches the back alley of the bar street, Guran also practiced fouls such as kicking, elbowing, and tackling. At night, he went home and practiced technical moves such as passing, handball, passing, and shooting. There's nothing I can do. My physical fitness and constitution are at this point. Gregory said helplessly. Gu, what we mean is that you should rest for a few more days, at least 3 days, right? We know you like training very much, but training must be scientific. You are now a professional player. You can't do whatever you want. You can't train when you want. Similarly, you can't train when you want. If you can't pass the EMG test, even if you want to train again, we will force you to rest. Guran asked. EMG. Yes, my food continued. What we usually call EMG is an electromyography tester, which tests your muscle fatigue. Every player in the first team needs to pass the EMG test after an important game or after recovering from an injury. This is science. If your EMG muscle fatigue index reaches 70%, we will force you to rest until your muscle fatigue index recovers to 30%. Gregory added. 70% muscle fatigue is not an absolute hard indicator, because you're Southampton's rising star and an important asset of the Saints. You are still in the process of growing up, so it will not allow you to come to training when your muscle fatigue reaches more than 50%. Wow, they are really professional. Guran smiled calmly. Then let's test it. Mabe asked. If it exceeds that 50% red line, you will go back and rest for 3 days. Guran shrugged. Okay. Well, come with us, let's go to the physical examination center together. Okay. Guran followed Mabe and Gregory to leave the U18 training ground and went to the physical examination center on the 2nd floor of the comprehensive building. Not far away, Hanami saw Guran leave and suddenly felt a little lost, as if a piece of her heart was taken away. At this time, U18 head coach Jason Dodd came to the training ground, and the U18 warm-up training began immediately. Guran followed Mabe and Gregory to the physical examination center in Staplewood. The entire physical examination center is just like a small hospital. Even if the first team players have not returned yet, the physical examination center is still in operation. There are 4 doctors on duty here, studying and analyzing the physical data of the youth and junior echelons. Moff greeted the chief doctor with a white beard. Good morning, pal, this is Guran. Guran, this is our Saints chief team doctor, Dr. Pal Jensen. Dr. Jensen's eyes lit up. Aha. Gu. Welcome to the Saints. I'm your schoolmate. And also your fan. It's a pity that I couldn't be there to witness the moment you won the championship for Southampton High School, but just by listening to the descriptions of old friends, I can feel how exciting the scene was. Dr. Jensen held Guran's hand tightly and shook it excitedly. Guran smiled and said, Thank you, Dr. Jensen. Jensen asked, I remember that you have a contract with the first team's rising star, right? How come you got your work permit? Guran said, Not yet. Jensen smiled and said, I don't think it will be that fast either, but the work permit hasn't been issued yet. Isn't it a bit too early for you to come for a physical examination now? Guran explained, Oh, it's like this. The national competition is over. I don't want to waste this free time. I want to train with the U18 youth team, but I need Moff's permission and need to do some basic tests. Moff on the side spread his hands helplessly. Jensen laughed. You are worthy of being the absolute trump card of our Southampton High School. Gu, just for your attitude, your success is inevitable. Okay, you go for the physical examination. If you need anything, just come to me at any time. Okay, thank you, Dr. Jensen. You're welcome. Moff immediately took Guran to the testing room. Because Guran was not taking a physical examination before joining the team, he did not need to use professional testing equipment. However, the most basic heart and lung functions still needed to be checked. Maifu asked Guran to take off his shirt and connected the biological signal wires to Guran's heart, wrists and ankles to check Guran's heart rate. In less than 5 minutes, a detailed heart report was generated. Maifu carefully looked at Guran's heart report, and then his expression was solemn. Gu, there is no problem with your heart at all. Damn, Maifu, why do you look so unhappy? Guran smiled unhappily. Thank you, Maifu. Next, it was the lung capacity test. Maifu put an oxygen mask on Guran, and asked Guran to stand on the oxygen load treadmill and set the speed to the 5th gear. Guran ran fast with the speed of the treadmill. Pure oxygen entered Guran's lungs through the breathing mask. Guran felt full of energy and his breathing was extremely smooth and steady. After the 10-minute test, Guran reluctantly took off his oxygen mask and walked off the oxygen-low treadmill. Maeve looked at the generated report and frowned even more. "Gu, your lung function is the best lung test I have ever had," Guran said. "Maeve, why do you look so unhappy?" Maeve managed to force a smile on his face. "No, I'm very happy, ha ha ha." After completing the basic cardiopulmonary test, the last and most important one was left. EMG electromyography test. Maeve connected various wire electrodes to Guran's important muscle groups. Gregory on the side winked at Maeve, who nodded secretly and then took Guran to the barbell. The weight of the barbell was adjusted to 110 kilograms. My Fu said, "This is a strength FI test. As a professional athlete, you must lift a barbell that is about 1.5 times higher than your own body weight. You can choose squats or bench presses. The duration of this test is about 10 minutes. Perform 3 repetitions for each action with a maximum interval of 15 seconds. My Fu added. FI index is the abbreviation of fatigue index, which is the physical exhaustion index. In addition to the current strength and muscle fatigue test, there is also a full-strength sprint test and a long-term endurance test. As long as these 3 FIs meet the standards, you can train with the U18 youth team." "Okay," Guran said. "I choose squats. As the saying goes, if you do squats well, your girlfriend can't stand it." Guran lifted the 110-kilogram barbell and felt a little bit of difficulty. 1.5 times your own weight is also the watershed between fitness amateurs and professional bigwigs. Fortunately, Guran's strength attribute has been increased to 70 points. Although it is a little bit difficult, Guran can completely bear it. Guran repeated the squat 3 times every 15 seconds as required by my Fu. After 10 minutes, the strength FI test was finally over. Guran was sweating slightly and his leg muscles were a little sore. To be honest, this test is very intense, but the significance of these tests is to detect the limits of muscles. My Fu said, "Gu, if you feel uncomfortable, we can rest for a while, or just forget it. I sincerely suggest that you go back and rest for a few more days." Guran smiled and stretched his body. "Don't worry, I feel great now, let's continue." My Fu shook his head helplessly, and then took Guran to a plastic trap with the range fender. "Gu, this is the second FI index test. You must sprint 3 times with all your strength, each time for 10 seconds. The EMG electromyography device will record the FI index of each sprint. If the distance of each sprint is too different, you will not pass." "Understood." Guran was ready to sprint. After taking a few deep breaths to adjust, Guran shot out like an arrow from a bow, maintaining at full speed sprint speed for 10 seconds. Maeve and Gregory on the side were stunned. The entire indoor test track is only 100 meters, but within 10 seconds, including the initial speed, Guran actually ran 80 meters away. Guran frowned slightly, obviously not very satisfied with the sprint distance this time. After all, he had just squatted, and he didn't wear professional running shoes, so this data is actually very good. Guran returned to the starting point, exerted force again, and sprinted at full speed. This time, Guran still only ran 80 meters away, without any progress or retreat. After 10 minutes of squats and 2 consecutive full-speed sprints, Guran really felt tired. This is when both physical fitness and constitution have reached more than 70 points. If there is no improvement in system talent points, let alone ordinary people, it is difficult for ordinary players to reach this level. So, the gap between professional players and amateur players is really huge, even the intensity of the test is so different. Guran also saw his room for improvement. Guran returned to the starting point again, adjusted his breathing, and then sprinted with all his strength. This time, it was slightly better than the previous 2 times, and it was a big step forward. Moff and Gregory were stunned and speechless. Not to mention how fast Guran's sprint speed is, just the fact that he maintained such a sprint speed 3 times is enough to show that Guran's body is almost not tired. But how is this possible? The day before yesterday, the national championship competition was such a physically demanding competition, but Guran's fatigue was completely recovered after only 1 day. Isn't this amazing? Guran, you the legendary perpetual motion machine. Seeing that Maeve and Gregory were silent, Guran smiled and asked, "You should have passed the full sprint test, right? What's the last one?" Maeve trembled and said, long endurance FI test." Guran said, "Then let's get started." Okay. Maeve took Guran to the rowing machine and fitness bike. "Gu, you can choose the rowing machine and the bike. The whole process takes 40 minutes. The rowing machine and the bike are set to the 5th gear resistance. This test seems simple, but it is actually the most difficult. After going through the previous few items, your fatigue value has already been reached. The 40-minute ultra-long endurance FI test will only increase your fatigue. Even if you can hide your fatigue, even if you have a will of steel, the electromyography instrument will definitely analyze the fatigue level of your muscles. Guran nodded. Okay, I understand. Guran sat down on the rowing machine and started the endurance FI test. The resistance of the fifth gear is not too great, but it is definitely a big test to persist in rowing for 40 minutes. Guran adjusted his breathing while maintaining a steady rowing frequency. The only sounds in the entire physical test room were the friction of the rowing machine and Guran's even breathing. Maeve and Gregory stood beside the rowing machine, full of admiration. Although the money was not easy to earn, although they wanted to take a vacation, and although they hoped that Guran would go home to rest, deep in their hearts, they actually hoped that Guran could pass the scientific test of EMG. Guran was a genius, and Guran was the rising star of the Saints. Nothing could make Maeve and Gregory happier than seeing Guran strong. When one day Guran made a big splash and became a world-class star, Maeve and Gregory would also feel extremely proud. Because they could say that Guran, this young and crazy Chinese, was theirs. More and more people came to watch in the physical test room. In addition to the 4 doctors on duty, many staff members of the club, and even the cleaning staff, ran to the window to watch. Guran was not distracted and focused on the rowing test. 40 minutes later, Guran was sweating profusely, his whole body was soaked. The EGM test was finally completed. This set of tests was more tiring than playing an amateur game. Professional clubs are really different. Guran got up from the rowing machine panting, feeling extremely sore all over. Before he could wipe the sweat off, thunderous cheers rang out inside the house and outside the window. Guran realized that he was being watched, and waved shyly. Chief Team Dr. Jensen came over and said with a smile, "Gu, you're amazing, you actually completed the top EMG test of the first team." Top. Guran panted and looked back at my fool in astonishment. Maeve's face turned red. Yes, I knew you could do it, Guran. Jensen smiled and said, "This level of test is rarely used in Premier League clubs, not to mention in the A-level clubs. It is usually a low-level test or a mid-level test. No one in our Saints has used and passed this top-level test for 3 years. Is it because so many people are watching me? No wonder I feel deeply tired. It turns out that this is used to test Premier League players." Guran looked at Maeve unhappily. "Maeve, that's too much." Maeve blushed and apologized. "Gu, I'm sorry. At the beginning, Gregory and I just wanted to take a vacation, so I deliberately used the top test specifications. We thought you would back down and give up, but we didn't expect," Gregory also said admiringly. "Gu, you are a real strong man. We are really convinced this time. Amazing Chinese." Gregory took the lead in applauding. The physical test room was thunderous with applause again. Guran didn't blame Maeve and Gregory for their little tricks, but felt a little happy. After all, being able to hold on to the top EMG test is really a big encouragement. This also means that he can handle the intensity of training in a professional club with ease. Guran asked, "What are the test results?" "The comprehensive strength, sprint and endurance FI values will need to wait a little longer." Beep, beep. As soon as the voice fell, the EMG electromyography machine beeped, and a long muscle fatigue test report was generated. Dr. Jensen got the data report first, and then took a deep breath with shock on his face. Guran was also in a state of panic, but he remained calm on the surface. "How was it?" Dr. Jensen shook his head. "Unbelievable. Damn, you doctors, why do you all like to play with padding? How unbelievable is it?" Guran complained fiercely in his heart. My food grabbed the EMG report and said with an exaggerated expression, "It's over, it's over." Gregory said in astonishment, "I have to work overtime." My food nodded bitterly. The two almost cried in front of Guran. Guran asked, "What's going on?" My fool said, "Gu, this report is very long, with detailed heart rate changes and muscle contraction ratios, as well as 3 physical exhaustion indexes." Guran said, "Don't be silly, get to the point." My fool said, "Gu, after you completed the 3 FI projects, your muscle fatigue ratio was 31.87%. "Oh," Guran said, "does that mean I passed?" Dr. Jensen on the side said, "More than passed, Gu, your body is simply too good. You can even get into high-intensity training right away. It's only been 1 day since you finished the national championships, and you've also undergone the top EMG test, and in the end your muscle fatigue is only 31%. God, the Saints have been sinking for 3 years, and they're finally going to rise." There was a cheer in the physical examination room. My fool still asked in disbelief, "Gu, why is your body so strong?" Damn, this question must be answered with caution. Guran smiled calmly. "I have been strong since I was a child, and I recover quickly. In addition, when I have nothing to do, I use the liquid nitrogen cryotherapy chamber to restore my body functions. I can't say that I have a system, right? At this time, using the liquid nitrogen cryotherapy chamber as an excuse is the most perfect. Liquid nitrogen cryotherapy chamber. The kind used by Cristiano Ronaldo. Goo, you are really rich. The doctors really believed it. My foo asked tentatively. Goo, you really don't want to rest for a few more days? I always feel that you need to rest. Guran smiled and said, my foo, you have to believe in science. Look, even science says I can do it. My foo. Chapter 221. Not used to being so tough. It doesn't matter, you will get used to it slowly in the future. Mabe signed his name solemnly on Guran's medical report and handed it to Guran. Without saying anything, Guran took the medical report to find Coach Dodd, who was directing the U18 training. Coach Dodd glanced at it and then widened his eyes. Mabe actually conducted a top-level EGM test on you. Your muscle fatigue is only 31%. This must be wrong, right? Coach Dodd looked at Mabe's signature carefully again. It's not that he didn't believe Guran, he just couldn't believe the result. Guran's EGM evaluation can completely kill all the players in the U18 team. Even in the first team, he is the top player. And Guran is obviously not even 18 years old. Coach Dodd took a deep breath and said with admiration, great. Guran smiled and said, Coach Dodd, can I train with the team now? Coach Dodd shrugged, why not? I've been looking forward to you coming to train. However, the morning training is already halfway through. Why don't you do some basic warm-up and stretching on the side first, and then train with the team after lunch and rest? Guran saw that a whole group strength training was going on in the field. Inserting it at this time would indeed disrupt their training rhythm, so he nodded and said, okay, Coach Dodd. Not far away, Hanami was relieved when she saw Guran return, and her mood, which had just been a little disappointed, quickly improved. Hanami wanted to come over and talk to Guran, but she finally held back. Before they had the relationship, Hanami would definitely come over to get close to Guran, but since the two had a dangerous relationship last night, Hanami became shy instead. Guran did not take the initiative to approach Hanami. After all, it is considered training now, and women are meaningless during training. Guran warmed up seriously on the sidelines, and at the same time looked for opportunities to pick up the white training bubbles of the U18 youth team players. After half an hour of basic warm-up and stretching, Guran picked up 7 bubbles for special training such as dynamic ball control and strength and physical fitness. It has to be said that the training bubbles of the youth echelon of professional clubs are really much better than the training results of amateur school teams. The 7 white training result bubbles plus the previously retained ones are just automatically exchanged for 1 talent point. Today, there are still 2 pickup opportunities left. Guran couldn't help but glance at Hanami. This was the first time he looked at Hanami in half an hour. And Hanami didn't know how many times she had secretly glanced at Guran. If looking at Guran could get $1, Hanami would probably have earned enough 10,000 yuan now. Guran scratched his scratched neck towards Hanami. To outsiders, this was just an ordinary casual action, but in Hanami's eyes, it was full of teasing. This is a secret that only the 2 of them know. Hanami's heart was pounding, and she quickly looked away, muttering in anger. Guran-jun is really a big bad guy. Guran saw Hanami's uneasy look from a distance, and couldn't help but feel secretly happy. At this time, Gregory came over and raised the fustian knife in his hand. Goo, your morning training is over, right? Let's go to the physiotherapy room, have a hydrotherapy, and then I will relax you. Guran's expression instantly tensed up. The taste of the fustian knife. Guran gritted his teeth and added the talent points that had just been automatically exchanged to the strong attribute. In this way, the strong attribute reached 71 points. With the high strong attribute, the tolerance to the fustian knife can be improved. Let's go. Guran took a deep breath and followed Gregory into the physiotherapy room with confidence. After a while, a shrill scream came from the physiotherapy room. It's not that Guran's strong attribute is not enough, it's really that the fustian knife is too cruel. There is no such thing as painless muscle pushing, and Gregory pushed particularly hard today. After pushing for more than half an hour, Gregory finally put away the fustian knife. Guran was sweating all over and lying on the physiotherapy bed, feeling like his Ranandu meridians were about to be opened. When he no longer screams when using the fustian knife, it means that his body has been trained and has made some progress. But as far as the current situation is concerned, I am afraid I will have to scream more than a dozen times before I can get used to this pain. Gregory's physiotherapy technique is indeed very professional. After Guran felt the pain, the accumulation of hydroxyl radicals in his body was completely eliminated, and his body was extremely relaxed. After the massage, Guran took an ice bath in the physiotherapy room. The effect of this ice bath is the same as that of a liquid nitrogen freezer, but the effect is much worse. For a professional club, the price of a liquid nitrogen freezer is not expensive, but the problem is that a professional club has more than one player. If the main players of the first team are equipped with liquid nitrogen freezers, it will cost a huge amount of money. Even if the club has the funds, the board of directors in charge of the club will not agree to spend such a large sum of money. The club's owner does not aim to improve the comfort of players and training, but to make money. After Guran soaked in ice water for a few minutes and then steamed in the sauna for a few minutes, he felt refreshed from head to toe. The fatigue caused by the EMG test in the morning also disappeared completely. After Guran got dressed, the training of the U18 youth team just came to an end. The players returned to the locker room to take a shower and change clothes, and then went to the club's restaurant in groups of 3 or 5 to eat. At this time, it is obvious that everyone's circle of friends comes. Only friends with good relationships will sit together to eat and chat. Guran has no circle of friends in the Southampton club, let alone in the U18 team. There are a few youth team players who greeted him when they passed by him, but they did not invite Guran to join this small circle. And Guran did not want to force himself to melt. Guran was just training with the U18 team and would leave in about a week, so there was no need to waste time and energy on a small circle. Kawaiichi was the last one to enter the locker room. As soon as he came in, he glanced at Guran with a sidelong glance. Guran also stared at him. Kawaiichi was very arrogant, but Guran was even more arrogant. Kawaiichi couldn't get any advantage from Guran, so he could only snort coldly and walked into the shower room. Guran continued to dry his hair. When Guran dried his hair and walked out of the locker room, Maven Gregory greeted him enthusiastically. "Gu, let's go to the restaurant for dinner together." "Okay." Guran knew that Maven Gregory were worried that he was unfamiliar with the place, so they accompanied him specially. Speaking of which, these 2 exclusive staff members are very good except that they don't like to work overtime. Guran then followed Maven Gregory to the restaurant of the Staplewood training base. While leading the way, Moff introduced, there are a total of 4 restaurants in the Staplewood training base. One is the staff restaurant, one is Restaurant A, used by the first team and the reserve team, one is Restaurant B used by the youth team, and the other is a restaurant exclusively for senior management and for entertaining important guests. Now the new season hasn't started yet, and the first team hasn't returned, so only the staff restaurant and youth restaurant are open. The youth restaurant is on the 2nd floor. Gregory smiled and said, "Actually, you should dine in Restaurant A for the first team, but now the new season hasn't started yet, and the first team players haven't returned, so only the staff restaurant and youth restaurant are open in the entire training base. The first team's restaurant is much larger than the youth restaurant, and it has all kinds of nutritious food supplements. In comparison, the dishes in youth restaurant are just the same old ones, and the dining environment is also very average." Guran nodded slightly. "As long as it's edible, I'm not particular about it." Gregory smiled and said, "No, you have to pay attention to it. Even if you don't pay attention to it, as the club's rising star, the club will pay attention to it for you. Do you know? In fact, you also have a dedicated nutritionist and a dedicated training coach, but they are all receiving training at the Real Madrid club. They will not be in place until the start of the new season. By then, every meal you eat, even every snack, will be controlled by a dedicated person. Training at the Real Madrid club. During this period, Real Madrid's head coach should be the madman Mourinho, right?" Thinking of the magic bird, Guran was a little distracted. Then he heard Maifu continue. "Gu, professional players and amateur players are completely 2 concepts. After you become a professional player, you will not be able to enjoy many things that normal people can enjoy in the future. That's right, not only do you have to strictly control your diet, but you also have to wear sunglasses and baseball caps when you go out, so that people can't recognize you." Guran nodded. "Thank you for your reminder." After entering the Youth B restaurant, Guran first took a quick glance, then picked up the plate and started to choose dishes. The lunch for the youth team is indeed very simple, and a little crude. The staple food is Italian, rice, Mexican chicken rolls, sandwiches, etc. Guran chose a sandwich. This sandwich is made of whole wheat bread, filled with white meat ham, spicy lettuce and a small piece of pickled cucumber, as well as tomato slices and yogurt. After choosing the staple food, Guran took a canned salmon, a roasted vegetable, a chicken breast, and a boiled corn. Finally, a tropical fruit salad was served. Such a lunch is not gorgeous, but it is almost nutritionally balanced. Guran noticed that the tableware here only has knives, forks and spoons, but no chopsticks. Guran immediately asked the waiter in the restaurant, "Do you have chopsticks?" The waiter shrugged, "Sorry, no." It stands to reason that Kawaiichi also uses chopsticks. After all, Japan is deeply influenced by Chinese culture and almost completely copies the Chinese cultural lifestyle, But, Kawaiichi has been here for so many days for trial training, and the youth restaurant did not prepare chopsticks for him. It doesn't matter if you don't prepare chopsticks for Kawaiichi, but you have to prepare them for me. Guran then said to the waiter in a cold voice. Forget about it today, remember to prepare chopsticks for me tomorrow. The waiter's eyes widened immediately. He had never seen such a self-righteous Asian player. Several U18 players at the table next to him smiled and imitated chopsticks with knives and forks, demonstrating like clowns. Hey, Guran. You can use your chopsticks like this. Ha ha ha. Eating with 2 wooden sticks is really funny. Half of the people in the restaurant left. They were completely unaware of their arrogance, and they were completely unaware that they were humiliating Guran. But no matter what they thought, Guran's eyes suddenly became sharp. Do you think you're humorous? You can use your knives and forks as long as you have hands, but you can't use our chopsticks at all if you have hands but no brains. Apart from anything else, can you use a knife and fork while looking at your phone? No, but you can do it with chopsticks. So, you think you are very civilized? No, you're just arrogant and unsophisticated. As soon as these words came out, the whole restaurant fell silent. No one expected that Guran would be so tough to directly confront. This is the entire U18 team. Kawaiichi pursed his lips tightly. Although he didn't want to admit it, he also agreed with Guran's statement in his heart at this time. Looking at himself again, he really didn't have the courage to confront directly like Guran. And Hanami looked at Guran excitedly through her big sunglasses. Guran's tough attitude made her feel as if she could feel Guran's shape again. At this time, a young player cleared his throat to smooth things over. Hey, Gu. We were just joking. Such jokes are very common among us. Joking can promote relationships between each other. Look at you, how can you take a joke seriously? Guran sneered, joking. Do I know you well? Did you get my permission to joke? I have a message for everyone. Don't be a jerk. The whole restaurant was as quiet as a grave. Some young players were so shocked that their brains went blank, while others frowned and looked hostile. But no one dared to stand up and confront Guran directly. Guran's status. Guran looked around and saw that no one could fight, so he sneered. What? Do you feel that I am different from the Chinese in your stereotype? Are you not used to being so tough? It doesn't matter. In the future, you will slowly get used to it, provided that you can enter the first team. This sentence really touched the hearts of these U18 players. It is not easy to be promoted from U18 to the first team. They are still a U18, but Guran is already the rising star of the first team. This is really a slap in the face. The negative emotion bubbles of the U18 youth players are dropping like crazy. Guran took a quick look, there are no good skills. Guran dispersed his thoughts and did not pick up a single bubble. There are still 2 remaining pickup progress today, which must be reserved for the negative emotion bubbles that are really worth picking up. Guran carried the dish, walked through the gazes of the U18 players, walked back to the table of Maeve and Gregory, and sat down calmly. Maeve and Gregory were both deeply worried about Guran. It was only the first day of training with the U18 team, and Guran directly started to confront, which was really too tough. There will definitely be a lot of trouble in future training, but what they don't know is that Guran is never afraid of trouble. Fight if you don't agree, which is Guran's basic principle after rebirth. Just as Guran was about to start eating, he saw Hanami coming over with a pair of chopsticks. Mr. Guran. Hanami bowed gently, as if the 2 of them were not familiar with each other before. We have a pair of spare chopsticks here, if you don't mind, please use them. Mom, Kawaiichi frowned and shouted, but after that, he didn't say anything more. Guran smiled, thank you, madam. When there are others, you should call her madam, and when there are no others, you can be a good girl. Hanami presented the chopsticks with both hands. It is her honor to be used by someone like you. When Guran took the chopsticks, he secretly touched the back of Hanami's hand. Hanami's acting is very good, as if nothing had happened. After Hanami bowed, she walked back to Kawaiichi's dining table with her heart pounding. Mom. Kawaiichi lowered his voice and said, you actually gave him your own chopsticks. Then how do you eat? Hanami smiled, I'm not very hungry, I can just eat a sandwich with my hands. And, Yichi, don't you think Guran did the right thing? Kawaiichi. After Guran finished his lunch, he washed the chopsticks and returned them to Hanami. Seeing that there were no chopsticks in front of Hanami, Guran understood in his heart, thank you, ma'am. Hanami hurriedly smiled and said, you're welcome, Guran. Kawaiichi glared at Guran provocatively. Guran only had Hanami in his eyes and completely ignored Kawaiichi's gaze. After returning the chopsticks, Guran did not stay for long, but left the restaurant and went to the lounge on the 3rd floor of the training base. The lounge of the Staplewood training base is very large. The entire third floor of the complex building is used for players and staff to rest and entertain. The facilities here are also very complete, with satellite TV, a small cinema, an arcade of video games, computers with internet access, 2 pool tables, a table tennis table, table football, etc. In the innermost rest area, there are more than 30 electric massage chairs that can be reclined. Most of the U18 players who have finished their meals gathered near the arcade of games and the pool table to play, and only a small number of players lay on the massage chairs for a nap. Guran also chose to rest in the massage chair. Although the body is not very tired, the mind still needs more rest, otherwise it will be difficult to concentrate on the afternoon training. There is a thin blanket on the massage chair. Guran covered himself with a blanket, put on the noise-canceling headphones on the massage chair, set the wake-up alarm, and then fell asleep. The lunch break lasts about an hour and a half. Guran slept beautifully for an hour, and then got up and went to the training ground. Kawataichi was meditating on the massage chair in the front row. When he saw Guran get up, Kawataichi immediately jumped down and competed with Guran to be the first to arrive at the training ground. Kawataichi regarded Guran as his biggest rival and wanted to compete with him in everything. Guran smiled dumbly, and had no intention of competing with Kawataichi. After all, a father can't always compete with his son. Chapter 222. Guran's Big Benefit. Liverpool U18 friendly match arranged by Alan himself. Kawataichi rushed to the training ground before Guran. But he didn't know what to do when he came so early. He wanted to compare with Guran in everything, so he naturally had to wait for Guran to start training before competing with Guran. Before Guran arrived, Kawataichi could only wait foolishly. After Guran arrived at the training ground slowly, he changed into his training clothes and sneakers without rushing, then simply stretched and prepared for a warm-up run. Although he had already warmed up in the morning, he still had to reawaken his body functions after waking up from a nap. When Kawataichi saw that Guran was about to start a warm-up run, he immediately smiled disdainfully and rushed to start running in front of Guran. Kawataichi was still very confident in himself for this kind of warm-up run with no technical content. Guran. Today I will show you the strength of the Japanese national champion player. Kawataichi held his head high and ran more seriously than usual. Hanami was surprised to see Kawataichi's positive changes, and couldn't help but secretly happy for Kawataichi. However, Hanami's eyes were not as focused on Kawataichi as before, but looked at Guran from time to time. Guran was not in a hurry, but patiently completed a set of stretching exercises before starting. At this time, Kawataichi had already run more than half a lap. Kawataichi kept looking back at Guran, his eyes full of disdain. Guran was not affected by Kawataichi's gaze at all, and he steadily accelerated, and the frequency of his legs increased significantly. Without looking at the distance, just looking at the comparison of the alternating strides and frequencies of the two people's legs, Guran was much faster than Kawataichi. Hanami's breathing outside the field suddenly became a little rapid. She knew that this was not Guran's fastest frequency. It was only a matter of time for Kawataichi to be overtaken by Guran. Sure enough, in less than 3 minutes, Guran caught up with Kawataichi, who had started running early, at a constant speed. Kawataichi's speed was not slow, but he made a serious misjudgment in his pace. He thought he could use high-speed impact to get rid of Guran, or even trap Guran, but he didn't expect that this method would backfire on him. Kawataichi kept looking back to observe the distance between the two. The more he looked back, the more shocked Kawataichi was. Guran's speed was too fast. And this was actually just Guran's normal speed, not Guran's sprint speed. Guran never thought about chasing Kawataichi. From beginning to end, Guran just ran at his original pace. If you have to say that Guran is a goal, then Guran's goal is himself, constantly surpassing himself. But how could Kawataichi know this? Kawataichi thought Guran was going to compete with him, so he accelerated and sprinted even harder, completely ignoring his physical energy consumption. It was obviously just a warm-up run, but Kawataichi treated it as a life-and-death battle. At the beginning, Kawataichi was able to pull a little distance from Guran and continue to maintain the lead. But this lead did not last too long. Soon, Kawataichi's breath was in disorder, his steps were weak, and his utterance was obviously unsustainable. Guran continued to run at his set pace, and began to speed up when his body was slightly sweating in the second half, fully awakening his body's motor function and bringing it to its best state. Dopamine in the body began to be secreted. Only real runners can experience this kind of running pleasure. This is the pleasure second only to love. Love still requires the cooperation of two people, but running can be exciting by one person. Soon, Guran surpassed the panting Kawataichi. Impossible. This is impossible. How can I lose? Kawaiichi's teeth were almost broken, and for his own face, he chased more desperately. Comparing the expressions of the two, one was full of enjoyment, and the other was full of ferociousness. The difference was immediately judged. Hanami watched from the sidelines, her heart in her throat. Hanami was afraid that Kawaiichi would make a mistake like before and pull Guran. But soon, Hanami found that her worries were completely unnecessary. Kawaiichi couldn't catch up with Guran at all, let alone pull Guran. Guran's acceleration in the second half was very fierce, and it looked like he was sprinting. But this was not Guran's real sprint, it was just that after his body was warmed up, his dopamine was running high, and he reached the best competitive state. Kawaiichi's breathing rhythm was completely disrupted by Guran's acceleration in the second half. Kawaiichi chased desperately, and his speed in the second half also increased, but there was no way to compare with Guran. Guran ran too easily, too casually, and too happily. Guran still had strength left, while Kawaiichi was already desperate. If Kawaiichi didn't try his best, he would have been pressed by Guran and encircled. This difference in competitive state is visible to the naked eye. The more Kawaiichi chased, the more shocked he became, the more desperate he became, and the more he realized that he was far inferior to Guran. How could this happen? How could this happen? Is the champion of the British National Championship really that much stronger than me, the champion of the Japanese National Championship? Kawaiichi's mentality is about to explode. When the two warm-up runs were coming to an end, the other U18 players also came to the training ground yawning. When they saw Guran's warm-up run pace, they all took a deep breath. To be honest, most of the players in the U18 youth team were not convinced by Guran from the bottom of their hearts. Especially after the restaurant incident, most of the players in the U18 youth team wanted to suppress Guran in training to prove that Guran was a fake. What can an amateur player like Guran, who has no professional experience, rise to the top in one step and become the rising star of Southampton's first team? What can Guran enjoy the favor of the club's top management and enjoy enviable resources? But when they saw Guran's training attitude and training ability, all of them felt a slump in their hearts. Is this really an amateur grassroots player who has not received any professional training? This competitive state is simply several streets ahead of us. With such a pace of warm-up running, can he still have the physical strength for afternoon training? At this time, Coach Dodd came to the training ground. Coach Dodd was stunned for a moment, and then he shouted excitedly, "Oh my God! What did I see? Someone is actually warming up in advance." Let me think, the last time someone warmed up in advance in the afternoon was more than 20 years ago, when I was a teammate with Alan Shearer. Unexpectedly, I saw the scene of warming up in advance in the afternoon again today. Look at Guran. He is obviously a rising star of the first team, but he is still so hardworking. Look at you guys, you're a bunch of garbage with no professional attitude. The gap between you and the first team is the gap between you and Guran. Coach Dodd kept talking about Alan Shearer, a star from Southampton club. The U18 players present all drooped their heads. Before the afternoon training started, they were scolded. It's all Guran's fault. Without Guran, all of them U18 players are the coach's good children. With Guran, all of them U18 players are the coach's dogs. The coach is like a scumbag who loves new things and hates old ones. Then I heard Coach Dodd continue to yell, "Okay, everyone come and gather. Gu, you come too." When he said Gu, Coach Dodd's tone became particularly gentle. "Yes, Coach." The U18 players gathered in line with depressed faces. Guran also stopped warm-up running and lined up with other players. After all, it was a follow-up training, and Guran did not intend to integrate with these U18 players, so when standing in the team, he also deliberately chose the most marginal position. Kawaiichi also ran over to gather and stand in line with a face full of embarrassment and unwillingness. He also stood at the edge of the team unlike Guran. Guran did not want to integrate with the U18, so he took the initiative to stand at the edge, while Kawaiichi was squeezed at the edge of the team. Kawaiichi stood next to Guran and said in a low voice, "Guran, don't be complacent, our competition has not yet been decided." Guran smiled faintly and ignored this cheap son. Coach Dodd looked around and then said sternly, "Now, I have a big news to announce. We will have an internal training match in 5 days. At that time, all the members of the U18 coaching staff will be present to conduct a comprehensive evaluation of each of you. Those who meet the evaluation standards will have a pre-season warm-up match with Liverpool's U18 youth team on the 6th day." As soon as these words came out, all the U18 players present exclaimed, After the official start of the season, the U18 youth team can play against the U18 youth team of the same level every week, but Southampton club is in the English League One, so under normal circumstances, the Southampton U18 youth team cannot play against the Premier League level Liverpool U18. Liverpool FC is a Premier League powerhouse. The opportunity to play against Liverpool U18 youth team will undoubtedly be a huge boost for Southampton U18 youth team. If they perform well in the friendly match, they may even be spotted by Liverpool. The U18 players were immediately full of expectations. Guran couldn't help but get a little excited in his heart. If he could also participate, then this would be the best training opportunity before officially joining the first team. Yoshi. Such a good opportunity, I must participate. The cheap son next to him clenched his fists. Coach Dodd pressed his palm and said, I want to tell you that this friendly match is a rare opportunity. This arrangement was also arranged by my old teammate Alan Shearer. You should all know that Alan was once the top scorer in the Premier League and the man with the most goals in the Premier League. He was also that top scorer in the European Cup and the Europa League. He has a very high status in the British football world and the Premier League giants have to give him face. This time, our friendly match with Liverpool U18 will be played at the Youth Training Stadium of Liverpool's Melwood Training Base. At that time, Alan will come to the game in person to cheer for us. Wow. I can see the legendary Alan Shearer. Oh my god. This is crazy. I must get Alan's autograph. The players of the U18 youth team were like chicken blood. Melwood Training Base was built in the 1950s. It was not until 2018 that Liverpool Club began to build the new AXA Kirkby Training Base and put it into use in the summer of 2020. After the Kirkby Training Base was built, Liverpool's training facilities became world-class. Before that, Liverpool's first team and youth training academy was still using the old Melwood Training Base. But this does not hinder Liverpool's current youth training level. Kawaiichi raised his hand eagerly, wanting to ask a question. Coach Dodd ignored him. Guran did not raise his hand, but asked directly, Coach, can I participate in this warm-up match? Coach Dodd grinned and said, Of course. Goo. This is a friendly match. As long as you are under the age of 18, there are no restrictions on other conditions. What's more, this friendly match was specially arranged by the top management of our club who knew that you were training with the U18 youth team. Alan was asked to help with the match. Damn, it was a warm-up match specially arranged for me. It's really cool to be able to enjoy such high-level resources before officially becoming a professional player in the first team. Guran couldn't help but curl up a smile at the corner of his mouth. The other U18 players were all in extremely complicated moods. The opportunity they dreamed of was just because of Guran. They were envious, but they had to be grateful for the favors and benefits brought by Guran. Kawaiichi was even more mixed at the moment. According to Coach Dodd, he also had the opportunity to participate in this Liverpool U18 friendly match, but when he thought that this friendly match was a favor from Guran, he was very ashamed. Then he heard Coach Dodd continue. Okay, since we will have a friendly match with the Liverpool U18 team in 6 days, we have to double our training in the next few days. After all, although it is called a friendly match, it is related to the glory of the Southampton club, and we can't lose. Everyone has to cheer up for the training these days. Yes. Coach. The U18 youth team roared majestically. Coach Dodd nodded with satisfaction. Today's afternoon training is divided into 2 parts. The first is a 10,000-meter endurance run. After the endurance run, everyone will rest for 30 minutes, and then it will be running training on the field. Oh really? I just ran 10,000 meters yesterday. My soreness is still accumulating in my thighs. The players of the U18 youth team complained bitterly. Dodd frowned and said, those who don't want to see Alan Shearer and don't want to participate in the friendly match with the Liverpool U18 team don't have to train, just get out. As soon as these words came out, the players present were silent, and they could only complain in their hearts. The most miserable person was not the U18 youth team players, but Kawaiichi. When Kawaiichi heard that he had to train a 10,000-meter endurance run in the afternoon, he was numb all over. He just did a warm-up run with Guran, and his physical energy was consumed a lot. Now he can't recover at all. He hasn't even caught his breath yet. Running another 10,000 meters at this time is simply a matter of life and death. Kawaiichi glanced at Guran beside him with a bitter face, but only saw Guran's expression relaxed, even a little impatient. This guy is actually very happy. Is he a monster? No. I can't lose to him. Kawaiichi gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and tried to adjust his state. After the whole team simply stretched, Coach Dodd held the timer and gave the order to start. In professional clubs, every training has a minimum performance standard. Once it does not meet the standard, it is possible to be trained more directly sent to take care of the water dispenser. The survival of professional clubs is very cruel. Every day is a test, and each item is a standard, which is more direct than the test and standard in the workplace. This is professionalism. Guran is in a hot state and runs at the front of the team at the beginning. Those young players who were angrily scolded by Guran at lunch are naturally unwilling to be outdone. They all threw away their long legs and accelerated a chase. This is their best chance to prove that they are no worse than the promising stars of the first team. The entire U18 youth team was also very excited because of the upcoming friendly match. Guran didn't care about their pursuit at all, but just ran in an orderly manner according to his own pace. The 10,000-meter training run is not about passion, but about physical distribution. In the first lap, Guran was overtaken by 4 youth team players and fell to the 5th place. In the second lap, Guran was overtaken by 2 youth team players and fell to the 8th place. However, by the 5th lap, those players who sprinted too hard at the beginning couldn't hold on and slowed down. Guran continued to maintain a uniform pace and easily completed the overtaking. As for Kawaiichi, he exerted too much effort during the warm-up run and his physical fitness was not good, so he naturally fell behind the team. This is also the worst performance of Kawaiichi since he came to Southampton club for a trial. Kawaiichi regretted wasting his physical energy on warming up with Guran. What he didn't understand was that after running the warm-up, why was Guran fine? How strong is Guran's physical fitness? Kawai, what are you doing? Coach Dot stood on the sidelines and yelled at Kawaiichi. Did you not eat enough at noon? With your level, you still want to stay in our Southampton club. Hurry up. If your 10,000-meter run is not up to standard, then just pack up and get out. Coach Dodd's words were merciless. Kawaiichi did not dare to talk back, he could only try to concentrate and grit his teeth to continue running desperately. Whether it is a warm-up run or 10,000-meter physical training, there is actually no technical content, it all depends on the strength of physical fitness. In the British Professional League, physical fitness is definitely the most important factor of all. Regarding the stay or departure of the trial and whether he can participate in the Liverpool U18 friendly match, Kawaiichi dare not relax at all. Yuichi Horimi stood on the sidelines, looking a little anxious. She was more worried than Kawaiichi. If Kawaiichi's performance did not meet the standard, then they would have to leave Southampton. Horimi did not want to leave. At least, I don't want to leave now. 5 minutes later, Kawaiichi's speed slowed down a lot. Kawaiichi's face was full of pain, his hands pinched his waist, and he tried hard to hold on. In his current state, let alone meeting the standard, it is a question whether he can finish the race. At this time, Guran overtook him from the right and completed the lap. The gap between the two of them no longer needs to be said. When passing by Kawaiichi, Guran sneered. So this is all you can do. Hectares, mocking the little life is much more enjoyable than I thought. Guran felt even more comfortable. Kawaiichi was completely furious. Impossible. I will never lose to you. Kawaiichi roared, and the speed that had been reduced broke out again, chasing Guran desperately. After only half a lap, Kawaiichi couldn't keep up again. Guran's speed always maintained a constant rhythm, but Kawaiichi could only rely on anchor to support a distance. In fact, physical fitness is not Kawaiichi's weakness. After all, he can't be compared with a heaven-defying existence like Guran. If he hadn't been competing with Guran, it would have been a problem for him to run 10,000 meters at his own pace. Kawaiichi's real weakness is his mentality. With Kawaiichi's mentality, he is not suitable to be a professional player at all. Even if he has good footwork and even if he has a talented and spiritual performance in the area in front of the goal, without a good competitive mentality, he cannot become a real professional player. From this point alone, Kawaiichi is definitely not qualified to stay in Southampton. I am moving to a new home recently, from one province to another. I'm unfamiliar with the place and there are a lot of things to do. I have to go by myself to get my child's household registration, school registration, furniture and appliances. So the recent update volume has not been increasing, and there is no fixed time for eating. Sometimes I don't have lunch until after 8 o'clock in the evening. It is expected to take another month or so to completely stabilize. Thank you all for your encouragement and support. After I stabilize, the update volume and quality will definitely improve. Chapter 223 How Ruthless. The Strength of a Grassroots King. Goo. You are awesome. Coach Dodd looked at the timer in his hand and shouted excitedly. Your 10,000-meter running results are almost the same as Alan and I did back then. Come on. Cross the finish line. You are the first. Coach Dodd really couldn't speak without Alan Shearer. Amid Coach Dodd's cheers, Guran was the first to finish 10,000 meters, and he lapped Kawatayuchi 3 full laps. We are all professionals, and being lapped is already very embarrassing, let alone being lapped 3 times. Kawatayuchi has never suffered such a serious blow in his life. Every time he lapped, Guran would ridicule Kawatayuchi. This feeling of stepping on Xiaoyi's face is so damn cool. Of course, the coolest thing was that the dopamine in Guran's brain last night was like waves, hitting his body wave by wave. This competitive state is many times stronger than when Guran was training before. Kawatayuchi was almost mad with hatred. Every time he was overtaken by Guran, he would burst into a frantic state of running for at least half a lap. So, overall, although Kawatayuchi was tortured by Guran and was embarrassed and even a little pitiful, he was not far behind others in terms of the timed results of the 10,000-meter run. At least half of the other U18 youth team players were also lapped by Guran. Guran was really ruthless. The first time he came to the U18 team to follow that training, he knocked down half of the team without mercy. Guran showed them his capital of arrogance as a rising star of the first team. However, the overall level of Southampton U18 youth team is really good. At least 5 players' 10,000-meter results are only half a lap behind Guran. After all, they are professional players, and the youth training level of Southampton club is also top-notch in the entire English League One. Being able to train with these professional players is also very beneficial to Guran's own improvement. Similarly, Guran's training also makes these U18 youth team players feel real pressure and strong stimulation. After the U18 youth players finished running, they were all tired and wanted to vomit. Guran was still relaxed, and he didn't stop, but continued to run on the court. This dopamine rush was so wonderful that Guran felt reluctant to stop. Coach Dodd on the sidelines looked at the timer in his hand and shouted excitedly, "Not bad. Not bad. Your performance is generally improved by more than 1 minute compared to the previous training. Haha. Gu, your role is really great. You remind me of Alan and I's leading role when we were training here. Gu. Why are you still running? You've done enough, you can rest." Guran seemed not to hear it, and continued to run at his own pace on the court. The players who had finished running were all stunned. Everyone realized that Guran was saving some energy. Guran didn't just want to win the first place in the 10,000-meter entrance race to lap them, this was just his basic operation. This also means that if Guran ran with all his strength, all the players on the field would be lapped by him. What a strong physical fitness. He is really a rising star of the first team. You can't refuse to accept it. The players of the U18 youth team shook their heads and sighed. Mifu and Gregory, who were sitting in the seats outside the field watching the training, were no longer surprised by Guran's amazing performance. How could these U18 youth team players compare to a Chinese kid who could lead a weak grassroots team to defeat those semi-professional or even professional teams and create a miracle of reversal? Guran is the king of the grassroots. Moreover, Guran will surely become the king of the profession. What's more, this is also the credit of our 2 team doctors and physiotherapists. Mifu said proudly. Gregory, after the training, we will give Guran another set. That's inevitable. Gregory suddenly smiled. I didn't want to work overtime, but I don't know why. I feel that working overtime for Guran is also a very happy thing. Mifu laughed and said, you're tamed. Gregory smiled and said, aren't you the same? The two looked at each other and left. It is indeed very hard to continue running after running 10,000 meters. This is not only a test of the body, but also a test of one's willpower. For Guran, both physical and willpower tests are not a problem. With the dopamine like waves, Guran really enjoys it. Moreover, he is about to become a first-team player, and will soon play against Liverpool U18 team, and will start the new season of English League One. Guran naturally has to double his training, and the training intensity must be at least higher than that of the U18 youth team players. Gradually, there are not many players left on the track. After running 10,000 meters, each player stops to rest and replenish electrolytes and water. Then, they all look at Guran with shocked expressions as he continues to run on the track. Guran Junhonami murmured in a voice that only she could hear. Thank you. In the eyes of others, Guran is just doing extra training, but in Honami's eyes, Guran does this for her. It is because of Guran's motivation that Kawatayuchi desperately insists. If it weren't for Guran, Kawatayuchi would have collapsed long ago. This is definitely for me. Honami felt a dangerous and sweet feeling in her heart. Moreover, others only saw Guran's strength in the 10,000-meter run, but only Honami knew that Guran had such a strong physical strength after a 1v10 fight last night and almost crazy tossing for most of the night. Only Honami knew that Guran's real strength was very fast. Only Guran and Kawatayuchi were left on the track. Under Guran's encouragement, Kawaiichi was only 1.5 laps away from running 10,000 meters. And Guran had already started to lap him in that fourth lap with great interest. When the two ran side by side, Kawaiichi shouted angrily, "Guran, you obviously finished the run, why did you continue? Why? You are here to humiliate me, right? You must be here to humiliate me. To humiliate you. No, I just want to make myself feel good." Guran sneered, "You're too weak. You are not worthy of me wasting my energy to humiliate you." "What?" Kawaiichi was completely furious. "I am not worthy of being humiliated by you. Why am I not worthy? I am wrong. Why am I worthy? I am not worthy." Kawaiichi was so angry that he was stunned. Light a blue skill bubble appeared under Kawaiichi's feet. Guran concentrated his mind and took a quick glance. Fancy juggling +1. Wow, not bad. Although this skill has no direct use in the game, it is still very useful during training. Therefore, this should be considered a training skill. If you practice juggling well, your sense of the ball will also improve. The attributes of the system can not only be improved by picking up, but also by ordinary training in important games. Good training and good performance in the game can also gain the growth of system attributes. Guran gathered his mind and directly collected this fancy ball-playing skill through the air, then smiled at Kawaiichi. "You're too weak." After saying that, Guran accelerated and passed him. Baga. Kawaiichi was furious and wanted to pull Guran's arm. But Guran was prepared, and waved his hand and slapped Kawaiichi on the shoulder. Kawaiichi screamed. Guran's hand was very heavy, and Kawaiichi's mother Hwanami knew this. Even so, Guran also saved Kawaiichi's face. If it weren't for the secret relationship with Hwanami, Guran's slap would definitely be on Kawaiichi's face. After shaking off Kawaiichi, Guran began to accelerate and sprint. The pleasure of dopamine was like all the waves superimposed on each other, reaching its peak. Guran ran across the finish line, then slowed down and stopped. "It feels so damn good." Guran panted, feeling the refreshing feeling of sweat flowing out of his pores. After Guran finished running, he walked around the track again to let his excited body functions slowly calm down. From beginning to end, Guran behaved extremely calmly and professionally, even though he had not yet officially become a professional player. Kawaiichi scored 20 goals and sprinted madly, and his physical fitness also broke through his own limits. The moment Kawaiichi crossed the finish line, he fell directly on the grass, his whole body twitching slightly. On the one hand, it was because his physical fitness had exceeded his previous limits, and on the other hand, it was because he completely lost to Guran in terms of physical fitness and mentality. Hwanami ran over anxiously. Iichi, how are you? Iichi, are you okay?" Kawaiichi burst into tears. "Mom, I failed. Hwanami hurriedly comforted him. "No, Iichi, you just lost to Guran, but you didn't fail. Your result is qualified." "Really? I have been paying attention to your results. Although you're the last one, your result is qualified." Kawaiichi said in astonishment. "What?" "I was desperate today. I was trapped by that guy for 4 whole laps, but my final result was still qualified." Hwanami said excitedly. "Yes. Iichi. You're qualified." Kawaiichi wiped away his tears and said with gritted teeth, "I was trapped for 4 laps and I could still pass that guy. He is really too strong." Hwanami hurriedly said, You shouldn't think like this. You should thank Guran." The muscles on Kawaiichi's face twitched suddenly. "Thank you. No, I want to defeat him. I am not as good as him in physical fitness, but in other aspects, I can definitely defeat him." Kawaiichi forced himself to stand up, dragging his almost numb legs, and walked towards Guran aggressively. Fearing something might happen, Hwanami hurried to catch up. At this time, Guran was taking advantage of the half-hour break to practice juggling. The skill of fancy juggling +1 is very practical, coupled with the juggling skills that Guran had in his previous life. Guran's juggling is very smooth and gorgeous. When Kawaiichi saw Guran's juggling level, his heart sank. Damn, this scary guy, even the level of fancy juggling is so high. I have received professional training since I was a child to practice to this level. How did this scary guy practice? Kawaiichi gritted his teeth and said sternly, Guran, you humiliated me today. I want to duel with you. Damn, what era is it now, and there is still a duel? Guran sneered, go take a break. Kawaiichi gritted his teeth and said, Southampton club does not allow fighting, but allows duels on the boxing training ring. You set a time, I'm always available. Guran said coldly, I'm busy. If I had the time, I would have to communicate more with your mother. Kawaiichi said with a smug look on his face. Why, are you scared? Yes, I'm afraid of beating you to death. Guran smiled contemptuously and ignored Kawaiichi's provocation. Ignoring is the greatest contempt. Kawaiichi smiled complacently. So, you're a coward. Very good, you just say in front of everyone that you're a coward and dare not challenge me, and I will not mention the duel anymore. Whether I am a coward or not, your mother knows better than you. Your mother said that I can't stand it. Guran looked contemptuous. Iichi. Shut up. Hanami said anxiously, how can you talk to Guran like that? Do you know, Hanami almost couldn't help but tell about Guran's feat of 1v10 beating those gangsters last night. However, Hanami finally held back. Anyway, I don't allow you to talk to Guran like that. Kawaiichi was stunned for a moment, then angrily said, Mom. This is a matter between Guran and me. Don't get in the way here. Get out of here. Guran was immediately furious. How do you talk to your mother like that? Kawaiichi was stunned. What's going on? One said you are not allowed to talk to Guran like that, and the other said how do you talk to your mother like that? Is this a mixed doubles match between parents? Hanami reached out and pulled Jeonji out. Jeonji, you're very tired now, you should take some time to rest. There are still training and assessments to come. Kawaiichi frowned and glared at Guran. My duel invitation is always valid. If you don't accept that challenge, I will come to call you a coward every day. Coward. 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 After that, Kawaiichi shook off Hanami's pull and walked back to the rest area alone. Jeonji. Jeonji. Hanami was almost angry and cried by Kawaiichi. With such a troublesome son, it is no wonder that Hanami collapsed and went out to drink at night to relieve her sorrow. She knew that Guran was helping her and that Guran had saved her life, but Kawaiichi just didn't know how high the sky was and how deep the earth was. Lighter red talent point bubble was generated under Hanami's feet. Damn. So cool. I earned 2 talent point bubbles from Hanami in one day. This new point scoring artifact is so cool. Guran immediately focused his mind, picked up the talent point bubble, and then directly added this talent point bubble to the strength attribute. The strength attribute immediately increased to 71 points. Guran felt that his muscles had become stronger by another dimension. Guran comforted Hanami with satisfaction. It's okay, Hanami, don't be sad, I won't get angry with a child. Hanami's lips trembled slightly. Guran, you are so generous. I'm really sorry for you, I have been causing you trouble. But you have been helping me all the time. If you hadn't encouraged Ichi just now, how could Ichi have reached the standard? But he was so ungrateful. Did I encourage Ichi? I was just stepping on his face back and forth. Guran cleared his throat. It's nothing. Just don't be sad, Hanami. By the way, if you still want to drink tonight, you know how to get to the Dune Villa. Hanami's breathing became uncontrollable and hurried. After hesitating for a while, she said awkwardly, Guran, you have worked hard all day. I'm afraid that if I go, I will disturb your rest. Seeing Hanami's awkward look, Guran wanted to do it directly. It's okay, I'm not tired at all. Besides, we just drink a little wine, how tired can we be? That's right, Hanami said in a low voice, then I'll think about it tonight. Oriental women are very reserved. Although I'd think about it first, there is probably a play. Guran smiled and said, I'll wait for you tonight. As he said that, Guran took advantage of everyone's inattention and pinched Hanami's waist and hips very secretly. Hanami almost exclaimed. Too dangerous. Too exciting. Hanami hurriedly ran away from Guran. She was afraid that if she didn't run away, Guran would control her like this morning. Guran smiled with satisfaction. After half an hour of rest, the U18 team began to conduct on-field running training. On-field running exercises are the most basic and important part of football training. It can help players improve their physical fitness and local skills. This kind of training is already professional training, which is many times more professional than when they were in the Buck Steelhorn school team. On-field running training is divided into 4 projects. The first project is fast transfer training. This training method is mainly to cultivate players' ability to quickly transfer and master position changes. During training, players need to transfer the ball on the field at the fastest speed, and keep in touch with teammates through exchange balls, short passes and direct passes. The second project is technical details training, such as 2-on-1 cooperation or position change cooperation, etc. This training project emphasizes teamwork, which can cultivate players' ability to read the game and train players' technical details on the field. The third project is mutual cooperation training. Team cooperation is one of the key factors in winning or losing a game. Based on this, players can adopt many different outfield running methods, such as counterattack training, ball holding attack and reverse running, etc. in order to strengthen the cooperation and proficiency between teams. The fourth project is dynamic game training. This training method can help players better adapt to the on-site environment of the game. On-field running is also an important part of it. Dynamic game training can not only stimulate the player's sense of competition, but also enable them to better exert their maximum potential. Guran is with the U18 youth team. Although it is the first time to receive such professional training, Guran's performance is very eye-catching. Especially the two-pass cooperation, almost every U18 youth team player who cooperated with Guran in the two-pass cooperation cheered excitedly. This is the first time they have met teammates who are so comfortable with giving and receiving the ball. The training lasted until 5:30 in the afternoon, and the U18 youth team's training for the day finally came to an end. After Guran returned to the physiotherapy room, he was held down by Maeve and Gregory for examination and physiotherapy. The screaming sound resounded in the physiotherapy room again. The other U18 players naturally didn't have this treatment, and could only envy and hate. After Guran finished his physical therapy, the U18 players had already left the training ground, including Kawaiichi and Honami. Guran took a shower and drove to the Porsche repair center to repair his car. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelas. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224 The Future of the Buck Steelhorns Teammates. Honami. Oops. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening when Guran repaired the front hood of the Cayenne and returned home. Guran ate something casually, and then used liquid nitrogen to freeze the space capsule and sauna therapy to eliminate the fatigue of the day. With 76 points of physical fitness and 73 points of constitution, Guran's recovery speed is very fast. Coupled with Gregory's professional Foscha knife skills and the ice and fire therapy equipment at home, Guran recovered much faster than other professional players. Next, it's time to wait for Honami. Although Honami didn't agree explicitly, Guran believed that Honami would definitely come tonight. Guran tidied up the room, dimmed the lights, and set the atmosphere in advance. At this time, the phone rang. Guran quickly picked up the phone. It was Rusty who called. Guran was a little disappointed. Guran, half lying on a sofa, answered the phone, and asked lazily, "Hello? Rusty, what's up?" On the other end of the phone, Rusty's extremely excited voice came. "Hey Gru. Good evening. The wonderful nightlife has begun again. We didn't have enough fun last night. Come out and hang out with us. Everyone is here, waiting for you. Damn, these guys are really having fun. Sleeping during the day and hanging out at night, it's really not serious." Unlike me, Guran said in a deep voice, "Rust, you will all become professional players soon. It's better to go to bars that are smoky and decadent." The two 9-point beauties in the bar last night almost made Guran lose self-discipline. And that pole dancing performance, just thinking about it makes me feel disgusting. If you go to the bar too much, you will really get addicted without realizing it. The Rusty bar on the other end of the phone immediately said, "I know, it's for celebration. Besides, you stayed for a while last night and then went out to fight. In the end, we didn't play, and we were all helping you clean up the mess." Guran smiled, brotherly. "Of course." The Rusty bar smiled and asked, "By the way, who was the beautiful young woman you rescued last night?" Guran cleared his throat and said seriously, "Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. I can't tell you that she is my temporary teammate." Guran quickly changed the subject. "Those gangsters didn't cause trouble later, did they?" "They dare. Even if they have 100 courage, they wouldn't dare." The Rusty bar said, "Goo, you beat them hard enough. Those cowards don't dare to retaliate. I'm afraid they won't dare to appear in a bar street again in the next 3 years." Guran nodded. "That's good. This can also be regarded as getting rid of harm for the people." Xiao sighed and said, "We didn't have a good time last night. After you left, the girls all dispersed and no one got anything." Guran smiled and said, "How great is this? You didn't have any girls in the first place, and now no one has any girls. You should be happy." Xiao on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned for a moment. "Yes. Haha. Goo, now that you say that, I'm really happy. Wait, don't interrupt me. Let's talk about business first. You must come tonight. Otherwise, we will all be brothers." "Damn, is it so serious?" Guran asked in confusion, "What's going on?" Xiao laughed and said, "I promised everyone to keep it a secret." I'll tell you when you come. Guran said, I'm considering whether to introduce you to a girl. Xitao immediately said, good brother. Although they asked me to keep it a secret, there are no secrets between the two of us. So I must tell you this good news in advance. Now I understand. Guran smiled. Then I heard Rusty Strip say solemnly, the good news is that our main players have been invited by professional clubs. Oh. Guran's eyes lit up. This is indeed good news. Although this news has nothing to do with Guran on the surface, Guran has always been concerned about the future and fate of his friends. Buck Steelhorns is his starting team, and every main player of Buck Steelhorns is closely related to his youth after rebirth. Guran especially hopes that this group of idiots can strive forward on the right track. It has to be said that although the English Football Association is lame, it is always 100 times better than the Chinese Football Association, especially in providing professional opportunities for young players. The English Football Association is at least doing things. The Chinese Football Association is completely disgusting. Guran asked quickly, tell me, which clubs did you go to? The informer Rusty said in an extremely excited tone, basically, everyone went to the English League Two clubs. Shuiman and Fred received invitations from 3 clubs, and they discussed going to Wycombe Wanderers Club together. Wycombe Wanderers is a strong team in the English League Two, and its strength level is in the top 3 of the standings. With Shuiman and Brett's strength, they should only be reserve team players. However, as long as they can play well after the expiration of the 1-year Football Association contract, they can get a formal contract with Wycombe Wanderers. This must be a big test for them. Shuiman and Brett will definitely adapt quickly to the training and cooperation together. Guran is very happy that the two of them can be together. Rusty continued, Shimi and Ulwo have also received invitations from the Stockport Club. At present, only this club has invited them, so they may be forced to get together. The Stockport Club is the bottom team in the English League Two, but it is still a professional club after all. Moreover, after Shimi and Ulwo went to Stockport, they would definitely get more opportunities to play. This is also a good experience. Sissy received an invitation from Verla Club, and Glyda received an invitation from Shrewsbury Club. Both clubs have the word borough in their names, but one is the 2nd place in English League Two, and the other is the 4th place in English League Two. The future confrontation will definitely be very fierce. Sissy and Glyda may have changed from teammates to opponents. When the two compete on the same field, the scene must be very beautiful. Guran decided to go to the scene to watch them play football when he had the chance. Rusty continued. The painter received an invitation from Ecclesfield Club, the blind man received an invitation from Stevenage Club, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex received an invitation from Torquay United. These 3 clubs are all in the middle of English League Two. Even if they only train in the reserve team for 1 year, it is still good. Guran asked, Rusty, what about you? Then he heard Rusty smile proudly and said, as for me, I have received invitations from 5 clubs. I haven't made up my mind yet. Alas, I'm bedazzled, ha ha ha. Damn, you're so fucking cool. You're quite like me back then. Guran smiled and said, Hectars, that's good. Although you don't have any women who want you, you have a professional club that wants you. Rusty said, Goo, you're hurt. Didn't you just say you would introduce a girl to me? Where's the girl? What's her name? How does she look? In fact, it's okay if she looks average. I'm not picky. Really, as long as she's a girl, it's fine. Guran automatically ignored Rusty's topic about girls and continued to ask, which 5 clubs invited you? Tell me and I'll give you some advice. Rusty said, one can be ruled out directly, Northampton Club. Guran smiled and said, nonsense, you dare to go to a club that is your mortal enemy in the same city. Aren't you afraid that the fans of Southampton High School will scold you to death? Rusty smiled and said, of course I won't go, there are 3 other English League Two clubs, one is Gillingham, one is at Carrington, and one is Bradford. The first 2 can only give me the treatment of the reserve team, and they only bear 30% of the salary. The remaining 70% is borne by the English Football Association for 1 year. For the sake of talent, the English Football Association can only bear 100% of the salary cap, but the term is only 1 year. So generally speaking, the lower the proportion of salary borne by the club, the more it shows that the club is still in the conservative trial stage. The player needs to perform well enough within 1 year to obtain the club's renewal. This kind of contract is also not safe. After the 1-year protection period of the Football Association expires, it is very likely that the contract will be automatically terminated because of not being able to play in the first team. This kind of thing is everywhere in the British Professional League. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as 1,000 troops crossing a single plank bridge. The environment of British football does not allow for rottenness, especially for young players. The competition is very cruel and the elimination rate is very high. Guran asked, what about Bradford? How are they treating you? Rusty said, Bradford is willing to pay 50% of my salary and promised to give me the opportunity to play as a substitute for the first team. Guran analyzed, that's good. The first two clubs are considered mid-level teams in English League Two, and they have to consider their season rankings. Bradford is in the lower reaches of English League Two, and they don't have high requirements for season rankings, so you can indeed get more opportunities to play. The only thing that's a bit unpleasant is that Bradford was formerly a rugby club, and they don't pay as much attention to football as the rugby team. They train on the same training base as the rugby team, and the training facilities allocated to the football team are smaller and poorer. When there are major events, the football team has to give way to the rugby team, which is not conducive to your future training. Rusty on the other end of the phone couldn't help but take a deep breath. Goo, you know a lot. I'm also hesitant among these clubs. Which one do you think I should choose? Guran thought for a while. Didn't you say that there were 5 clubs that sent invitations? I only mentioned 4 just now, and there's another one. Rusty said with a smile. There is another one, it's a League One club, damn. Guran said in surprise. Great, Rusty. You are not good at picking up girls, but I didn't expect you to be quite lucky in football. A League One club actually invited you. You are still hiding it and not telling me first. Tell me quickly, which one is it? Rusty said hurriedly. Goo, I am different from you. The League One club that invited me is not their first team, but their U18 youth team. Guran asked. Which one? Rusty said. Swindon. Guran immediately said. Oh. Swindon was also that founding club of the Southern League. Its glorious record in history was only winning the League Cup once. It is currently the bottom team in League One. According to Guran's memory, after the next season, Swindon will be relegated to League Two due to its poor record, but in the next season, Swindon will make a strong comeback and return to League One as the first in League Two. As an old football club, Swindon has good infrastructure and a strong football atmosphere. Training with Swindon's U18 youth team can make up for Rust's lack of professionalism and allow Rust to develop more comprehensively. As long as Rust persists seriously, he can become Swindon's main defender in 2 years at most. Especially when Swindon falls into the English League Two next season and many main players leave the team to find better opportunities, Rust will have more opportunities. Guran thought quickly and immediately said, Rust, do you believe me? Rust said as a matter of course not. If you tell me that I can have many girlfriends as long as I play football well, I won't believe it. Guran said, trust me, just listen to me, go to Swindon U18 youth team, and stay there for at least 2 years. Russ said in surprise, but the U18 youth team has almost no chance of official competition, and the salary is half less than that of the English League Two reserve team. Guran said, don't worry, there will be, you just need to believe me and concentrate on training. Russ thought about it, then said, okay. I believe you. Goo. I'll listen to you, I'll go to Swindon U18. Guran smiled with satisfaction. Come on, Rust, maybe one day in the future, we will fight side by side. Rust laughed. Impossible. Goo, you're the target of the Giants. Everyone knows that you stay in English League One to make up for the shortcomings of professional training. I bet that after a year, you will definitely leave English League One. The gap between us was already very large. After a year, our gap will only be 100 times larger. Don't say that we are fighting side by side, even the opportunity to be an opponent. Laughing. Okay, I have told you all the good news. You can come to the bar to drink with us tonight. Guran said. You asked me to go to the bar, isn't it just to tell me this good news? Now I know your good news, so you don't have to go to the bar. You don't want the brothers to tell me in advance, what about my sister? But you promised to find me for me. Guran said. I promised you, but I didn't say anything to help you find it. Rusty was so angry that he laughed. How can I be a father without a girl? No. Goo, you have to find me a girl. Right now. I'm dependent on you. If you don't find me a girl, I will call you every day to harass you. Especially when you're sleeping. Damn. How can this be tolerated? Guran thought for a while and said, Rust, if it doesn't work, just spend some money. Rust on the other end of the phone was so angry that he wanted to throw the phone. What the hell is this advice? Am I that kind of person? Am I that kind of rich person? Guran said, simple, things that can be solved with money are not a big deal. I'll transfer the money to you, that's it. Rust hurriedly said, Goo. It's not about money. I mean, I'm not thinking about women, I want to fall in love. Grant sighed. I'm not God. Goodbye, Rust. Forget me. Rust cursed. Fuck you, goo. Bars are so fun, and there are so many girls. Why don't you like to come? Grant said seriously. Rust, I still have to train tomorrow. I'm training with the Southampton U18 youth team. In a few days, I'm going to play a game with the Southampton U18 youth team against the Liverpool youth team. So that's how it is, Russ said admiringly. Goo, you're really too self-disciplined. I have never been convinced by anyone in my life, but I just have to be convinced by you. I can't even learn your self-discipline. I'm just curious, how do you manage to be self-disciplined and have so many girlfriends? As soon as the voice fell, the door of the Dune Villa was pushed open, and then Hanami's nervous and tactful voice came to the living room. Guranjan, are you there? Yes, yes, yes. Guran responded excitedly before he could hang up the phone. Here she comes. She is here as expected. Ha ha ha. Who the hell would go to the bar if it's like this every day? Guran held the phone, jumped off the sofa with a somersault, and ran towards the hallway barefoot. Xctao asked in astonishment on the other end of the phone. Wait. What's going on? Who's talking? Goo, didn't you say you still have to train tomorrow? That's right, so I have to hurry up and hang up tonight. Hello? Fuck you Goo, fuck without waiting for Xctao to finish, Guran hung up the phone and ran to Hanami. At this time, Hanami was standing cautiously at the door, her face full of embarrassment, wanting to step in, but afraid that she would not be able to control herself after walking in. She wore a tight black dress tonight, the hem of the skirt covered her slanted calves, floating lightly in the warm sea breeze. Her body proportions are very good. Although she is not as tall as European and American girls, her temperament makes up for the lack of height, and she looks petite and soft. Most European and American girls have large frames, while Oriental girls are basically small frames. It is difficult for large frames to show true tenderness, and small frames, even if they are a little flashy, are more soft and charming. This point, the difference is more obvious when she was there. A beautiful pearl necklace is worn on Hanami's elegant neck, which complements her white jade skin. Although her actual age is over 40 years old and she is also a mother, her mature temperament makes her face look more charming. She has a very decent makeup on her face, which is neither coquettish nor breaks the boundaries of ordinary mother makeup. It is bolder and more unrestrained than usual. Obviously, she has prepared for this makeup for a long time, and it is specially prepared for Guran. Guran can imagine the nervous and expectant mood of Suzuki Hanami when she was painting this makeup. In fact, as a natural frozen-aged beauty, she could always be dazzling even without makeup. Her short and medium hair is scattered on her shoulders, giving people a retro but pure and soft feeling. Her eyes are a little cramped, especially when she sees Guran rushing out. Her eyes are even more unavoidable. The temperament of a middle-aged woman is really too top. Guran felt like his saliva was about to flow out. Hanami, you are so beautiful tonight. A simple compliment made Hanami's heart beat fast. Hanami felt that the words "we can't do that" she had thought of on the way were instantly crushed by Guran's compliment. For a moment, Hanami even experienced the shy feeling of her teenage years again. Oh no, oh no. I had planned to confront Guranjan today, and told him righteously that they should not meet in private anymore, but I got trapped. What should I do? Well, Hanami lowered her head and picked her fingers nervously. Guranjan, please don't misunderstand me. I came here purely to say thank you. Guran smiled and said, don't worry, I won't misunderstand. It's windy outside, come in and talk. I won't go in and cause trouble for Guranjan, right? Hanami said that she didn't want to go in and cause trouble, but she had no intention of leaving. Are you waiting for me to take action? Guran put his arms around Hanami's waist and hips. Lick, you must lick. Don't. Hanami bit her lip, and her legs walked into the Dune Villa uncontrollably. Chapter 225. Hanami is back to her youth. Son, there is something I don't know whether I should tell you or not. Guran took Hanami into the living room and settled Hanami on the leather sofa. Hanami sat down with her heart pounding, and immediately felt the residual body temperature of Guran on the leather sofa. Hanami felt that she was really going to fall into it. She knew that this was wrong, but she couldn't help herself. Guran took out the bottle of strong gin that Maria gave him a long time ago. Come on, Hanami, drink something. Hanami waved her hands and said, no, I'm not here to drink, really. She couldn't help herself, and if she drank more, it would be even worse. Guran looked at Hanami's embarrassed expression and couldn't help laughing in his heart. I also know that you are not here to drink, so let's start directly. Will it be a bit dry? Guran then smiled calmly and experiencedly. Drink something. You are so depressed every day. Drinking can relieve your emotions and stress. just drink a little, it won't be a problem. Hanami's expression was a little dazed, and it was a little difficult to refuse. She loved to drink, and Guran was his lifesaver, so how could she refuse? In terms of age, she could be Guran's aunt, but after getting to know Guran, especially when they were alone in private, she always felt that she was the naive little girl, and Guran was the experienced uncle. What was going on with this misplaced feeling? Before Hanami could figure it out, Guran had already opened the bottle with a pop. The strong gin instantly spread in this private atmosphere. Wine is a catalyst for emotions. Many relationships can be sublimated by wine. No, I really can't drink anymore, I really, okay, then this glass will do. Hanami was embarrassed, but she honestly took the small wine glass handed to her by Guran with both hands. Guran took a handful of Hanami's well-maintained hands. Hanami shyly endured it, as if nothing had happened. This weak look only aroused Guran's desire to bully Hanami. Guran, why don't you drink? Seeing Guran's empty hands, Hanami's eyes widened. Guran smiled and said, "Oh, I don't like drinking. I'll drink water with you, I like water." "Ah. Guran, you," Hanami pouted with a face full of resentment, "but I'm the only one drinking, it's so rude." Guran said, "It's okay, I don't think it's rude. Come on, let's drink it." As he said that, Guran picked up his water cup, drank the water in the cup, and then exclaimed, "Good water." Hanami's mouth twitched slightly. Guran said, "Drink it, Hanami, you're welcome." Hanami held the wine glass, bit her lip, and said as if she had made up her mind, "Guran, I came here today, in addition to thank you, I also want to make it clear to you that our secret relationship can no longer develop. It's too dangerous." Guran shrugged, "Okay." Hanami was slightly stunned, "Okay." She thought Guran would refuse, and thought Guran would ask her to continue, but she never expected that Guran would agree so easily. Hanami felt an irrepressible sense of loss in her heart. Sure enough, it was because I was no longer young and unattractive. With a bitter smile on her lips, Hanami drank the whole glass of strong gin. Guran smiled and said, "You have a good alcohol tolerance, Hanami. I didn't expect you to be so good at drinking. Come on, finish this glass, there's another one." Guran forced Hanami to fill the empty glass in her hand. Hanami was so depressed that she drank the second glass of strong gin. "Come on, finish this glass, there's still 3 glasses." Guran poured wine for Hanami while humming by sudden self in his heart. "Hanami. Guran, you." Hanami's eyes were full of autumn waves, "Do you want to get me drunk?" Guran smiled and said, "No, I just want you to relax and not be so tense. There's no one else here. Now is our private time." Hanami staggered and struggled to get up. "I'm a little drunk, I think I should go back." "Sorry to bother you, I'm leaving." Hanami was about to bow, but Guran took the opportunity to grab Hanami's arm and pulled her towards him. Hanami screamed and fell into Guran's arms without any defense. Guran held Hanami's waist and hips tightly with both hands. This plump feeling is amazing. Hanami was stunned by this suddenness, and even forgot to struggle. "Guran-jun, you just agreed that we can't go on." Guran buried his head in Hanami's body fragrance, and said in a muffled voice, "Yes, I agreed, of course we can't go on." Hanami panicked and asked, "Then what are you doing now?" Guran said confidently, "I'm not going on, I'm just maintaining it. It's true that we can't go on. If we go on, Kawariichi will really call me dad, and I have to pay him a fee to change his name. How can this be possible? So, just maintain it." "Ah." Hanami finally reacted, and her face blushed to the root of her neck with shame. "Guran-jun, you're bullying me." Guran asked back, "Do you like it?" Hanami didn't know whether she was drunk or was aroused by Guran's flirting. She almost blurted out the word "like." Fortunately, Hanami held back, her chest rose and fell for a while before she said, "No, I don't like Guran-jun, I mean, we really can't, we shouldn't be like this." Her tone was not firm at all, but full of pleading. The more she said this, the harder Guran's hands became. "Shouldn't be like what?" "Just like that." "What exactly is it? You have to be more specific. If you don't say it specifically, how do I know what you are talking about?" Just like last night, Hanami's graceful voice trembled. Although the dialogue between them sounded like all nonsense, but in this situation, the simpler the nonsense, the more it can nourish the suffocating atmosphere of love. Like last night. "Is that so?" Guran directly picked up Hanami and walked towards the master bedroom. Hanami was trembling all over. She clearly wanted to refuse, but her arms were uncontrollably hooked around Guran's neck. This kind of relationship is too dangerous and too wonderful. Hanami closed her eyes and murmured, "We can't do this." We really can't do this. Wait, I'll take off the pearl necklace. It's very expensive. Guran said, don't wear it next time. It's very troublesome. Okay, after taking it off, Hanami continued, we can't do this. We really can't, snap. Guran closed the door of the master bedroom with his heel. The next morning, the sky was just getting light. Light's a clear system prompt sounded in Guran's mind. Guran opened his eyes hazily and found that Hanami had woken up, lying on her side with her chin in her hands, looking at him in a trance. Next to Hanami, a red talent point bubble was generated. Guran smiled dumbly. Hanami's negative emotions must have come from her own depressed thoughts. After all, after the incident, Hanami must have regretted why she couldn't control herself. However, for Guran, this kind of talent point acquisition is simply a double pleasure. It's so pleasant that it's really pleasant. Originally, he was a little worried that his physical attributes would not be enough to officially join the first-line team. Now with Hanami, this new tool for getting points, it is definitely enough. Guran concentrated his mind, picked up his talent point remotely, and then added it directly to the speed attribute. The speed attribute was increased from 69 points to 70 points. The increase in basic speed can increase the basic frequency and increase the space for many technical movements. This is also one of the attributes that Guran must increase to 75 points before officially entering the professional first-line team. Of course, the faster the basic speed, the higher the physical energy consumed. This is also the reason why Guran did not take the speed attribute as the main direction of adding points before. Now that physical energy is no longer a problem, the basic speed attribute can naturally be gradually improved. Adding points is a bit question of tests IQ, and every talent point must be used to the best effect. After adding points, Guran stretched his waist and took Hanami's jade-like shoulders. Although it was crazy last night, after waking up, Guran's physical strength has been mostly restored. This is the benefit of good physical fitness and high physical fitness. Of course, the side effects are also obvious. It is not impossible to have another dragon cannon in the morning, but in order to maintain sufficient physical strength and energy for training, Guran still restrained himself, very self-disciplined. Yes, Guran is so self-disciplined. Guran almost moved himself. Seeing Guran wake up, Hanami smiled gently. Guran, you're awake. It's still early, why don't you sleep for a while? I will make breakfast for you. Damn, this life is too happy, right? Guran hurriedly said. Homa, you were tired enough last night, how can I bear to let you cook? Hanami said affectionately. This is what I should do. Guran worked hard last night, I must replenish Guran's physical strength. Damn, this treatment of being an emperor is really a bit uncomfortable. Guran cleared his throat. Well, I really want to try Hanami's cooking. But before cooking, you should go to the bathroom and use the liquid nitrogen freezing capsule. I had already set it up for you before you came last night. Hanami said coquettishly, okay, Guran, it turns out that you had planned to let me stay here overnight last night. Guran smiled and said, isn't it all your fault? You are so beautiful, so I naturally have to plan ahead. Hanami was overjoyed. There is nothing happier than hearing such sweet words from your secret boyfriend early in the morning. The self-depressed mood that Hanami had felt after waking up in the morning was instantly swept away, and her whole body and mind were full of motivation. Then I'll take a shower and make breakfast for you. With that, Hanami lifted the quilt and got out of bed. As soon as she got out of bed, Hanami's legs couldn't help but soften and she almost fell to the ground. Guran smiled secretly in his heart and asked with concern, Hanami, what's wrong with you? Hanami leaned against the wall and said with a slightly resentful look, it's okay. Isn't it all Guran's fault? Guran was so fierce last night. Guran smiled evilly and said, come, I'll rub you. Hate. I'm going to tidy myself up. Hanami leaned against the wall and walked out of the room meekly and elegantly. She is indeed a natural beauty from the East. With this temperament, she looks so beautiful even if she walks against the wall. Guran looked at Hanami's slightly plump figure and thought secretly in his heart, Hanami is so good. If I have the opportunity to give her a script in the future to let her return to her acting career, she will definitely be very happy. Detective Chinatown 3. Detective Chinatown 1 hasn't started filming yet, right? Should I grab it first? Ah, my ASEAN, Guran thought, and soon fell asleep contentedly. Hanami took a bath in the bathroom by herself, and then used liquid nitrogen to freeze the space capsule. After the use, Hanami walked out of the liquid nitrogen freezing capsule with a refreshed body, feeling as if she had been reborn. I don't know if it was a psychological effect, or because of Guran's overflowing nourishment in the past 2 days, Hanami felt that her face had regained collagen, her body's vitality had returned to the state of 28 or 29 years old, and her complexion was much better. rejuvenated. Hanami stroked her face in front of the bathroom mirror, and was stunned for a long time with disbelief on her face. She really felt that she was different. Her skin was more tender and firmer, and her former girlish feeling had also sprouted a second spring. Hanami bit her lip shyly at herself in the mirror. Great. After saying this, Hanami quickly shook her head to clear the shouldn't have thoughts in her mind, and then quickly tidied up her messy hair and simply touched up her makeup until she was satisfied, then left the bathroom and went to the kitchen. Hanami is worthy of being a female star who has published a food magazine. She used the ingredients in Guran's kitchen refrigerator to make a dish of grilled salmon, a Japanese egg salad sandwich, a Chinese-style salty porridge, a honey-grilled sausage yogurt, and a fresh milk muffin for Guran. Hanami carefully cooked for more than an hour and finally prepared all the breakfast. After Guran woke up naturally and did some ice and fire therapy, Hanami just brought all the prepared breakfast to the table. Looking at the table full of exquisite breakfast, Guran was in a particularly good mood this morning. "Hanami, you're so nice." Hanami was a little flattered by the praise. "Guran, we have limited time this morning, so I can only make it like this, please make do with it." Guran hugged Hanami. "This is already very good, let's eat together, come, I'll feed you." Hanami's face was full of tenderness, and she struggled weakly. "Guran, we can't do this, it's just feeding, there's no one else here." Guran forcibly grabbed Hanami. "Open your mouth, just like you did last night." "Oh, Guran." Hanami blushed to her ankles with shame. However, she still obediently opened her mouth into a big O. Guran stuffed Hanami's mouth full. "Is it delicious?" Hanami blushed with shame and didn't dare to look into Guran's fiery eyes. After eating this exquisite breakfast in extreme love, Hanami asked Guran to rest, and she cleaned up the dishes in the kitchen and cleaned the floor and countertops. It was great. Guran was really reluctant to let Hanami go. But playing football is the real thing. The match with the Liverpool U18 team will be held soon, so the training during this period must be doubled. After Hanami was ready, Guran drove Hanami to the hotel where she was staying. When the Cayenne slowly stopped at the door of the hotel, Hanami suddenly exclaimed, "Oops." Guran asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Hanami touched her neck. "I forgot my pearl necklace with you." Guran smiled. "It doesn't matter, it won't be lost. Just remember to take it away when you leave tomorrow morning." "Doesn't this mean that we will have to do it again tonight tomorrow morning?" "No, this can't go on." Hanami's chest rose and fell as she gasped several times. "Okay, that's the only way. After all, I really like that pearl necklace." "Yeah, I understand everything." Guran smiled secretly. Hanami paused for a moment and prepared to push the door and get out of the car. When Guran sent her back yesterday, he asked her to kiss him before leaving, but today he didn't. Hanami should have been relieved, but she felt empty inside. Guran cleared his throat. "Wait, kiss him before you leave." Hanami's heart suddenly filled with infinite sweetness, but she said, "No, we can't do this, really not." Although she refused, Hanami didn't get out of the car, waiting for Guran to kiss her. "It feels so good." Guran smiled, lifted Hanami's handsome chin with one hand, and pinched it with the other hand. Hanami cried out in pain and fled from the Cayenne with a red face. Guran smiled contentedly, watching Hanami walk hurriedly into the hotel lobby with her head down, and then drove to the Staplewood Training Center. After Hanami returned to her room, she hurriedly changed her clothes and went straight to the hotel restaurant. At this time, Kawariichi had just finished breakfast. Seeing Hanami walk in with her rosy face, Kawariichi was stunned immediately. "Mom. Why do you look better today than yesterday? Did you go out for exercise again?" Hanami smiled vaguely. "Yes, Yuichi, have you finished breakfast?" Kawariichi nodded. "I have, but you missed breakfast again." Hanami hurriedly said, "I have eaten too." When she thought of her mouth being filled with Guranjan, Hanami couldn't help blushing and her heartbeat began again. "Yo," Kawariichi checked his watch and said proudly, "then we can set off now. I will arrive at Staplewood Training Ground 10 minutes early today. I will definitely be the first one. Haha. That guy Guran must not be here earlier than me." "Hanami. Son, there is something Mommy doesn't know whether she should say or not. As long as Mommy is here, you will never be able to arrive earlier than Guran." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.